People in the Navy invent the enhancement stone at the beginning. Chapter 101-150. Chapter 101 is Akainu's enhanced 15 glove scary. Section 92 Ah la la la, Kapsang, this is not surprising. It was expected, so let Bakara try to strengthen it again. Aokiji's eyes were filled with curiosity. The power of strengthening 14 gloves is indeed very strong, but it is also expected by everyone. What makes Aokiji even more curious is, what is the limit of strengthening? Strengthen 15. Strengthen 16. Or a higher level of reinforcement. How powerful would such a weapon be? That's what Aokiji expects. And the yellow monkey next to the green pheasant is still as stable as Mount Tai, with surprise in his eyes. Sakazuki, don't worry, let Bakara continue to strengthen. The old man is still waiting for her to strengthen the Tiankong cloud sword. He urged towards Akainu, and wanted to see how many times he could strengthen it. Akainu also took off the glove from his hand and handed it back to Bakara. There was still an inexplicable excitement in his voice and said, continue to strengthen. Taking over Akainu's gloves, Bakara once again absorbed the luck of some people. Start to strengthen the gloves with +1/4 strengthening in your hands. With luck. Beads of sweat began to appear on Bakara's face, and the whole person's spirit seemed to be in a bad state and seemed rather sluggish. Time flies. The strengthening stone also disappeared from the glove. Gloves with +1/5 strengthening, done. Sure enough, it seems that the luck ability will indeed increase the probability of success in strengthening, making it easier to strengthen. Sengoku said with a smile. Seeing the birth of the strengthened 15 glove with his own eyes made him extremely happy. Every strengthening and upgrading is a process of sublimation for the weapon, and the Navy has a stronger strength as the situation that the warring states are willing to see. Lieutenant General Crane smiled and nodded with satisfaction. Okay, with weapons with 15 strengthening, the combat effectiveness of the Navy is absolutely incomparable. A batch of 12 strengthened Tiankong cloud swords and 10-pound cannons that were prepared before, and even pacifists can be strengthened again. The power can definitely rise several grades. Akainu looked at Bakara who had stopped, frowned slightly, and said, why don't you continue to strengthen it? He's still waiting for his gloves to be upgraded from reinforced 15 to reinforced 16. Akainu's words. It immediately attracted everyone's attention and set his sights on Bakara. Bakara said nervously, I can only strengthen the gloves from 14 to 15 after consuming all my luck, even if I add luck. It's also not enough to enhance the consumption of 15 to 16. Unless I can become stronger and absorb more luck, I can't guarantee 100% success. Hear this. Akainu suddenly became a little unhappy, and stared at Bakara coldly. His sharp eyes were extremely aggressive, and he asked in a cold voice, do you want to become stronger? Are you planning to escape from the Navy headquarters in the future? No. Bakara turned pale with fright, and hurriedly denied, I have no idea of escaping. It is true that luck is not consumed enough, although it can still be strengthened, and the probability of success can be increased, but it cannot be guaranteed to strengthen 100%. Success rate. Quote. The heart suddenly pounded like a deer. It was not love. Was frightened. Akainu's eyes were like sharp swords, with a sharp edge. The cold aura made her feel chills all over her body. Some did not understand that Admiral Akainu was a natural type and rock very solider. Why does it give people such a cold and heart-wrenching feeling? Okay, I don't think he is lying. It seems that he can only strengthen to 15 at present. Warring states broke the atmosphere that made Bakara scared. Immediately, she turned her attention to Bakara's body. Judging from Bakara's state, Sengoku knew that Bakara was not lying. Her current state was indeed a bit too exhausted, and her mental and physical strength seemed very tired. Lieutenant General Crane's expression has always been relatively calm, and he also said at this time, since we can only strengthen 15 at present, let's take a look at the difference between strengthening 15 and strengthening 14 weapons. I have recorded the specific improvement values. Heart. We can also discuss in detail later whether it is necessary to risk the possibility of failure to strengthen again. For the fact that she could not be strengthened to 16 at that time, she was more or less disappointed in her heart. However, even if it can only be strengthened by 15 at present, it can still greatly improve the combat effectiveness of the Navy. What the Navy needs to strengthen is more than just the few things in front of you. The combat effectiveness brought by the strengthening and upgrading of the overall weapon is far from being comparable to one or two weapons. And, as long as Baccarat becomes more proficient in Lucky Fruit ability and stronger in the future, it will not be a problem to enhance it to 16 or 17 in the future. Admiral Akainu also quickly calmed down, and said in a rather fierce tone, 15 is 15, and it is enough for the time being. I am confident that I can deal with that old guy with white beard. It is not difficult to hear the thoughts in his heart from his words. Akainu also took the 15 strengthened glove from Baccarat's hand and put it on his right hand. The arm exerted force, and the muscles on the entire arm were activated, and the muscles bulged up like a rock, supporting the red suit. The powerful force contained in the body was transmitted from the arm to the fist. He also immediately felt the increase in strength, and said with a surprised expression, the strength actually increased by about 10%. Which is more than doubled before. When it was strengthened to 14 before, the power increase brought by it was only about 5%. And now it has been strengthened to 15. The strength of this glove has increased by an astonishing 10%. In other words, in terms of strength alone, it has increased 1/10 of its own strength. But don't underestimate this 1/10 of the power, it also depends on who the object of the increase is. That is the Akainu Sakaisuke, one of the Navy's strongest shotgun combat powers. Akainu was also excited. A 10% increase in strength. While Sengoku's expression was shocked, there was a strong joy on his face, and then he laughed happily. Okay. Strengthening 15 can increase the power by 10%. The power of it is wonderful. Quote, all in all, the heart of the warring states is full of confidence. Seeing a bright future for the Navy, the Whitebeard pirates will be the first to taste the power brought by the enhanced stone. The eyes of the warring states twinkled, and he had already foreseen the picture of the war, and the Whitebeard pirates would be in front of the audience all over the world. Towards, perish. End the era of the Four Emperors, separatist rule of the New World for many years. Chapter 102-Enhanced Devil Fruit, You Demons. The face of the warring states was filled with excitement and smiles, as if the second spring of life was ushered in. At the same time, there was some kind of ambition in his heart. That is the justice that reigns over the world, he insists on, and he seems to see hope. Do not. That is a fact that will surely come true. He didn't swell. Sengoku is just extremely self-confident, with cannon enhancement, pacifist enhancement, plus a special, Amaterasu cloud sword, and mobile armor. The accumulated advantages made him see a bright future for the Navy. At this time, Garp in the office seemed to have passed his initial excitement, and sat on the sofa in a sullen mood. His face darkened. Because the stronger the Navy is, the less he can see Whitebeard's hope of saving Ace. He not only hopes that the Navy will win, but also hopes that Whitebeard can save Ace. Very contradictory. Compared to Garp, Akainu seemed extremely happy, and excitedly used the power of armament and domineering, grinning. The 15 strengthened glove is too strong. It can increase the domineering power by more than 60%. Even Roger the First have confidence that I can beat him. Whitebeard. After so many years in the sea, his name should have disappeared from this sea. The black and purple armed color domineering appeared on his fist. His black eyes were lined with domineering in his hands, his eyes were shining brightly, and he looked extremely excited. Full of fighting spirit. Aokiji seemed to have noticed the strangeness of Garp, and there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Garp was the person he admired the most. But this is the case now. Section 93_. There was nothing he could do. Then everyone began to strengthen, and the whole office was filled with happy laughter. And the other side. In the laboratory, Hill thought about the lucky fruit person, if he could use the ability of the lucky fruit ability person to strengthen his items. You can save a lot of strengthening stones, and strengthening will become a scroll. Think of this. Hill stopped and contacted Zontaomaru first. He thought that his gravity training room had not been received in the system reward. The phone bug asked about Zontaomaru. He also learned that the place of origin had been built for a few days. Hill put all the necessary things into his space ring, walked out of the laboratory, and arrived at his destination not long after. The door is locked. Hill waited at the door for a while, thinking that Zontaomaru would come, but he didn't expect a pacifist to come. The pacifist walked in front of Hill, and the mechanical and electronic eyes scanned Hill's information identity. After confirming it, he took out the key and handed it to Hill. Electromechanical sound. Dr. Hill, this is the key that Zontaomaru ordered me to give you. He was a little sluggish when speaking, and his speech rate was slightly slower than normal people. Hill took the keys from the pacifist. It seems to have just found out. And many more. The pacifists have spoken. What's going on? Hill held the key in his hand, looked at the pacifist who had completed the task and turned away, and said to himself, did the Navy strengthen the pacifist too? Ask Zontaomaru. As he said that, he took out the phone bug from his body. As for why he didn't put the phone bug in the space ring, that's because he was afraid that the phone bug would have a mutation in the space ring. The fairy beans were put in and grew and sprouted. Who knows what it would be like to put a phone bug in, and you can't hear a sound when you put it in. The call was quickly connected. After Hill reported his name, he asked the phone bug, Zontaomaru, are pacifists talking because of the strengthening stone? The phone bug imitated Zontaomaru's puzzled expression and said vividly, yeah, although the pacifists are not produced now, the pacifists produced before have been strengthened, don't you know? I really don't know. Hill then asked, the pacifist can speak after being strengthened. Is there an example of speaking after the mobile armor is strengthened? The phone bug in his hand imitated Taomaru's more puzzled expression, and the facial features on his entire face seemed to be compacted together. Doctor, don't you know that mobile armor can't be strengthened? Can't be strengthened. Hearing Zontaomaru's answer, Hilton was startled. What Zontaomaru said must be 100% true, there is no doubt about that. After all, he was very familiar with that big mouth guy. Hill said, I see, it's all right, it's over. After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone. What is this? A question arose in my heart. I can strengthen Malong number 1 myself, why can't they strengthen it? Hill also asked the system in his mind. And the system also gave an answer. All items produced by the system, whether they are made or obtained through lottery, cannot be strengthened by anyone except the host himself. Here the system explained. Hill also finally understood that all the things produced by the system can only be strengthened by himself, while others cannot. Therefore, the mobile armor can only be strengthened by himself. Isn't the Malong number 1, which has been strengthened by 12, the only one? I was a little disappointed. It seems that it is impossible to use the ability of lucky fruit to strengthen my items. Then only strengthen yourself. Hill originally planned to use the ability of the lucky fruit to strengthen his own items, saving the strengthening stone and strengthening the scroll, but now it seems that it will not work. He took the key and opened the warehouse door in front of him. It was extremely empty, there was nothing there, it was huge, and it was as big as half a football field. Close the door. He took out the cat fruit, ancient species, short saber-toothed tiger-form devil fruit from the space ring, with deep and bright eyes filled with anticipation. Then let's strengthen this devil fruit first. This time, he directly used 3 enhancement cards to make a roll, and strengthened this fruit to +15. The enhancement is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the animal system, cat and cat fruit, phantom beast, tail fire tiger form. Hear the system beep. Hill was instantly ecstatic and overjoyed. Haha. It's really a new demon's devil fruit. His laughter echoed in this empty warehouse. The devil fruit in his hand also changed its appearance, turning orange-yellow, like a flame. Not surprisingly, it is an eudaimon species that can master the ability of fire. Looking at the devil fruit in his hand, Hill did not choose to eat the devil fruit for the first time, and he still had an idea in his heart. That is to continue to strengthen. Just try the Enhanced Stone +1 Enhanced Stone in the Space Ring. Chapter 103_4 Spirits of Heaven, White Tiger. Hill took out the +1 Enhancement Stone from the Space Ring, and used the level scroll +1 inch to create this +1 Enhancement Stone inexplicably. Anyway, there is a horse charm, he has no worries. The strengthening and upgrading of this devil fruit was quite normal before, but after reaching the eudaimon species, it is a little different. The tailfire tiger is one of the 28 constellations in ancient mythology. That's also a Chinese myth. At the same time, it made Hill's mood excited, and his heart was full of expectations. I don't know what ability it will become if it is strengthened, maybe even more powerful mythical creatures will appear. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Hill began to strengthen. The light produced by the +1 Enhancement Stone fused with the Enhancement Stone is several times stronger than the light of ordinary Enhancement Stones. The entire dim warehouse was illuminated by this intense light. The strengthening stone was gradually integrated into the devil fruit. Finally disappeared completely. Damn it, it's really strengthened. Hill danced with joy, and this devil fruit has been strengthened by +16. Future so far. It is the one with the highest level of reinforcement. At this time, the sound of the prompt was also heard in the system. Strengthened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the form of fauna, cat and cat fruit, phantom beast, by Bo Bian. Upgrade again. Cool. Hill's face flushed red, all because he was happy. Bai Qian was the 4th son of the 9 sons of the legendary dragon. Can that be great? The ancient book says, the 4 is called the Juju, which is like a tiger and has power, so it stands at the gate of the prison. Hill's expression was bright, his eyes sparkling, full of excitement. Wait. This is still strengthening 16. It's amazing, it's amazing. If it continues to strengthen, what kind of phantom beast will it become? What kind of Nika form? It must be scum. It was strengthened by +1 strengthening stone just now, then use the level scroll to increase the level of the strengthening stone. He hurriedly took out the remaining 4 level up scrolls from the space ring. Looking at the level up scroll in his hand, Hill murmured, could it be God's will? Do you want me to strengthen it to 20? In the last lottery draw, he had won 10 level up scrolls, but he had used 6 level up scrolls to improve his skill level. There are only 4 left now. Section 94_. And strengthening between 16 and 20, also need 4 strengthening. No matter what God's will or not, Hill directly began to use the level up scroll on the strengthening stone. Enhanced Stone +1. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Enhanced Stone +4. Enhanced stones cannot enhance enhanced stones. You can only use level up scrolls to enhance the level of enhanced stones, but does this thing really have a 100% probability? Hill muttered a little. No matter what, if you fail, you will fail. Anyway, strengthening 16 is not bad. A hard heart. Directly use the +4 enhancement stone to strengthen the devil fruit. The radiance of the strengthening stone is as dazzling as the aurora. Hill also squinted his eyes slightly, watching the strengthening process through the slits of his eyes, and the strengthening stone was gradually integrated into the devil fruit. I couldn't help but feel apprehensive. With intense anticipation on his face, time is unusually slow at this moment. The strengthening stone didn't integrate into the devil fruit, and Hill's nerves became more and more tense, for fear of failure. In my heart, I began to pray continuously. It must be successful, whether I have a father or not. Let me do it, and the blessing of Guanyin Bodhisattva must be successful. I was so nervous that my forehead started to sweat. Time passed second by second, as if the hands of time had stopped. Hill endured the dazzling light and watched the strengthening stone melt into the devil fruit little by little, from a corner to half a strengthening stone. His heartstrings were tense and tense. As the strengthening continued, Hill himself did not know how long it had passed, watching the last bit of the strengthening stone completely integrated into the devil fruit. Hilton breathed a sigh of relief, followed by endless ecstasy. It's done, damn it. It really did. Crazy. Strengthen plus 20 devil fruit. Ah tilde. I really am the protagonist. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. This kind of exciting experience, everyone who has strengthened it, knows that Hill is so excited that he screams wildly. Hands clenched, fists, hitting the air. At this time, the system's prompt sound also sounded in Hill's mind. Strengthened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the animal system, cat fruit, mythical species, white tiger form of the 4 spirits of the sky. 4 spirits. White tiger. Can the 4 spirits not know? Qinglong, Suzaku, Xuanwu, white tiger. One of the 4 great beasts. The main slaughter, on behalf of, god of war. The western god of Jingjin also instinctively controls the power of wind. The so-called dragon walks with rain, and tiger walks with wind. Hilton laughed happily, ha ha ha. It's awesome, strengthening 20 is awesome. The devil fruit in his hand was as pure and flawless as snow, emitting a gleaming white light. Still strengthening. Hill still gave up the idea of continuing to strengthen. Forget it, maybe it's really God's will, maybe it's too much. There is a faint intuition in my heart, and strengthening may not be so easy. Immediately. He opened his mouth and took a small bite at the devil fruit. After all, the taste of devil fruit is notoriously unpalatable. It even has the same taste as she. Taking a small sip into his mouth, Hill found that the taste was not so unpleasant, with a soft bite on the cake. It melts in your mouth, with a sweet taste, not the greasy feeling of cream. Hill's eyes lit up, and he immediately ate his food. He ate this 20 enhanced, phantom beast, the 4 spirits of the sky, the white tiger form in a few clicks. Moment. The system in my head beeps. Congratulations to the host for the upgrade of the golden light charm, the current level is 8. Quote. Congratulations to the host for the upgrade of the golden light mantra, the current level is 9. Quote. Congratulations to the host King Kong Realm's level of divine power, the current level is 6. Quote. Congratulations on the improvement of the host's physique level, the current physique level is 41. Quote. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. Congratulations on the improvement of the host's physique level, the current physique level is 45. Quote. Even the physique level has been increased by a full 5 levels, which is also about 1 million attribute points. And skills need to consume more attribute points. Huh. Hilton was stunned. He didn't expect that eating devil fruit would actually increase his skill level. Could it be because the white tiger holds the power of Jingjin? Should be. Hilden was ecstatic, is this the devil fruit with 20 enhancement? It's too awesome. Posted. This wave has made a lot of money. Chapter 104_Mecha and Zanpakuto are all strengthened by 15. It can only be described by blood earned. Hill's inner excitement couldn't calm down for a long time. I didn't expect to accidentally strengthen it to 20, and obtain the legendary white tiger form in myths, although it is definitely not as powerful as the real white tiger. Even if it is some power, it must be too powerful. Hill continued to take deep breaths. At this time, his blood pressure was a little high, and he was in a state of dizziness. After taking a deep breath, he felt much better. It's a big deal now. Although he doesn't know how strong he is now, in short, he is strong. Anyway, there is no B number in my heart, because there is no actual combat test at all. In addition to knowing that he is strong. Don't know anything. Just like martial arts, it basically cannot see through the strength of the opponent, and it all depends on the reputation of the martial arts people in the rivers and lakes. After feeling better, Hill summoned Malong No. 1 inch from the space ring, and directly shot the 3 enhancements in a roll. Malong No. 1 strengthens +1/5. Looking at Malong No. 1 in front of him, his bright eyes flashed with golden light, and he commented, "It's a bit irritating. Is this going to blind someone else's 24K titanium alloy dog's eyes?" The 10-meter-long Malong No. 1 exudes a splendid brilliance all over its body, like the rays of the sun. Really bright. If this is manipulated, it will definitely attract people's attention, and the rate of return is 1000%. Don't ask what 1000% is. Glowing robot is that the light cannot be set on, off at all. Section 95_. Hill tapped on the outer mecha of Malong No. 1 and made a dull sound. "It's stronger again, I like it." Sure enough, men like tough things. The texture is very good, the defensibility has been greatly improved, and Hill is very satisfied. After putting Malong No. 1 into the space ring, he just remembered that the space ring enhancement was only 12, and he took out 3 reinforcements from the space ring and it would become a roll. Photographed it. Add 15 to the space ring. The space has increased again, and almost the space inside is the size of an island, and it is not that kind of small island. Also brightened. Hill didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but said helplessly, "Can this light be put away? If I go out, my handsome face is not as attractive as this ring. It's like holding a bright flashlight in your hand. If this is standing on the street, it will definitely be the focus of attention. Let's keep a low profile first." Hill planned to take it out when he needed it, and usually put it in his pocket. "I took out the horse charm from the space ring and strengthened it to 15 with the scroll, and it also glowed, but there was no specific change. Hill also has no way of knowing. Then, from the space ring, I took out the Zanpakuto Senbon Sakura." Hill smiled and looked at the 1,000 cherry blossoms in his hand. "I wonder what will happen to the 1,000 cherry blossoms when they are strengthened to 15. You'll know when you strengthen it. The direct use of reinforcements by the local tyrants has strengthened the violence of Senben Sakura to a level of +1/5. Light blooms. Peach-pink rays of light burst out from the sword, very splendid. Next second, the brilliance converged, the light faded, and it turned into the appearance of a person, with a faint pink halo exuding all over the body. This is an ancient Chinese man wearing a ghost mask, with a high bun and long ponytail-like hair. Chinbin Sakura, who was wearing a purple-red samurai uniform, said respectfully, "Chinbin Sakura has seen the master. Really changed. Sword man. This is Senbon Sakura with 15 strengthening." Hill can naturally feel the current state of Chinbon Sakura, remove the pink radiance all over his body, and he is no different from ordinary people. He asked curiously, "Now that you have an entity, can you fight by yourself?" Go back to the master. Chinbenying can still fight by herself even if no one controls it. Chinbenying was straight, although she was taller than Hill, she nodded slightly. Oh. Hill understands that he has an extra thug. You can fight without manipulating yourself, although the combat power is definitely not strong in your own hands, but it should not be weak. He nodded very satisfied. Yes, let's change back to the original form, except for my summons, usually don't show a humanoid posture. Too bad it's a man. Pooh. Even a woman, she is a sword. The space ring, Malong No. 1, Chinbin Sakura, the spells have all been strengthened to 15, by the way. And Thor's hammer and the gravity practice room. Hill took out the hammer of Thor from the system again. What a big hammer. This is a hammer with a rectangular head. It is made of silver metal. It is very heavy. It is estimated that it weighs several hundred kilograms. The length of the handle is about 1 meter, and the hammer part is a square lump. Looking at the hammer in his hand, Hill complained, "This is Thor's hammer. Except for a little bit of emphasis, I don't feel anything special. It's not bad to let Malong one-hit people with a hammer. Violence. Anyway, he didn't plan to use this thing himself. Chinbin Sakura was suitable for him. Sledgehammer matches all, barbarians. Violent muscle man. No matter how much he is, let's strengthen it first." Hill took out the strengthening stone from the space ring and began to strengthen the hammer of Thor in his hand. Thor's hammer enhancement +1. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Thor's hammer enhancement +1 2. He didn't stop either. How could 12 be matched with Malong number 1 with reinforcement +15, without explaining that the 3 reinforcements must be shot in a roll? Thor's hammer enhancement +1 5. The whole body emits a strong blue light, and there seems to be an electric arc beating in the light. It looks powerful. Hill smiled, "It's very good. It's a perfect match with Malong number 1. Quote. Whoever doesn't agree, just hit the head with a hammer. Put Thor's hammer directly into the space ring. Then, Hill received the gravity training room directly, and immediately something similar to a space capsule appeared in the warehouse in front of him. Not very big. It's about the size of a 2-bedroom room. Hill stepped forward, opened the door and walked in directly. Inside was a confined space with a console. There are various buttons on the console, some simple displays. For Hill, these manipulation instruments were a piece of cake, and he figured it out quickly. Hill suddenly said, "This gravity training room seems to have only 100 times the gravity at the highest. I don't know if its gravity standard is calculated according to the Dragon Ball world or according to the pirate world. The gravity of the 2 worlds should be completely different. Otherwise, the water that turned the mountains upside down would not flow backwards, and the empty island would have fallen down 10,000 meters long." Chapter 105 _ Gravity Training Room. The force of Dragon Ball world is many times higher than that of One Piece world. Starburst. The pirate world may not even know how he died. Hill pressed the number button on the console, selected 5x gravity, and pressed the start switch. In an instant, the gravity of the entire gravity training room changed in an instant, and it felt as if something was suddenly pressing on him. It was an all-round pressure, plus a feeling of gaining weight rapidly. 5x gravity doesn't seem to have any effect. Hill jumped slightly in place, feeling that 5x gravity had little effect on him. Gravity pressing on me, no feeling. Then try adding 20 times. After pressing the button, Hill felt that the air seemed to thicken, and the resistance increased. At the same time, while his own weight became heavier, he was also carrying 20 times the pressure from the air. A bit affected. Then Hill increased it to 50 times, because the effect of 20 times the gravity on him was so small, not very strong. 50 times the gravity, he still moved his body easily. Hill was a little puzzled. Could this gravity training room be fake? It's not right. It was drawn by the system lottery. It can't be fake. Then there is only one reason. Am I too strong? Section 96 _ If you use the golden light spell or domineering, it will feel no different from usual. Subsequently, he directly adjusted the gravity to 100 times, and suddenly it was completely different from 50 times the gravity. Immediately, he felt as if he was carrying a terrifying weight, and the blood in his body suddenly decreased a lot, and the sudden increase of gravity made Hill's body sink. The straight body bent a little in an instant, and the sound of heavy breathing sounded in the gravity training room. Woo tilde. Suck tilde. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. This 100 times gravity, just different. Hill's voice was intermittent, because under 100 times gravity, the physical strength consumed by speaking is not the same as the difficulty. 1 level. And suddenly from 50 times the gravity to 100 times the gravity, his body does not have a process of adaptation at all, and the body's functions usually do not burst into any power at all. All the organs and muscles in Hill's body began to burst out with strength to resist the heavy gravity, and his powerful body was quickly adapting to the changes in the environment. This is the effect of a strong physique, able to quickly adapt to any difficult environment. After half a minute, Hill felt a lot more relaxed, because his body had adapted to the environment full of gravity, and the frequency of movement of various organs and muscles in the body had increased a lot. Just like a warm-up, do some aerobic exercise, raise your heart rate slightly higher than normal, and make your body active. Hill is in a good mood. The effect of the gravity training room is really good. It's much better now. The 100-fold gravity effect seems to be good, and it is good for exercising the strength in the body. Unlike a single equipment, the gravity training room can almost work out every part of your body. Quote, at 100 times the gravity, he tried to do some push-ups, and the results were very good. Push-ups generally exercise the arm muscles, chest muscles and shoulder muscles. Under 100 gravity, the body is against gravity in all directions, and the lower back, abdomen, thighs, calves and toes are exercised. Just got used to it. Hill turned off the gravity and said to himself, this thing will not be strengthened for the time being, but it can be handed over to Zephyr and used by him to train naval soldiers. He himself does not need much for the gravity training room. He didn't even think about training hard to become a strong man. If he had that skill, he might as well build more technology to gain points. Hill suddenly thought of Zontaomaru and decided, isn't that guy Zontaomaru busy exercising recently? Why don't he try it out? He reached out and took out the phone bug and contacted Zontaomaru and asked him to come over. It didn't take long. Zontaowen rushed over, and Hill saw Zontaowen and immediately smiled and said, it seems that the weight loss effect has been good for a while, and I have lost several laps. Zontaomaru looked a lot more capable, the contours of his face were highlighted a lot, and there were obvious traces of muscle lines on his arms. Although I haven't seen the abdominal muscles yet, as long as you stick to it, it will be a matter of time. Zontaowen, who had lost a lot of weight, still carried the huge double-edged battle axe, and it made the axe even bigger. Dressing style has not changed. Like a vest, like a bellyband. Just when Zontaomaru saw Hill, the pupils in his eyes suddenly enlarged, and he exclaimed, Doctor, you have grown taller, and your muscles, the lines are too perfect. He raised his hand and compared it, it was completely incomparable. Zontaomaru's heart was also filled with curiosity. He didn't expect that the doctor had undergone such an amazing change not long ago. Curiously asked, Doctor, don't you exercise too, but you have changed too much. He circled around Hill with an incredible look in his eyes. If he didn't look at his appearance, he would even think that another person was posing as Dr. Hill. Hey, Hill smiled and said, of course there is something good coming to you, aren't you busy losing weight? He patted the console with his hand and continued, with this thing, you will be able to lose weight quickly. Bang bang. It also attracted the attention of Zontaowen. When he came in, he had already noticed this thing, but he didn't see anything. There were too many operating instruments in the scientist's laboratory. What's more, his attention was on Hill, and Hill's change really shocked him a lot. Zontaomaru walked to the console, looked at it carefully, and asked in confusion, what is this? Gravity training room. Hill explained, being able to freely adjust the multiplier of gravity to enhance the effect of the exercise. With a mysterious smile on his face, this is a good thing. Gravity. Zontaowen's eyes suddenly flashed with gold stars, looking like a curious baby, and hurriedly urged, Doctor, hurry up, let me try it. Hill also briefly explained how to use these buttons, and then directly turned on 10 times the gravity for Zontaomaru. Immediately, Zontaomaru bent his back and almost knelt directly on the ground, mainly because the axe on his shoulders was too heavy, under 10 times the gravity. The weight of the axe was directly increased tenfold. 2. Heavy. Chapter 106 Physique level is not free. Zontaomaru's entire face was flushed, with blue veins all over his body, and his scarred face became hideous. Your body is a little weak. Hill looked at him calmly, then put his hand on Zontaomaru's axe and lifted it up. The axe was taken by Hill. Zontaoan suddenly felt light all over. The blush on his face quickly subsided, stared at Hill, and exclaimed with a fuss, "Doctor, don't you feel such a strong gravity?" He stared blankly at the huge battle axe in Hill's hand. Look at Hill, whose expression remained unchanged. Gollum. Zontaomaru couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. "Doctor. How are you so powerful?" He always thought that the opponent might not even have the combat power of ordinary naval soldiers, but now he has broken the inherent image in his mind. Powerful. Strong. Hill looked at Zontaomaru. "I don't think 10 times the gravity feels good. Maybe my body is much stronger than yours." The physique has a lot of additional characteristics, although it is not clear how strong it is, but it should be more durable than before. He flipped the battle axe in his hand again. It looked like 100 pounds. "It's as easy as playing." Zontaomaru was dumbfounded, and the dull eyes in his eyes moved up and down with the battle axe. "Doctor, could it be a monster? That's 10 times the gravity, the weight of this axe. Right now." Boo, boo. It was the sound of a phone bug, and the sound came from Zontaomaru, and Hill immediately turned off the tenfold gravity in the gravity training room. Zontaomaru stretched out his hand and dug it out of his belly pocket. The style of the painting was a little weird. The key point was that the direction was slightly downward. Those who didn't know it thought his phone bug was hiding somewhere private. After taking out the phone bug, Zontaoan picked up the phone bug and started reporting to his home. "Mosamoxi, I'm Zontaoan of the Naval Science Force." And there was a very urgent and serious voice from the phone bug. "Zontaomaru, General Pulsolino has an order to immediately take the pacifist to the Crescent Bay port and prepare for an emergency mission. Must be fast." He immediately hung up the phone and didn't say anything at all. About the task, someone will notify when it arrives on the warship. Zontaomaru immediately put away the phone bug and said to Hill, "Doctor, give me the axe." At this time, Hill was a little stunned because this plot should be the incident of the Tianlong people in the Chambord Islands. He immediately said, "Zontaomaru, I will go with you on this mission." Hill did not make a decision blindly, but made a decision after thinking twice. The naval attack in the original book was simply a tour and sabotage. There were so many pirates, but none of them were caught. Evil times. Section 97 _ All of them should be arrested and reformed through labor. Zontaomaru was stunned, and asked in surprise, Doctor, are you going to?" His face was a little embarrassed. "What are you afraid of? Aren't you protecting me? And you can see that my strength is much stronger than yours. 10 times the gravity has no effect on me at all." Hill directly grabbed Zontaomaru's arm. He took Zontaoan directly out of the gravity training room, and said, "The task is urgent now, don't waste time." Hill's heart was a little excited, and he could finally fight. Being in the lab all the time is extremely boring. It just so happens that my own things have been strengthened, and I haven't tested the power yet. Wouldn't it be good to let the supernova guys test it? "Doctor, wait, pacifists have to bring them too." Then they brought 5 pacifists, and the two set foot on the warship together. They also knew that this mission was indeed the incident of the Tianlong people in the Chambord Islands. On the deck, there were 5 tall and mighty pacifists who strengthened +1 too, and in front of them, a Navy soldier held a stack of wanted orders and said, "See clearly, these are pirate bounty orders on Chambord, here, see or not, live or die." Quote, "If you can catch it, you can catch it, and all those who can't be caught will be wiped out." Pacifist PX No. 1 understands. Pacifist PX, number 2 understands. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. At the bow of the ship on the deck, Zontalmaru repeatedly warned Hill beside him. Doctor, you must follow me later, and don't run around. If Dr. Hill has 3 strengths and 2 weaknesses, he can't explain it to the old man. Hill responded, his deep black eyes were full of excitement. This time it wasn't about learning, but a real fight. It made him a little excited. Say it again. If Admiral Kizaru released water, he wouldn't worry so much, and he would just arrest those pirates. Definitely can't get it wrong. The Navy has a clear record, accurate to the time and place. As for the crime, Hill doesn't care so much. Anyway, this group of pirates in the extremely evil era can't be made to make trouble. The headquarters of the Navy is very close to the Chambord Islands. The speed of the warship is already fast, not to mention that this is a strengthened naval warship, which caused Hill to go directly to the Chambord Islands without any feeling. Hill jumped off the deck excitedly, with agility, and landed gently on the ground like a falcon. He stared at the Chambord archipelago in front of him with sparkling eyes. Looking around, there are huge trees covering the sky, green and full of vitality. One by one, the bubbles reflecting the colorful light floated from the ground into the air. It feels like bubbles from a child's bubble-blowing toy. But the stability is much stronger, rising slowly one by one. The Chambord archipelago, the scenery looks really good. Hill said with a happy smile. This was the first time he had set foot on an island other than the naval headquarters in this world. The environment of Bubble Island made him feel extremely novel, with a dreamy color in a fairy tale. Maybe it's the long-lost childlike innocence. Not long after, Zontalmaru appeared on the island with 5 pacifists and thousands of Navy soldiers, because their speed was too fast. The panic on the island has obviously not been transmitted to all areas. Only a few regions knew that something big had happened, but the panic was spreading and spreading rapidly. Dr. Hill, the current situation on the island is complicated. You should join me. Zontalmaru stood beside Hill with a big axe on his back. The Navy behind him was divided into 4 teams and began to act, each with a pacifist. Hill nodded. Let's also go see the pirates of the so-called extremely evil era. How much is it? After speaking, Zontalmaru entered the Chambord Islands with a pacifist and hundreds of navies, while Zontalmaru was still in contact with other troops. As well as informing Admiral Kizaru that they have arrived in the Chambord Islands. At this time, Admiral Kizaru, who departed from the Holy Land Mary Joa, heard Zontalmaru's report, his face sank, and his eyes were a little anxious. Shit. He immediately ordered to the Navy on the deck, hey, speed up the warship and reach the Chambord Islands as soon as possible. Under his orders, the speed of the warship has obviously accelerated a lot. Chapter 107_Robot that glows. Chambord Islands. Hill turned on the domineering arrogance of innate knowledge. Compared with those who are truly awakened, his innate arrogance has one more advantage. That is to turn on and off at any time. Because I didn't want to hear other people's hearts all the time, I chose to close it, mainly because once I opened it, it was just like there are countless people in your mind. And there are thousands of people with thousands of faces, and many dirty thoughts and inner activities will appear. As for what, it's hard to say. Even a mere butterfly could hear it clearly, so Hill chose to close it later. Let's go this way. Hill took the lead with Zontalmaru and the Navy. Zontalmaru looked up at the number on the huge tree trunk and said, Doctor, this is Area 24. The Straw Hat Pirates, Kid Pirates and Heart Pirates are all in Area 1. Don't understand why Dr. Hill would take him this way. There is still a considerable distance between Area 24 and Area 1. It's right to keep up. Hill responded, and then reminded Zontalmaru again, by the way, don't rush to let the pacifists take action later, let me try it with Malong 1 first. Before going to the top of the war, it is necessary to try the combat effectiveness of Malong No. 1, and I have a good idea in my heart. Malong number 1. Zhang Taowen looked back and saw that there was indeed no Malong number 1, and then asked in surprise, Doctor, where is Malong number 1? Why didn't I see it? With an inscrutable smile on Hill's face, I'll know when the time comes. Didn't explain much. Because it has passed through the woods area, it has entered the 24th area town. There is a street ahead, there are many pirates on the street, and there is a pool of red tomato sauce on the ground. The appearance of Hill, Zan Taomaru, pacifists and the Navy also instantly alerted the pirates present. It's the Navy. Hey, no, that's Shichibukai Bartholomew Big Bear. How did the Navy arrive at the Chambord Islands so quickly? Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. It caused a panic among the pirates, and many pirates began to flee in all directions, while a few people stood still. The strange monk Werji's face was solemn, and a stiff smile appeared on his face. It's the Navy, is it such a fast support speed? It's really puzzling. Magician Hawkins' expression remained unchanged, while staring at the pacifist with a pair of dead fish eyes. The name of Chiwahai is still very scary. Those are all great pirates who are famous in the sea. Next to him was Chi-Chi Drake, whose expression was extremely solemn. Seeing the pirates on the street, Hill showed an evil smile on the corner of his mouth. Zan Taomaru, leave it to me here. Talking. Summoned, Malong number 1 inched directly from the space ring. The moment Malong number 1 appeared, he blinded everyone present. The blue light shining, 10-meter, mecha landed in the center of the street with a bang. The radiant black mecha was gorgeous and full of heart-pounding feeling. Bo 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 bo. Doctor. Zan Taomaru stared at Malong number 1 suddenly appeared in front of him, shocked beyond words. The entire human brain, like a computer, is completely shut down. The Navy behind him dropped his chin exaggeratedly to the ground. Section 98_. Not just the Navy. The pirates in front of the street turned their views upside down in an instant. The sound of the world view shattering came to mind. The strange monk Yurki exclaimed, This is a robot. Why is it still glowing? And this size, comparable to a giant. It's just too oppressive. Although the whole body is light, it is a bit arrogant and gorgeous. But he didn't dare to underestimate this thing. What is this? When did the Navy have such a thing? Chi-Chi Drake frowned with a gloomy face. He had never heard of this thing in the Navy. Until he defected from the Navy, nothing like this had ever appeared in the Navy. Hill, on the other hand, had already entered the body of Malong number 1 by taking advantage of everyone's stupefaction. Hill was a little excited. Hey, these guys just came to test the combat effectiveness of Malong 1. Quote. Controlling the mecha and taking a few steps forward, he said to the pirates on the street, Hawkins, Yurki, Drake and Apu, come on, resist. Otherwise, I will only be arrested by me. It's boring not to resist, so Hill just wants to make them struggle harder, the more excited he will be. Otherwise, how to test mobile armor? And when Hill said that, Yurki, Hawkins, Drake and others all turned black, and black lines appeared on their foreheads. The leader of Urji came out, with a pair of huge white wings behind him, and his body was covered in large chunks of tendon flesh, and his physique was sturdy. Holding a huge weapon like a stone pillar in both hands. With a grin, just let me see if this big guy is just a slapstick. Watching Urge come out, Hawkins and Drake tacitly chose to remain silent and wait and see, their eyes locked on the huge glowing robot. Also want to see what is so special about this unusual machine. Yurki squatted down slightly, his muscles swelled up, and then his body exerted force, and there was a thud under his feet, and the whole person flew towards Hill like a shell out of the chamber. The howling wind sounded. He held the huge iron pillar-like weapon in both hands and brought a strong wind, and the bulging muscles of his arms were like steel. The blow was heavy. Tigers are windy. A sweep of thousands of troops attacked. Bang! Hill controlled the mobile armor's hand and grabbed Yurki's weapon. What? Yurki's face changed instantly. His face was full of shock. Because he saw cracks appearing on his weapon, extending and splitting continuously, covering his weapon like a spider web. In an instant. Bang! The weapon in Urji's hand shattered into pieces, and only half of his weapon remained. Urji stepped back a few meters, looked at the glowing robot in disbelief, and said in shock, "How is that possible?" His own weapon was crushed, and with such a huge force, the robot did not move at all. On the street, the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Hawkins' face was extremely dark, and then he took out a set of tarot cards from his body, shuffled the cards in his hand, and finally piled them neatly on his left hand. One by one, he picked up the polo cards in his hand and turned them over, placing them in the air in front of him. And the tarot card has a strange black-purple light on it. Keep the tarot card suspended in the air without falling from the air. And after the tarot cards were arranged according to the divination, his face was quite ugly. He frowned and murmured, "The probability of victory. 0%. Probability of escape. Chapter 108 What the hell is this? Escape probability, 0%. Probability of death, 100%. Cold sweat unknowingly overflowed from Hawkins's face and flowed down slowly, a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. He has always been very confident in his divination, with 100% accuracy. There were several supernovas who had offered a reward of over 100 million yuan, but the death rate of the divination results was 100%, proving that the opponent's strength was crushing. Can't escape. Hawkins was in a state of confusion at the moment. Damn. How could this be the result? What is the origin of this navy, and how this luminous robot can crush Urki's weapon directly? Fear spread in his heart silently. Chi-Chi Drake was not much better either. His entire body was stiff, standing on the street like a wooden stake. His face was shocked and fearful. What a terrifying robot. Urji's strength can smash even steel, but now even his own weapon has been crushed. Forcibly take this move and stay still. What kind of terrifying power is required to do this? Drums in the heart. At this moment, Zan Taomaru also fell into another shock from the sudden appearance of Malong No. 1 inch. His mouth was so wide that he could stuff a duck egg. Malong No. 1. It's amazing. Those staring eyes reflected the light emanating from Malong No. 1. Violence. Direct. He loves it. Simply handsome, isn't it? Among Malong No. 1, Hill is also very satisfied with the performance of Malong No. 1, then try the energy beam cannon. The automatic aiming reticle appeared in his field of vision, and several humanized reticles appeared, corresponding to different people. On Hawkins, Drake, and Urki. There is no need for the tedious operation of opening the mirror at all, and the command is directed at the target in your mind. Energy beam cannon. Malong No. 1 immediately raised his arm, spread his fingers, and aimed his palm at Hawkins. Moment. Hawkins' entire body burst into hair, and an extremely dangerous intuition instantly enveloped him. Like a shadow of fear facing death shrouded him. Between lightning and flint. A dazzling blue laser shot out from the palm of Malong No. 1, causing his complexion to change greatly. It was a terrifying laser cannon as thick as a bucket. The speed was so fast that he had no time to react. The dazzling blue laser cannon pierced through his chest, and then a deafening bang sounded. Exploded. The street behind Hawkins was instantly filled with rubble, a lot of smoke and dust filled the air, and the explosion range formed a circular area of tens of meters. The buildings with 2 or 3 floors were all annihilated. Destruction turned everything into dust. Terrible. Drake was dumbfounded, and his back was dripping with cold sweat, because the laser just passed through 2 or 3 meters away from him. That moment. He was cold all over. Section 99 _ I felt death pass me by. Hi. Yurki sucked in a breath of cold air, with a bitter expression on his face. What a powerful laser. Is this a secret weapon developed by the Navy? Dejected, he murmured with extreme unwillingness, could it be? Is the journey going to end here again? However, Hawkins' body began to recover, and at the same time, a slit opened in his body, and a scarecrow doll fell out of it. It fell to the ground with a clatter. At the same time, a pirate who was escaping in the direction of the pirate ship was horrified to find that his chest had disappeared, and his lower body was still in a running posture. Screaming and thumping, he fell to the ground. Caused a panic. View back. Hawkins' face was extremely gloomy, and he said heavily towards Drake and Yerke, "Drake and Yerke shot together, otherwise we will be here today." Talking room. Hawkins' stature began to change, and in an instant he turned into a scarecrow and turned into a huge monster. He held sharp 5-inch spikes in both hands. Tear. There was a sound of cloth tearing, and the front of Drake's head turned into the shape of a dinosaur, and the ferocious mouth was full of sharp teeth. That is the natural means of carnivorous creatures to hunt food and tear the flesh of the prey. At the same time, his legs and bodies were transformed into the shape of dinosaurs. It is the dragon fruit, ancient species, and Allosaurus form. Yerke had to be relatively straightforward, throwing away half of the weapon in his hand, twisting his neck to make a crackling sound, and clenching his fists. The muscles of the arms, which were comparable to elephant legs, swelled. No offensive signal. But the three of them attacked in unison. "Doctor, let me protect you." Zontaomaru's brows were filled with anger, and he immediately held the huge double-edged battle axe on his shoulders directly in front of him. "Protect me. Hill can't do it." He finally got a chance to fight, but he's still not satisfied. How could he let Zontaomaru destroy his good deeds? Immediately blocked in front of Zontaomaru, the giant mecha of 10 meters directly made Zontaomaru unable to see the situation in front of him. He opened his mouth and said, "No, leave these guys to me. Remember to handcuff these guys later." How powerful is Malong number 1 with A+15 enhancement? He didn't know. But it is definitely several times more powerful than the so-called pacifists. In the face of 3 supernovas, with a reward of hundreds of millions, he was not panic at all. Next moment, the dinosaur incarnated by Drake opened its bloody mouth, revealing teeth that were comparable to sharp weapons, and bit on the armor of Malong number 1's left arm. The bite force of a dinosaur is absolutely strong enough to shred steel. Besides, this is the world of One Piece. The huge dinosaur beast in front of him is not just a dinosaur. Bang katakana middle dot. Bang katakana middle dot. When Drake bit the arm of Malong number 1, something tragic happened. His upper and lower rows of sharp teeth suddenly broke apart one by one, the teeth collapsed, and the scene was that dozens of half-teeth flew in the air. And Drake's whole dragon's eyes were full of shock. And pain. Broken tooth. However, the next moment, Hawkins followed in his footsteps, and the 5-inch spikes in his hands pierced the armor of Malong number 1's chest. Bang 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 bang. The 5-inch long nail suddenly broke. And Yerke punched the abdomen of Malong number 1, making a dull loud bang. Like water off a duck's back. What kind of monster is this? Drake let go of his mouth immediately, stepped back, and stepped on the hard stone floor with huge footprints. There was a look of horror on his face. The teeth of dinosaurs are so hard that even ordinary swords can cut through them, and he can shred thick steel plates with his teeth. Now bite down on this weird glowing robot. Not only did the other party have no tooth marks, he even broke his own teeth. What the hell is this? Chapter 109_very hard, I like it. Drake's worldview collapsed. You say it's a robot. Killing him, can't believe this thing is a robot. Aside. Hawkins stared dumbfounded at the broken weapon in his hand. How can this thing be so hard? What the hell does a robot do? He was a little bewildered. His own attack has always been invincible, and now. Hawkins finally understood why the divination turned out to be a 100% mortality rate. They couldn't shake the machine monster in front of them at all. Even Zontalmaru was stunned, his face full of shock beyond words. Dr. S. Malong number 1, the defense is very strong. No, I am the man who claims to be the strongest defense in the world, how can I be attacked by a mecha beyond? At the same time as his heart was beaten, he also strengthened an idea of his. That is, after going back this time, be sure to try to see if you can strengthen your bones. And Hill, who was controlling Malong number 1, was very cool and grinned, ha ha ha. Strengthening 15 is just a slap. It seems that it is still overkill to deal with these supernovas. The teeth are broken, very hard, I like it very much. And the power of the energy beam cannon is really good. Just the small energy laser cannon in the arm is so powerful. If Hawkins hadn't had a substitute, he would have been killed with one shot. If a more powerful energy laser cannon is used, how powerful will it be? Hill was full of joy. Then he controlled Malong number 1 and laughed, gee ha ha ha. You guys did it just now it's my turn. The laughter of the mechatronic sound instantly made Hawkins, Drake, and Yerky get goosebumps all over their bodies. Chillingly cold. Next second, they saw the strangely glowing eyes of the robot burst into an amazing light, dazzling. Electric eyes are compelling. In an instant, from the left and right eyes of Malong number 1, a laser was shot, sparks with lightning. The galloping speed. Puff. It penetrated Drake's body in an instant, like a lightsaber inserted from the chest and the tip of the sword emerged from the back. Section 100_. Not only that. The laser was shot directly on the ground. There was no expected explosion. Instead, it shot the earth directly out of a pothole the size of a bowl, which was bottomless and pitch black. What everyone present didn't know was that this laser pierced through the entire Chambered Islands in an instant and shot into the sea under the Chambered Islands. Terrifying enough to shoot through the Chambered Islands. How many men envy the power? Ah! Drake let out a tragic cry. Puff! Drake fell to the ground without a drop of blood on his chest. The high temperature and speed of the laser instantly evaporated the blood from his wound. The wound was scorched even more. The body shrank rapidly and turned back into a human shape, his face was pale, and his facial features were twisted together in pain. Hill said directly to Zontalmaru, who was beside him, Zontalmaru, handcuff this guy and take it back. What is the crime for the judicial department to try for him? Malong number 1 looked at Hawkins, no matter how many substitutes you have, if you can run, the monk can't run away from the temple. Although he didn't understand the meaning of the second half of the robot's words, Hawkins instinctively felt that something was wrong, and he immediately turned around and prepared to escape. But the next moment, 2 lasers shot through his body. The huge scarecrow incarnated by Hawkins took a step, and the entire huge body fell to the ground with a bang, and then more lasers shot on him. Puff puff. The body shrinks rapidly. Yerky's face turned pale with fright, and he immediately shouted, "Stop shooting! Stop shooting, you guys just grab me back." He raised his hands high, as if he had surrendered. Resist. Magician Hawkins with a bounty of 249 million and X-Drake with a bounty of 222 million were ravaged and unable to resist. The 3 of them attacked the robot without even leaving a trace. How does this play? Zontalmaru immediately commanded the soldiers behind him, all handcuffed. The Navy soldiers behind them looked at the scene in front of them with awe. They looked at the glowing Malong number 1 with awe. The powerful pirate supernova was solved by the Malong mecha underestimated. It's amazing. They also obeyed Zontalmaru's order and immediately chained the 3 of them. Report, Hawkins is dead. If you die, bring it back to me. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. Hill glanced at Hawkins, without any pity. He would die if he died. Anyway, he didn't know how many substitute scarecrows the other party had. Unexpectedly, he was directly killed by his electric eye. Subsequently, He turned on the arrogance of seeing and hearing again, and controlled Malong number 1 to turn his head to look at a building on the right at 2 o'clock. And at the top of the building, Supernova Apu was shivering and sweating coldly, leaning against the stone wall. I kept praying in my heart, don't be discovered, don't be discovered, where is this monster from the Nima Navy? Is this so scary before it reaches the new world? It's so scary, a robot that can't even bite Drake's dinosaurs, what a pervert. The pretense that I originally expected in my heart has long been forgotten. Originally, he also wanted to teach this group of navies a lesson, take the opportunity to increase his bounty, and get more reputation. Now, I almost didn't pee my pants. The trembling body is like a swing. The next moment, in an instant, he felt that his body was hollowed out. Do not. It was shot through, and a certain part of the body disappeared without a trace in an instant. Turned into powder. Can't make up for it. Ah. Apple suddenly let out a heart-piercing, unbearable cry. The sound was shrill and very harsh. Then, he was also arrested. Those eyes full of resentment, hatred and other complex emotions looked at the shining robot. The naval soldier on the side cast a pitiful look at Apu. Hill chose to ignore Apu's gaze that he wanted to stab him with 1,000 cuts. Who made him tremble? As a result, accidentally. Can't be a man anymore. Tintin is gone. Hill manipulated Malong number 1 to watch the dead Hawkins. This was his first murder, and he was already mentally prepared in his heart. There were no bloody, terrifying wounds. Although there are some small shocks in my heart, the impact is not very big. Some people gain power and choose evil, and some people gain power and choose to punish evil and eliminate evil. Hill himself has no ambitions and has no worries about food and clothing, so he chose justice. Maybe these pirates have a tragic life experience that he doesn't know, but it can't be the reason for them to be pirates and do bad things. If a person commits a crime for money, that person is guilty. If a person commits a crime for bread, the society is guilty. It is clear that both society and them are guilty. The trial of crimes is not Hill's job, nor does he have such great ambition and ability to heal the entire pirate world. Hill looked back at Zontaomaru and said, let's go, or everyone will run out. Chapter 110 _ its brother, come and kill me. In order to prevent the accident of these pirates being rescued, Hill deliberately asked the pacifist and a group of navy to press them back to the warship. There is also no insurance with Halu's stone handcuffs. These are basically the captains of the pirate group, and there are also many people under them. Hill and Zontaomaru set off with a group of navy soldiers, heading in the direction of his perception. On the way, Zontaomaru praised incessantly, Doctor, you are really too good. This Malong number 1 must have been modified by you, right? It's amazing, you don't know that these pirates are in the Great Waterway, and the Navy has spent a lot of effort to catch them. One big and one small. Just like a father with a child. The big one is Malong number 1, and the small one is Zontaoan. The smaller ones were behind a group of naval soldiers armed with guns and swords. Section 101 _ The other side. Kid, who did not intend to meet the admiral, chose to retreat rationally and decisively, after rushing out of the naval encirclement at the slave auction venue in Area 1. He retreated with his little brothers. But they encounter pacifists, and a group of Marines. The pacifists' eyes swept over Kid and others one by one, and a mechanical voice sounded in his mouth, Kid Pirates Captain Eustace Kid, the reward is 315 million Bailey. Kira, a bounty of 162 million Baileys. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. Information, materials, etc. are all checked and accurate on the electronic screen in the eyes of the pacifists. Shibukai, Bartholomew Bear. Kid stopped, and the younger brothers behind him also stopped. With a gloomy face, he gritted his teeth and said angrily, has even Chiwahai become a lackey of the Navy? Kid, let me try the power of Shichibukai. Kira pulled out the weapon pin to his lower waist, which was a pair of weapons similar to mowing scythes. However, unlike ordinary scythes, the handle is a metal bracer. Known as the Punisher's Scythe. Under the control of Kid, the sickle in his hand turned like the propeller of an airplane. Make a whirring sound. Wearing a helmet, he suddenly shot out. Whoosh! How fast! No less than the speed of bullet shooting. But when Kira approached the pacifist, the pupils in his eyes suddenly widened, and a huge slap roared. Snapped. A huge force hit, Kira suddenly vomited blood, and his teeth mixed with blood sprayed in the air. The whole person's body flew out in an instant, and the whole person was embedded in the tree trunk with a bang. Kira, the crew member Hit shouted anxiously, rushing towards the big tree, followed by several younger brothers. Then take the pose of stacking our hits. Hit dragged Kira's feet hard, and after tugging a couple of times, he found that Kira didn't move at all, and was embedded in the tree. Then he gritted his teeth and screamed and pulled Kira out of the tree trunk. Several people in the entire stack of arhats also all collapsed on the grass. Everyone also clearly saw Kira's tragic state. The left half of his face was so high and swollen that it was the size of an ordinary person's head. The skin was blue and purple, and his eyes were deeply sunken. Asshole! Kid roared angrily, and immediately became furious. The devil fruit ability was activated, and the swords, muskets, and some things containing steel in the Navy's hands all flew out. Immediately caused a panic among the Navy soldiers. My knife flew out, it's a devil fruit ability. What should I do? My musket was sucked too. What's the matter? My belt. Hey. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. Not only the weapons and iron products in the hands of the Navy soldiers, but even the weapons and iron products of the members of the Kid Pirates were sucked away by Kid using the magnetic fruit. Those swirling iron products all gathered on his arm. In the blink of an eye, a huge robotic arm was formed. Although those swords, fire guns, and iron products were irregularly arranged, they were still clearly transformed into ordinary human arms, palms and other parts. 5 fingers clenched fist. With a punch, the giant steel mechanical arm slammed towards the pacifist. A pacifist has no so-called expression, he is a machine, and his face is always cold. Then the switch on the mouth slides down. A dazzling light bloomed in the mouth, yellow with red. Accompanied by the sound of a mechanical countdown of drops. The laser shot out of the pacifist's mouth and hit Kid's arm. Bang! The orange glow of the laser blast forms a huge sphere, which is the spread of the blast area. And in the air, there were all kinds of iron shards smashing and flying everywhere. Kid vomited blood, flew out, and fell to the ground, cough. The shock wave generated by the explosion made his internal organs feel uncomfortable as if they were overturned, and red blood spurted out of his mouth again, splashing on the green grass. The scarlet blood dripped on the green grass, which was shocking. Captain Kid. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. A group of younger brothers swarmed over in panic, looking at Kid worriedly. The stubborn Kid didn't need anyone to help him. He stood up from the ground again, his eyes locked on the pacifist, with anger, and he gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Is this the strength of Shichibuhai Bartholomew Bear?" But the Bartholomew Bear in his mouth didn't give him a chance to breathe at all. Because it's just a robot. A pacifist, with a +1-2 boost to awareness. Ordinary pacifists will take a lot of work to defeat Supernova, not to mention that they are now facing a pacifist with a strengthening +1-2. Although it is not comparable to the real Shichibukai, it also has its advantages. PX3 raised his palm and shot a laser from his palm, instantly piercing a pirate's chest, and the pirate fell to the ground with a thud. Immediately aroused the anger of the pirates, one by one picked up the weapons on the ground and rushed towards the pacifists. Brothers, hack him. There are so many of us, he can't hide them all. One person, one knife, I don't believe that this guy can't be hacked to death. There are dozens of us, one knife per person, even the Iron Man will be hacked to death. Brothers, work harder and cut a few more knives in one position. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. Then they sadly found out. Clang. 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 Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Sparks are flying, and the scene is an exaggeration. The blade of the pacifist was cut, and the blade was rolled. There are also some pirates in the hands of the knife was broken out of the gap. There are also pirates who do not believe in evil and continue to slash with the knife in their hands, but the knife breaks. Chi-Chi was dumbfounded. Dozens of brothers of mine cut hundreds of knives. This guy ripped his pants on his leg. And after the trousers were torn, they saw silver gleaming metal. Fuck, this guy is a robot. Chapter 111 _ It's really an old ape. Woohoo. The howling wind came. Section 102 _ It was the strong wind carried by the pacifist palms. With a slap, the pirates who were photographed suddenly turned their backs, and a dozen pirates vomited blood and flew out. See this scene. Kid is not angry but happy, grinning. Is it a robot? I am a magnetic fruit ability person. Even if it is Chihuahua, it is transformed into a robot, and it is doomed to fail when it encounters me. Magnetic activation. This time, Kid put the main force of the magnetic force on the pacifist, instead of absorbing metal objects in all directions as before. What he did was not just magnetically pulling the metal objects on the pacifist, but also magnetically interfering with the mechanical parts inside the pacifist. Unfortunately, what he encounters is a 12 enhanced pacifist, a sentient robot. After sensing Kid's danger, he fired a laser from his hand. Become a Splatoon warrior at the same time. A yellow and colored laser energy cannon spewed out of his mouth. Call out. Bang. The terrifying power. Kid's magnetic absorption of metal objects' defense is not enough, and he was seriously injured again in an instant. And the pacifists give no chance at all. The laser in the hand directly turns on the burst mode, and the super god killing is completed in an instant. Kid also followed in the footsteps of Drake, Apu and others, and fainted to the ground. The rest of the Kid pirates are not enough. Dead dead, caught caught caught. The other side. Hill and Zontaomaru, who were looking for the Straw Hats group, stopped. Because they met someone. Zontaomaru stretched out his hand with joy on his face and shouted, "Old man. Grandpa." Very happy to reach out and shake. Kizaru put his hands in his trouser pockets, walked over leisurely, pouted and said in surprise, "Malong number 1. Will it still glow?" Zontaomaru, isn't Hill controlling the Malong number 1? He walked slowly to the front of Hill and Zontaomaru, with a bit of surprise on his face. He was no stranger to mobile armor, and each Malong mecha had a number on it. It can be seen at a glance that this is Malong number 1. What surprised him was, how could Malong number 1 glow? Could it be? Kizaru's face was instantly moved, and he thought of the effect that the strengthening stone would have when it was strengthened by 12, and this kind of light. Either 14 or 15. General Kazuna, it's me. I came out this time to get some air and accompany Taomaru to catch a few pirates. Hill responded, but he was suddenly shocked. Naturally, he heard the inner thoughts of Kizaru. It's troublesome now, the old man has to find a way to delay it for a while. This is not right. Something happened. Fortunately, the person is inside Malong number 1, otherwise the wonderful expression on Hill's face at this moment will definitely be discovered by everyone. Shit. Admiral Porosalino is really playing ape. What exactly does he think? Hill continued to listen to Kizaru's inner thoughts, but there was not much useful information. In this way, Hill had already labeled Kizaru, undercover, in his heart. When he was in the Chambord Islands, Admiral Kizaru paddled a little too far. It was just outrageous. He opened the door to outrageous home. Gotta watch out for this guy, and he asked me for tea. Definitely don't go. No matter what tea. Hill controlled Malong number 1 and turned his head to Zon Taumaru and said, let's move on, it's not too far from the pirates. Yeah, Zon Taumaru nodded and shouted at the soldiers, hurry up. Malong number 1 walked forward first. Kizaru's face sank, and he was thinking about how to delay time. However, all his thoughts were clearly heard by Hill. Now they have reached the 13th area. And Hill's natural arrogance and domineering sense of a person's existence. That is Hades Rayleigh. Oops. Hill cursed inwardly, and then heard a loud bang. And the voice of Admiral Kizaru, I saw the pirates just now and solved it easily. After he finished speaking, he put down his hand and acted as if he had solved a small matter without caring. This acting. All but Hill believed. Zon Taumaru turned around, pointed to several Navy soldiers and ordered, you and a few of you, go and see, if you don't die, make up for it. If you die, check your identity. Yes. Quote katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot quote. Several soldiers immediately trotted towards the explosion area caused by the laser of Admiral Kayabashi. But they didn't wait for them to get close. A white-haired old man with glasses appeared in the smoke. It was Silbas Rayleigh, known as the King of Hades. In Malong number 1, Hill's expression was complicated, and General Kizaru's shot was good, and it was directly located in a building next to Shachi's extortion bar. It was directly bombed into slag. You said you cannot disturb the Hades Rayleigh. Great ape. Before he could meet the Straw Hats and his gang, Kizaru straightened out Hades Rayleigh, and the key was that there was an unknown Shachi. Rayleigh's eyes were instantly attracted by the huge robot that radiated blue light, and a curious color flashed in his sharp eyes. Is it a new weapon for the Navy? It looks a little out of the ordinary. He stood alone on the street, with a calm demeanor, calmly facing the Navy. And Shachi, leaning on the door of the store, held a lady's cigarette in her hand. It's really troublesome, a group of new pirates will cause trouble. It seems that this store has to change its location. For them, it seems that the existence of the Navy is not dangerous at all, just a little troublesome and annoying. Pluto. Rayleigh. Kizaru pretended to have a deep and dignified look, and directly revealed the identity of the old man with white hair and slippers. Then he pouted. It's really scary. I didn't expect that the right hand of the legendary Roger Pirates is still hidden on the island of Chambord. Have to. The superb acting skills of Kizaru made Hill more and more frightened to watch. You are so obviously intentional. Not only to divert attention. And let Rayleigh stop the Navy. If I hadn't heard the voice of your old fellow, I might have been deceived by Kizaru. And with the identity of Hades Rayleigh came out. Sure enough, it caused a panic among the Navy soldiers present. Section 103_. One by one looked terrified, and cold sweat unconsciously overflowed on his face. Hey, Masaka, that person, Silbas Rayleigh, the king of the underworld. It's him, the legendary big pirate. Why is it in Chambord? This man. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. The formation of the soldiers was chaotic, and even Zon Taumaru took down the huge double-edged battle axe that was originally carried on his shoulders. Body tense, tightly in hand. The expression on his face was extremely heavy. Sudden. A mechanical and electronic sound rang out. Get out of the way, I'm going to start pretending. Chapter-101-150 You have the right to remain silent. All of a sudden. Everyone's eyes turned to Malong number 1 inch. The expressions on each face were full of shock. Hundreds of pairs of eyes were glowing with blue light, which was the light emitted by Malong number 1. I saw Malong number 1 stepping forward, and every step made a loud noise, shaking everyone's heart. Dr. Zontaomaru said these 2 words in a daze. It was the legendary great pirate, the great pirate named by the world after the ancient weapon named Pluto, Rayleigh. Immediately, he strode in front of Malong No. 1 and stopped him. Doctor, you can't mess around, the other party is Hades Rayleigh. At this time, Kizaru remained silent, watching the play on the side. As for Hill's safety, he was naturally sure, as long as it was time to delay. Zontaowen blocked the road, causing Malong No. 1 to stop. Looking down at the 3-meter-high Zondaowan, Hill said, "Get out of the way, let me try Malong No. 1. Quote. The Malong No. 1 mecha, which was not strengthened at the beginning, can be supported slightly under the attack of the beast Kaido. Now this one is Malong No. 1 with +1/5 strengthening. If that's the case, Hill will not face the famous Pluto Rayleigh, but Malong No. 1 still has the existence of Pig Spell and Horse Spell. It was also a guarantee that he felt safe. Zontaowen did not care about it, and stood firmly in front of Malong No. 1, and said with a firm expression, "You are a genius scientist in the Naval Science Unit, so you can't have any accidents." At once, everyone was silent. This guy exposed Hill's identity with his mouth again. Rayleigh across the street looked at the luminous robot in surprise. Genius scientist. Luminous robot, strengthening stone auction. As if thinking of something, Rayleigh's face was moved, and a look of shock appeared on his calm face. Could it be that this guy invented it? The auction some time ago can be said to be a riot in the whole sea. The news spread all over the world. Regarding the auction, the newspapers were flying all over the sky, and the artificial devil fruit with the enhancement of 12 once made the sea boil. This robot won't. Isn't it strengthened? Rayleigh's face tightened and he took it seriously. According to reports, the strengthening stone can make anything stronger. Even the artificial devil fruit can be strengthened to the point of possessing a powerful corrosive dragon, comparable to the ancient devil fruit. This robot. Shachi left the door frame, facing the glowing Malong No. 1, frowning slightly, and whispering to herself, "The Navy has always come up with some new things recently, and the sea is not calm. Interesting guy, he's not afraid to face Rayleigh. I'm afraid this glowing robot won't be simple, she has curiosity in her eyes." Hill controlled Malong No. 1, and looked at Zontaomaru speechless. Isn't this guy sending an assist to Kizaru? Could it be? That's why Zondaomaru is so popular with Kizaru. Zontaomaru, get out of the way. Don't worry, General Kizaru is watching. Nothing will happen, just let me try the power of Malong No. 1. Hill said. When Zontaomaru really turned his head to look at Kizaru, Hill controlled Malong No. 1 to make a leap, jumping out to a height of more than 10 meters. He rushed towards the legendary Hades Rayleigh. Malong No. 1 clenched his fingers tightly. One punch hits the sound of sonic boom. Rayleigh's eyes narrowed, and he drew out his long sword and raised it to block. Bang! The huge force struck, which shocked Rayleigh's heart, and the whole person was pushed a few meters away by Malong No. 1's fist. At the moment when he was shocked by the powerful power of Malong No. 1 in his heart, Malong No. 1's head and eyes burst out with lasers. The astonishing light and the terrifying power made Rayleigh's heart stunned, and he jumped back and avoided the laser. As usual, the laser shot out 2 bowl-sized black holes on the ground. Rayleigh's cheeks were quietly dripping with cold sweat. What a terrible laser. Such power is terrible. The legs are slightly bent, and they can dodge an attack at any time. In Malong No. 1, Hill was not happy because of it. That guy Rayleigh has the skills to arm the tyrannical Sakura, so he can't let him attack me in the mecha through Malong No. 1. Quote. Just in time to try Thor's hammer. Speaking of which, he summoned the Hammer of Thor from the space ring and appeared in the hands of Malong No. 1. The equally luminous Thor's hammer instantly attracted everyone's attention. What is even more heart-pounding is that on the surface of Thor's hammer, there are blue lightnings beating, like electric snakes swimming. Make a sizzling sound. Chilling. What is that hammer? The old man's intuition feels so dangerous, so scary. Kizaru's face showed a look of fear and fear. Light and lightning. No matter how you look at it, it's not easy to mess with. His eyes under the sunglasses took a deep look at Malong number 1, and he planned to ask this guy after Hill came out of Malong number 1. What the hell is this hammer? And Zon Taomaru couldn't believe his eyes. The legendary pirate Pluto Rayleigh was suppressed, and the doctor even took out another magical hammer that glowed with lightning. If this is hit by this hammer, shouldn't it have been smashed into meat mud? The 10-meter huge Malong number 1, coupled with the huge and heavy hammer, is full of violence. Zon Taomaru couldn't help but exclaimed, Doctor's Malong number 1 combat power is too strong, my god. At the same time, he gritted his teeth and resolutely encouraged himself. We must speed up the progress of weight loss, so that we can control the Ink Dragon mecha as soon as possible. At that time, I will be able to deal with Hades Rayleigh too. A fascinated confidence flashed in his eyes. Pluto Rayleigh, in the name of the Navy, I have officially issued an ultimatum to you. Do you choose to surrender, or choose to resist stubbornly? You have the right to remain silent, but I take it that you resist arrest by default, and that's one more crime. Malong number 1 sounded a cold electromechanical sound. The legendary great pirate Pluto Rayleigh is not a good bird either. Helping the pirates escape is to help criminals, which is legally equivalent to an accomplice. Not only that, but in the original book, Luffy was brought back to the Navy headquarters to make a fuss about the Navy headquarters. This kind of guy with weak legal awareness in his own way must use the law to bind everyone. The strong must also abide by morals and laws. Just gotta hit it hard. Hill in the Malong number 1 mecha was a little excited. After all, this is the legendary Roger Pirates Deputy Captain Silbus Riley. Section 104_. The key is the fight just now. Gave him a lot of confidence. Now that Thor's hammer is in hand, he is more confident. Chapter 113_. The Straw Hats appear. Hearing the sound of the robot, Rayleigh twitched the corners of his mouth. How could a pirate who pursues freedom be captured by the Navy? He clenched the long sword in his hand and smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. Interesting robot, but I'm at this age, and I don't want to stay in prison. Life without wine is worse than killing me. Although I was a little afraid of the weird robot in front of me, plus the weird hammer with electricity appeared. But he wasn't going to get caught. You mean resisting arrest? Very good, then try the power of Thor's hammer. Malong number 1 made an electromechanical sound with excitement in his voice. Hill did not think that Rayleigh would surrender automatically, which was not at all realistic. Now that Rayleigh refused, he could just try to fight with the legendary Hades Silbus Rayleigh with Malong 1, so as to try the power of these 15 enhancing items. Malong number 1 opened its wings, and blue flames spewed from the wings. Just like the roar of the engine, but the sound of Malong number 1 is not deafening, but the speed is quite fast. An accelerated sprint appeared in front of Rayleigh. The electric light flickered on Thor's hammer in his hand, and strips of blue thunder and lightning were like dazzling lights in the dark night. Thor's hammer, smash. In a violent and savage way, Hill controlled Malong number 1 and smashed it down on Rayleigh's head. The wind howls. Where is the fancy name of the move? He doesn't have time to think about it so much. Direct, violent. The loud call of the move is not as good as a flat A. Use a tick. Rayleigh's face sank, and he immediately chose to retreat, kicked his feet, and retreated a few meters back with a graceful figure. I really don't know where the terrifying power of this robot came from. In the previous fight, he found that he was not the opponent of Malong number 1 in terms of pure strength, and now the opponent still has a huge electric hammer in his hand. He did not choose to fight recklessly. In fact, this is also the right choice. Boom. The deafening sound exploded in everyone's ears in an instant. The eardrums hummed and trembled, and the brain was shocked by the loud noise. The ground beneath his feet trembled suddenly. The clear and strong feeling caused many Navy soldiers present to shake their bodies, as if a major earthquake had occurred. Smoke is everywhere. The spreading smoke covered Malong No. 1's waist and abdomen, and Hill sensed that his blow did not hit Rayleigh. Immediately control Malong No. 1 and smash it with a hammer. I'm smashing. I'm smashing. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. The rumbling sound like thunder continued. At this moment, Malong No. 1 is completely like a game of whack-a-mole, holding a hammer and heading towards Rayleigh hammer. Zon Talmaru was stunned. Doctor. This is too fierce, isn't it? Not even the legendary Hades Rayleigh dared to fight back. It suddenly made him fascinated, imagining that he was the huge mecha Malong No. 1, and the underwhelming Pluto Rayleigh couldn't fight back. Every Navy dreams of being able to do something like this. He is no exception. Huang Yuan stretched out his hand and rubbed his cheeks full of stubble, pouted and said, "What a terrible Malong No. 1, how did this guy Hill come up with such a terrible mecha? Look at the old man's heart, panic. It combines speed, strength, defense, and the ability to fly. It's just perfect. One word: cruel." And Rayleigh, who is in the center of the attack, is very heavy. Can the huge thunder and lightning hammer be received? Knowing the domineering and superb attainment, he naturally felt the horror of the mecha. Can receive. But not more. The pain in my heart can't be expressed, it's all buried in my heart. This machine is really perverted. I'm afraid only Kaido, Big Mom, and Barrett guys can compete head-on with the robot in front of you. If it's just like this, it's not a big deal. The scary thing is that the other party doesn't know what's going on, and he is in a mess. This is domineering. I am afraid that few people in this world can achieve such attainments. A variety of factors caused Pluto Rayleigh to be crushed and beaten. Let Rayleigh feel extremely embarrassed. I can really hide. Malong No. 1 also felt that Rayleigh was like a slippery loach. Always be able to dodge his own hammer. Okay. Hill was ruthless in his heart and was ready to exert his strength again. But, at this moment, an exclamation sounded, making Hill's heart shake. Squawy, so amazing. A group of people appeared on the street, and one of them was as thin as a bamboo pole, with a straw hat on top of his head. His eyes were shining, and he exclaimed, "What a handsome robot." And beside him, Chopper, Usopp, and Frankie all had their eyes flashing with square-shaped golden light, and their eyes were shining with gold stars, and they all shouted excitedly, "So handsome." Compared with these funny comparisons, Robin, Zoro, and the others appear to be much calmer, and it can even be said that their faces are dignified. The pupils in Robin's eyes shrank suddenly, with a color of fear, and the pretty face instantly turned pale. Admiral Kazuna. Having experienced the crushing strength of Admiral Aokiji, they naturally know what kind of terrifying strength the Admiral possesses. Admiral, why didn't he make a move? Sanji held the cigarette in his mouth with his index finger and middle finger, his trademark curled eyebrows slightly wrinkled. At the same time, they looked at the robot. The smoke and dust filled the rumbling sound, and they couldn't see Rayleigh's figure at all. They didn't know that the enemy that Malong No. 1 fought was the legendary Hades Rayleigh. The first time he noticed the appearance of the Straw Hat Pirates. Hill controlled the Zong Malong No. 1 and made an aggravated voice. "General Pulsolino, they are the biggest culprits who caused the chaos in the Chambord, quickly grab them." He not only wanted to roast Kaiabu on the fire, but also reminded Zontalmaru and the other Navy soldiers. Don't let the Straw Hat Pirates go. The next step is to fight against the top, if you let the Straw Hat enter the advanced city. Is that worth it? The number of prisoners advancing from the first floor to the 6th floor of the city is countless, and the further down the city, the more vicious the criminals are. There are countless powerful pirates in the 6th floor, and many of them appear in the anime, such as the crew of Blackbeard, Shiryu of the Rain, Douglas Barrett, Red Earl, Shichibukai. Which one has no impressive record? Barrett turned the whole sea upside down after Roger's death. The Red Count even defeated the existence of the former Admiral Cyborg Sora. In order to catch these guys, the Navy did not know how many sailors were sacrificed. Hill was determined not to allow such a thing to happen. There is no other purpose. The picture is a peace of mind. Section 105 Chapter 114 Armored Domineering Tips. Really, let the old man take action. Kizaru still stood up. After all, if the Straw Hat Pirates were handed over to Hill, I'm afraid it's really a puddle of meat slag. So this task. He grabbed before Zontalmaru and took over. He walked slowly to the front of the Straw Hat Pirates, making everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates nervous. And all this can't escape Hill's perception of, innately seen and domineering. Hill in Malong No. 1 frowned. No, if Bartholomew Bear shows up later, wouldn't that be able to save the Straw Hats and his gang? Then what am I doing here? He felt that this was inappropriate, and immediately said to Zontalmaru, Zontalmaru, you can't let the old man deal with the pirates alone at such an old age. You go with the sailors. Okay. Zontalmaru looked excited, carrying the axe and walked towards the Straw Hat Pirates. A pair of copper bells looked at the Straw Hat Pirates with big eyes. Seeing this scene, the corner of Huang Yuan's mouth showed a bitter smile. And Hill's decision is more than that. Although Zontalmaru has been training recently and his strength has increased, it still cannot change the fact that he is a color pen. The kind whose mouth is stronger than strength. Exclusive title, King of the Strong Mouth. So Hill also ordered the soldiers to use the phone bug to contact other soldiers, and dispatched pacifists to come to support. Hill wanted to capture the Straw Hat Pirates. Although Garp was there, he probably wouldn't die, but at least he couldn't let the advance city happen. What crocodile, Mr. 1, Bucky the Clown want to whitewash? There are no doors. Barrett, Red Earl, Shilyu of the Rain, Bundy Ward, etc., don't even think about it. Since Hill has the ability to prevent all this from happening, he will naturally choose to prevent it. Certainly. If his life was in danger, he would still give up. The smoke dissipated. Rayleigh's figure also appeared in everyone's sight. His breathing was a little short, sweat dripping from his forehead, monster-like robot. Didn't the Navy just invent the magical thing called strengthening stone? And such a powerful robot in front of you. There is no complete piece of land under his feet, all are pits that have sunk down, and even the houses on both sides of the road have collapsed. Forms a basin-like pit. And Rayleigh was standing in the pit. He didn't know or knew who was in control of the mecha, but the other party's domineering was so powerful that he, who was known as Hades, was amazed. As a result, Hill's dozens or hundreds of hammers just now were like a hurricane, leaving him with no room or chance to breathe at all. Let's get rid of Rayleigh quickly. Molong 1 stared at Rayleigh, and Hill felt that it was necessary for the old man to exercise his muscles. He even decided in his heart, if Bartholomew Shang dares to appear, let him abolish him first. After making up his mind, Hill attacked Rayleigh again. Hit with a hammer. Lightning flashed on Thor's hammer, accompanied by the whistling of the wind. Again, Rayleigh's mouth twitched, and he was ready to dodge. Suddenly, he felt a palpitation in his heart, and the armor on the chest of the robot in front of him shrank, and a gun barrel emerged. The thunder hammer hits first. Due to the changes in the robot, his thinking was pulled and he did not dodge in time. Had to face the hammer of Malong No. 1. The long sword in Rayleigh's hand is covered with a layer of invisible domineering, armed skills. Well known. Armament color domineering is generally divided into outward, entanglement, and hardening, while flower sakura is rarely known because of Wano's closed-door policy. Yes, except for Wano country, few people will use the flower sakura technique. And the domineering of the armed color is released, which is to gather the domineering of the armed color on the hand or the weapon and release it, and directly turn it into a substantial offensive or defensive power. It can blast off the enemy with a powerful impact, and can also form a protective wall, which can even defend against invisible attacks. As a domineering master of armed sex, Pluto Rayleigh knows that he is facing a robot with terrifying power and the power of thunder and lightning. It is the best choice to choose the domineering, external, skill of armed color. Bang! Before the long sword in Rayleigh's hand touched Thor's hammer, there was a loud crashing sound. The energy is overflowing. A shock wave with extremely strong destructive power spread around, and the buildings next to the two of them were destroyed by the shock wave, and they were cut off by slashing. It began to collapse with a rumble. Is it still possible to release the domineering of the armed color like this? Hill said that he had learned again. In order to prevent the power of Malong No. 1 and Thunderbolt from attacking him through weapons, he chose to release it. As expected of Pluto Rayleigh, there is something. He was also a little happy. He had really learned something from Hades Rayleigh, if he used the skill of hardening his armament color. With this hammer, I am afraid that Rayleigh estimates that it is enough to drink a pot. The 10-meter huge mecha, plus the 1,000-pound Thor's hammer, are all strengthened to level 15. If you really want to connect it, you may be directly blasted out by the terrifying power. But Rayleigh, who blocked the blow, did not relax because he saw an amazing light from the gun barrel on the robot's chest. Call out. The speed of the laser is unparalleled, and the electric light and flint are shot towards Rayleigh. Rayleigh turned his head, handsomely dodging the laser. The laser traveled hundreds of meters at a speed like electric light and flint, and slammed into a big tree, smashing the tree into powder. A terrifying explosion spread. Huge smoke and dust enveloped an area of several hundred meters. Rayleigh's face sank immediately, and his heart was shocked. What a terrible laser! If it is hit, it will be smashed into slag in an instant. There was seriousness on his face. The next moment, the figure flashed, jumped over the huge arm of Malong No. 1, and appeared in front of the chest of the mecha. This time, the long sword in Rayleigh's hand appeared pink like a cherry blossom, and he chose the Ryu Sakura in the domineering armed color. This is a technique that allows the armed color to pass through the surface of the object and directly destroy the interior of the object. His purpose is naturally to control the hill of Malong No. 1. Rayleigh's slightly old face showed a domineering and confident look, and the corner of his mouth raised. Little devil, don't underestimate us old people. As long as Hill is hit, the robot in front of him will naturally be self-defeating. No, you underestimated my Malong No. 1. Hill responded. Chapter 115_Pig Charm. Electric Eye Launch. Malong No. 1's eyes suddenly lit up with dazzling rays of light, instantly shooting out scorching rays. What? Hades Rayleigh's expression changed drastically in an instant. The sudden situation made him can only watch the laser-like ray falling on his long sword. And when his arrogance and the laser shot out of the robot's eyes met, Hades Rayleigh suddenly widened his eyes. His eyes were incredible, his face was full of horror. He exclaimed, "This is impossible." The powerful Liu Ying domineering began to collapse at an unimaginable speed. Destruction. Section 106_. The laser broke through Liu Ying's domineering, and suddenly hit the armed domineering on the long sword. Bang! Rayleigh's figure instantly flew out like a sharp arrow, and blood spurted out of his mouth, PFF'd. Blood spilled into the sky. The pig charm of strengthening 15 has done a good job. Rayleigh. Chachi's complexion changed instantly, and the cigarette in her mouth fell to the ground with her exclamation. Flying to the position where Rayleigh flew out. Hey, I said that you underestimated my Malong No. 1. Are you suffering now? Hill grinned, very satisfied with the combat effectiveness of the Malong No. 1 mecha now. Comparing with the general level, it is definitely not a problem. Hill was overjoyed, and at the same time looked at the battle of Admiral Kizaru, and immediately frowned. Shit, can this guy act a little more fake? He saw the laser light converging between Kizaru's index fingers for about a few seconds, and then shot out with a beep. Great momentum. The loud bang shook everyone's eardrums, and then no one was injured. It probably just flew past the side of the cheek, and it was just a bit of a loss. Not reliable. Zontaomaru is doing his due diligence, but his strength limits his performance. Even if there is a strengthened double-edged battle axe, the effect is not great. When Hilton couldn't stand it anymore, blue flames erupted from the wings behind Malong No. 1. The huge and heavy Malong No. 1 looked like a sturdy bird. A bang landed in front of everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates, and at the same time, he said coldly, "Sorry, I declare that your journey is over." Although this is his childhood memory, he has grown up and is no longer a child who only loves fantasy, but an adult with a moral bottom line. If he is a partner of the Straw Hat Pirates, then no matter who the enemy is, he will kill without mercy. But now they are enemies, without intersection and affection. And Hill, after all, is a human, with a heart made of meat, so he couldn't watch the Straw Hat Pirates' catastrophic disaster, and he couldn't see so many naval families broken. It is impossible to see the tragedy of countless civilian families on the sea. The most precious wealth in a person's life is family, parents, wives, sons and daughters. Hill sighed inwardly, sorry. It seems that he is saying goodbye to his childhood, his youthful years and fantasies. Seeing the appearance of Malong No. 1, Huang Yuan's complexion changed greatly, and he pouted. Speed is power, Straw Hat Boy, have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? Flash kick. At some point, Admiral Kizaru turned into a golden light, completely incomparable to the slow speed before. Just like two different people. Appearing in front of Luffy, he kicked Luffy's waist with a brilliant golden kick. That kind of speed. It was not something that Luffy could react to at all, and was directly kicked by Kizaru and flew hundreds of meters away. Luffy. Luffy. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates shouted with fearful expressions on their faces. Chopper, Robin and several others even flew towards Luffy with worried expressions on their faces. Brook with a long sword appeared in front of Kizaru and said coldly, Sake bottle dance katakana middle dot chain strike. The crutch sword in his hand suddenly stabbed consecutive sword shadows, stabbed towards Kizaru's body, and stabbed dozens or hundreds of swords in the blink of an eye. The cane sword in Brook's hand easily pierced the body of Admiral Kizaru, but no blood splashed out from Kizaru's body. As if stabbed in the air. How is that possible? Obviously pierced his body, but why is it useless? There was a look of horror and disbelief in Brook's empty, dark eyes. Skull stand, it's really scary. A surprised expression appeared on Kizaru's face, allowing Brook to stab his body with his sword. Playing ape, you are enough. Hill yelled in his heart, which was too much. He even kicked Luffy out. Send a God assist. It really fulfilled that sentence. Don't be afraid of godlike opponents, but be afraid of pig-like teammates. This is a truth that has been tested by countless people. If this guy hadn't been a Navy admiral, he would have gone to war soon, and he would have slapped this, playing ape, with a hammer on the head. Hill was also indignant. Kizaru is doing a little bit of work. And the other side. Rayleigh held the sword in one hand and covered his chest with the other, and was helped by Shachi. The blood in his chest was surging, and he couldn't help coughing, cough. Yinhong's blood spurted onto the ground from his mouth, and he said with some emotion, I am really careless. I didn't expect that the robot's eyes could shoot such a powerful attack. Beyond his expectations and perceptions. The power of that laser is amazing. Shachi, who was beside him, glared at him fiercely, and complained a little angrily, you are all old bones, you have to be brave, you are injured now. Then he took out a cigarette case from his body, took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth and said old-fashionedly, I see that you have been immobile for a long time, is it not good enough? Snapped. The lighter caught fire. Shachi lit the cigarette, took a deep breath, and said contemptuously, you're still Hades Rayleigh, and now you've been injured by a little guy with a robot. Hearing Shachi's sarcastic words, Riley's mouth was filled with helplessness. The times are really changing. When I see that hat, I always think of those glorious and wonderful years. With memories in his eyes, he remembered the first time he saw Roger, wearing a straw hat. My name is Roger and our meeting was meant to be, Rayleigh. Then he reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said proudly, the journey of the Straw Hat Pirates cannot end here. I can't just watch Rogers will disappear into this sea. The blood in the old body seemed to start to boil. It was the feeling of blood that had been missing for a long time. Right now. Rayleigh's face suddenly changed, and he clenched the long sword in his hand, just about to start. But he heard what the other party said and relaxed. And this person who appeared, was none other than Shichibukai Bartholomew Bear. Chapter 116 I'm getting serious. I am a cadre of the Revolutionary Army. For some reason, this group was released from here. This is what he said to Hades Rayleigh. Bartholomew Bear holds a book with a blue cover in his left hand. He turned his head to look at the dragon mecha, which was even bigger than his body, and said to himself, maybe this time is a good one. Chance. An opportunity to change the Revolutionary Army. As long as Hill is captured and brought into the Revolutionary Army, with Hill's unparalleled science and technology, the development of the Revolutionary Army will definitely increase tenfold or 100-fold. Then his eyes fell on the Straw Hat Boy Luffy. Before that, the Straw Hat Pirates had to be rescued by flying. And Rayleigh, who was on the side, shot out first, with a somewhat excited smile on the corner of his mouth. Robot Kid, now the battle between you and me has just begun. His eyes were full of domineering and full of interest. The figure galloped through the air. With the long sword in his hand, he slashed towards Malong No. 1 with the armed domineering arrogance that can only be possessed by the top powerhouses. And at the moment when Rayleigh started. Section 107 Bartholomew Bear also moved, but his movements were completely different from Rayleigh's. He seemed to disappear. Appeared in front of Straw Hat Luffy. Straw Hat Luffy's face was extremely serious at this moment, his feet were steady, and his fist was pressed against the ground. Second gear. The rubber on the legs softened instantly, turned red, and white steam came out of his body. But when the Straw Hat Boy turned on the second gear, he heard such a sentence in his ear. Straw Hat Boy, spread oil. The huge shadow brought by Bartholomew Bear's huge body shrouded the Straw Hat Boy, and in his palm was a pink tender and lovely meat pad. He patted the Straw Hat Boy without hesitation. Just at this juncture, a man wearing a purple samurai uniform and a mask appeared in front of the Straw Hat Boy. Pieces of pink cherry blossoms appeared in his hand to block the bear's attack. My master won't allow you to rescue the Straw Hat Boy. A cold voice came from the man's mouth. And the one who blocked Bartholomew Bear. Exactly, Shinban Sakura. Who are you? Bartholomew Bear stared at the man in front of him. And Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy behind Shinban Sakura, looked at Shinban Sakura in surprise and said gratefully, thank you. He thought the man in front of him was there to save him. The next moment, Shinban Sakura waved her arm and turned around instantly, and the pink cherry blossoms formed a slash and slashed towards Luffy. The mutation came unexpectedly. Luffy's head suddenly fell back, and he watched the slash fly over his face. Passing by death, he was instantly dripping with cold sweat, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Why? His brain couldn't be reversed at the moment, and he didn't understand how the person who saved him attacked him immediately. But Bartholomew Bear seemed to understand something, and immediately understood that the strange man in front of him was trying to stop him from saving the Straw Hat Boy. Pressure cannon. The moment he came to enlightenment, his palm was pushed forward, and the air was instantly extremely compressed into a bear paw-shaped transparent luminous body. Tons tilde. Make a strange noise and shoot at Shinban Sakura. When this shock wave appeared behind Shinban Sakura's figure suddenly turned into petals, gorgeous and beautiful. The shock wave of the bear passed through Shinban Sakura and landed on a big tree behind him. The thick trunk was instantly pierced, and a bare paw mark appeared. However, the power of the shock wave left the same mark on several tree trunks one after another. There was a final bang with a violent explosion. Amazing power. The cherry blossoms flying all over the sky gathered into the shape of 1,000 cherry blossoms. He stared at the tall Bashalami bear in front of him. Master's task is to let me stop you from attacking the Straw Hat Pirates. And arrest the Straw Hat Pirates. There is no emotion in the voice, and the cold voice makes people feel a chill and fear. The Straw Hat Boy Luffy, who escaped the catastrophe, suddenly shouted at Shinbin Sakura angrily, "Hey! Why did you still shoot me after saving me?" If he really reacted a little slower just now, he might have separated. Boom! Nami slapped Luffy's head with an angry fist, transformed into a devil and yelled into Luffy's ear, "Idiot, can't you see that guy wants your life?" For a moment, Luffy felt that his brain was very messy. One saves himself first, then kills himself. A person who kills himself first, then attacks to save himself and then kills himself. At %. It made Luffy's head a little hard to wrap his head around. Suddenly, a big axe slashed towards Luffy, and Luffy escaped Zantaomaru's attack in a panic. The giant axe slashed on the ground, and suddenly the gravel splashed. "Straw Hat Boy, don't even try to run away today," Zantaomaru shouted, and he launched an attack on Luffy. On the side of Admiral Kizaru, the 2 and 3 crew members of the Straw Hat Pirates were kicked away in half a day, and they were all thunderous and rainy. And this time, Hill in Malong No. 1 is focusing on fighting Pluto Rayleigh. The long sword in Rayleigh's hand is vertical and horizontal, and the slashes are blocked by Malong No. 1 with Thor's hammer. Hill couldn't help but sighed in his heart. The protagonist is the protagonist, and the helpers are one after the other. He was really drunk. I feel like I'm dealing with several people at the same time. It seems that there are a lot of people on my side, but the result is inseparable. Wait for the pacifists to come, and none of them can run away. Hill could only put his hope on the pacifists. Reinforce 12 pacifists to come. The Straw Hat Pirates will definitely be defeated. Clang! Hill controlled Thor's hammer to fly a fierce slash again, and said a little unhappily, "Rayleigh, do you still want to retire? Get out of the way if you don't want to be targeted by the Navy." Although fighting with Rayleigh can indeed learn a lot of things, such as the use of domineering, some ways to deal with attacks and so on. But now Hill just wants to catch Straw Hat Luffy first. The corner of Rayleigh's mouth was raised, showing domineering. HMPH, how can I watch the dream of these young people running to the sea being stopped? The long sword in his hand ripped apart the air, and a dazzling sword light flew in the air. But his heart was also a little heavy. He could see that the guy who controls the robot in front of him has a weak fighting consciousness, but after fighting with him, he is making continuous progress. Offensive actions have also become concise and sharp, no longer just blind brute force. And the strain has also become a lot calmer. It is a monster with strong talent, and Rayleigh is full of emotion. Dream. Hill dismisses it, and dreams can't be a crime, if everyone ignores laws, rules and morals for their dreams, regardless of the consequences. Then it turned into the deformed world it is now. Once again, use the hammer of Thor to fly the slashing hammer and chop off a big tree with a squeak. Hill's expression became serious. I'm going to be serious. Chapter 117 Tigers don't show their power, they really do. Tigers don't show their power, do you really think you can do it? Hill is ready to get serious, and through the battle with Rayleigh, he has indeed learned a lot. I fought with Zephyr once, and the first few supernovas were not fighting at all, they were crushing. Only this battle with Rayleigh. It was Hill's first real fight. You forced me. Malong No. 1 made a mechanical and electronic sound. As soon as these words came out, Rayleigh instantly had a bad intuition. He frowned slightly, watching the huge robot in front of him make a strange move. With a solemn expression on his face, he murmured, "What the hell is this guy doing?" Suddenly. Section 108 _ Rayleigh's complexion changed greatly, his sharp eyes were full of shock, and he said in surprise, "This guy. Is it possible that he is a natural person with the ability of thundering fruit?" The dark clouds in the sky began to emerge and spread. Between the flashes of the electric light, there was a rumble and trembling voice, which was suppressed to the point of fear and panic. The light disappears. The earth was plunged into darkness, and only when the astonishing electric light flashed, the earth fell into day and suddenly returned to darkness. I am kidding you with the hammer of Thor, enhanced by 15. What about trouble? Boom. A terrifying thunderbolt suddenly slashed down, not towards Rayleigh, but on Thor's hammer. Thor's hammer absorbs the power of lightning. In an instant, it became more dazzling, and the lightning on Thor's hammer was as thick as a python. "Rayleigh, do you know what you're afraid of?" Hill in Malong No. 1 used the domineering look of what he saw, and naturally noticed the change in Rayleigh's expression. In addition, the field of vision of the Malong No. 1 mecha itself is actually far beyond the field of vision of human eyes, and it is transmitted into Hill's brain in the control cabin in real time. And as long as Hill's brain gave instructions, the Malong No. 1 mecha would respond immediately. Surpasses the speed of human reaction. This is a powerful mecha. The control system of Malong No. 1 is connected to the brain nerves, and the Malong No. 1, which is strengthened by 15, has a very fast response speed. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning overflowed from Thor's hammer. The dense thunder and lightning are enough to make the scalp tingle in people with dense phobia. The dark clouds and lightning in the sky instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. One of Kizaru's feet stopped in the air. Do not. To be precise, it stopped less than 5 centimeters from Sanji's face. Kizaru rubbed his chin, a look of shock flashed in his eyes under the sunglasses. "I didn't expect to be able to control the power of lightning, it's really scary." Quote. "This guy, Hill, can't be regarded as a human, a complete monster." Lightning is an extremely terrifying force in nature. The whole world fell into darkness, only Malong 1 and Thor's hammer shone brightly. It's like a god descending. Sanji's cold sweat appeared on his face, and Kizaru's golden feet were on the left side of his cheek. Seeing that Kizaru didn't move, he seemed to be shocked by the battlefield on the other side. He immediately drew back, sweating all over his body, soaking the shirt under his small suit with sweat, sticking it tightly to his body, and spitting out the cigarette that was burnt out of his mouth. Sanji took out a cigarette again, his eyes were unconsciously attracted by the glowing Malong No. 1, and he frowned. "What is that?" "A hammer feels similar to the thunder and lightning of Analu." Recalling the scene on the Sky Island, if it wasn't for Luffy's special devil fruit ability, I'm afraid all of them would have to be wiped out on the Sky Island. The power of that thunder and lightning made him feel fear from the bottom of his heart. Thor, coming. The thick and terrifying thunder and lightning formed an irregular large net on Thor's hammer. Hill controlled the Malong No. 1 hammer to the Hades. "Rayleigh, I'm all old, I don't care for my retirement, I have to intervene. Do you think you are Shanks, and everyone will sell you a face? Today, see if I won't electrocute you to the core." The thunder and lightning swished, and the huge hammer was swung, causing the air to sway with layers of terrifying ripples. Not only that. The mechanical switch on the chest of the Malong No. 1 mecha opened, revealing the dark barrel. Energy beam cannon. At the same time, the eyes burst into an amazing light, and the laser was shot instantly. Laser, electric eye. The third line operation and the attack were launched at the same time. For a MOBA god like Hill, this kind of operation is simply pediatrics. Even in the glory of the king, there are not a few people who can quickly release all skills. Basic fuck. It's a basic operation, don't think about it. This time Hill is really arrogant. The 3 attacks blocked almost all of Rayleigh's dodging routes, and they were going to have a head-to-head showdown with Rayleigh. Rayleigh also felt bad. His face showed unprecedented solemnity. Why are there so many strange attacks? The key is, the attack power of this robot is too strong. The long sword in his hand spewed out domineeringly. Around his body, a violent hurricane suddenly roared and spread in all directions. At this moment, Rayleigh's body exudes a terrifying aura that makes people tremble. It is domineering and domineering. And it is also the most top-notch winding skill of the domineering and domineering. An aura as fierce as the roar of dragons and tigers swept the audience instantly. Affected by this terrifying momentum, the eyes of one and the other navy rolled, and they fell to the ground one after another, losing consciousness. Hum. Accompanied by the sound of sword trembling, a dazzling sword light suddenly burst out from the blade. Instantly become the focus of the world. One sword after another. The dazzling sword light ripped through the air, and it kept getting bigger and bigger as it flew in the air. The first sword. The domineering and ferocious slash collided violently with Thor's hammer. Second sword. It collided with the energy light speed cannon. The third sword. It collided with the laser inspired by the pig charm. Boom. Bang. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Under Thor's hammer, Rayleigh's slash was shattered by a hammer. In an instant, everyone present was stunned. Pluto Rayleigh's slash was shattered. What kind of hammer is this? What robot, how can it have such terrifying power? The right wrist of the legendary One Piece Roger. Can't stop that robot. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. The Straw Hat Pirates, Zon Taomaru, and Shachi looked at the amazingly radiant robot with awe and palpitations. The huge size brings a strong sense of pressure and visual impact. And the hammer with thunder and lightning actually smashed Rayleigh's slash into a pile of fragments. Terrible. The collision of the second sword was completely different from the first sword. Rayleigh's different energies, which are enough to divide the gold and the jade, the sword slashing the mountains, and the energy light speed cannon, fought together anxiously in the air. Two completely different energies burst into an amazing light in midair, like the sun in the sky, illuminating the whole world. However, the most shocking thing is the laser that shoots out of the eyes of Malong number 1. Chapter 118_scatter, Chiban Sakura. The moment when Rayleigh's razor-sharp slash and the laser touched. That slash quickly melted like Haruyuki and disappeared. Section 109_. After the terrifying, Thor's hammer, and laser defeated the slash, they smashed towards Rayleigh unabated. Hi. Seeing this situation, Rayleigh suddenly widened his eyes and took a deep breath. The strength of this robot is really beyond imagination. The moment the figure was blocked by the slash, he retreated. The thunder hammer slammed on the ground with a mighty thunderous force, and the thunder and lightning overflowed, shaking the ground. A terrifying shock wave immediately hit Rayleigh's body. PFF'd. Rayleigh's clothes were rattled by the strong wind, and the bright red blood spurted out of his mouth was mixed with the soaring smoke and dust, and he knocked down a 3-story building with a bang. Rayleigh. With worry in Shachi's eyes, a powerful force suddenly erupted from her body, and it flew towards Rayleigh like an arrow. And everyone was deeply shocked by this scene. Zon Taowen's eyes were full of breathtaking light, full of admiration and awe, as expected of a doctor, the invention of a genius scientist, actually. It actually defeated the legendary pirate. Pluto Rayleigh. Plop plop. His heart was beating rapidly with excitement, and his entire face flushed red. This was a big event that was enough to make the world famous and shock the world. One Piece Gul D. Rogers' vice captain, Hades Rayleigh, was defeated by a robot. His whole body was so excited that his body was shaking. It's definitely something that inspires the entire Navy. Admiral Kizaru's expression was full of shock, and his originally wretched little eyes suddenly stared at the boss. It really shocked the old man for a whole year. This Malong number 1 is much more terrifying than Hades Rayleigh. Shocked. The legendary pirate Pluto Rayleigh, a pirate who is almost as powerful as him, was turned over by a robot. Who is Rayleigh? Even Admiral Kizaru in front of Rayleigh can only be regarded as a junior. When Rayleigh became famous in the sea, Kizaru didn't know where he was. Huang Yuan looked at Malong number 1 inch in horror, and muttered to himself, so this is the real mecha. Rayleigh can't stop it. It's scary. A person with almost no combat experience and skills controlled the Malong number 1 to defeat the legendary Big Pirate. The combat power of this Malong number 1 was simply beyond his imagination. Do not. It is beyond everyone's imagination that a robot can beat Rayleigh, and it doesn't seem to be its limit at all. Scary. This is the only thought in everyone's mind. Shachi quickly landed on the place where she flew out, and effortlessly moved a boulder from the house with one hand. The sound of bang bang continued. She quickly pulled Rayleigh out of the rubble. Shachi took a deep breath of the cigarette on her mouth, with a concerned expression on her face, and shouted anxiously, Rayleigh. How are you? It's all right. Rayleigh just opened his mouth and said 2 words. Blood surged up in his throat, and he couldn't help but spit it out again with a poof. The dark red blood splashed on the gravel, and at this moment, his body was covered with dust and blood stains. Looking very embarrassed. You're still trying to be brave like this. Shachi stretched out her hand to help Rayleigh up and gave him a sideways look. Don't be brave, do you still want to stop the Navy like this? What Rogers will, take care of yourself. Didn't you tell me before that you should stop fighting, attract attention, and live an ordinary life? There was an extremely unhappy tone in her voice, and she didn't want to see Rayleigh hurt again. If I sit and watch in front of that straw hat, I think the captain will blame me, right? Rayleigh smiled. Just this smile made the viscous blood in his mouth drip from the corner of his mouth, pulling out a red bloodline. His eyes passed through Malong number 1 and fell on the straw hat boy. The familiar straw hat seemed to make him see Luffy as Roger. Rayleigh murmured, Roger, Captain. And the other side. The appearance of Sinbon Sakura earlier surprised Bartholomew Shong, but after reacting, he also launched an attack on Sinbon Sakura. After Chinbon Sakura escaped a pressure cannon, Bartholomew Bear launched a more violent attack, crouched up slightly, and pushed forward with both hands, only to see the shadows of his palms. A bear's paw-like transparent handprint flew out. Push the pressure cannon. In the face of the flying pressure cannon, Chinbon Sakura did not panic, not to mention that no one could see the expression on his face under the mask. His figure is agile and elegant, like a petal floating in the air. It seems to move with the wind. Between the tossing and turning, he tried to hide all the pressure cannons. The rumbling sound continued. The seemingly cute, transparent bear paw fingerprint is surprisingly powerful, much stronger than the power of a cannon. Seeing the man in front of him easily dodging his attack, Bartholomew's expression changed slightly. It's very powerful. But why have you never heard of this character? There is a lot of doubt in my heart. This person is not wearing navy clothes, nor is he a famous pirate in the sea. Just as he was in doubt, a cold voice sounded. Let's scatter, Sinbon Sakura. Thousands of cherry blossoms suddenly turned into petals, and they flew towards Bartholomew Bear. Pink petals are flying all over the sky. Underneath the beautiful scene, there is a turbulent murderous intent. Is it the devil fruit ability? Shang whispered to himself, and his figure disappeared in place in an instant. Boo tilde. The air made a sound like bubbles popping. Use the meatball fruit to bounce the air instantly and complete the teleport. When Bartholomew Bear appeared again, he had already appeared behind the cluster of cherry blossoms. Shoot fly. The huge slap patted the petals. Bang. The huge sphere formed by the petals burst open, and the petals slowly fell from the sky. In an instant, Bartholomew Bear was enveloped. Tear. Tear. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Ding. Ding. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. The front was the sound of the petals slicing through the clothes on Bartholomew Bear's body, and the clanging sound behind it was the sound of the petals touching the bear's steel body. Zz. Zz. Golden arcs appeared on Bartholomew Bear's body, as if the mechanical body had been damaged. Air, compression. Chapter 119_terrible guess. Pressure, barrier. The air around Bartholomew Bear was quickly compressed, and the power of the armed color was domineering. Section 110_. In an instant, a sealed protective barrier was formed around his body. The transparent defensive barrier blocked all of Sanbon Sakura's slashes. Ding, 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 katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. The sound is endless. Shang slightly raised his head and stared at the pink cherry blossoms in the sky, and murmured, "It's similar to elementalization, but there are still differences." What is it? The man who suddenly appeared has a strange move, and seems to have the special ability to turn himself into a sky-shattering slash. He stretched out his hands and spread them left and right. Om tilde. The atmosphere trembled. Om tilde. A compressed transparent space clearly appeared in the air. The pink flesh pad of the bear's palm was doing the same movement at a speed that the naked eye couldn't see, making the transparent sphere between his palms bigger and bigger. When the pressure cannon expands to a limit like a balloon, it begins to compress and shrink. In the end, a radiant bear's paw mark exuding a brilliant white was formed. A few words were coldly spit out from his mouth, his palms were pushed forward, and the mark of the bear's paw flew forward. Bear shock. When the impact of the bear emitting a white glow stopped in midair, it suddenly swelled. One after another terrifying shock waves attacked indiscriminately in all directions. Suddenly, criss-crossing cracks appeared in the earth-like fields that had been dry for many years, and countless gravel flew into the air with the shock wave. The walls of the surrounding buildings disintegrated instantly under this terrifying shock wave. Trees are not immune. This guy, such a terrifying power. Sanji looked horrified and kept jumping backwards to avoid being affected by this shock wave. Zoro held Nami in one hand and Chopper in the other, and ran back wildly. The ground behind him shattered, and pieces of head-sized stone separated from the ground. He secretly swore in his heart, "In the future, I will definitely use my own knife to smash such an attack to pieces." The wound under the bandage on his body cracked open again, and blood continued to seep outward, dipping the white bandage on his body into a blood red. It was the wound left on the dread bark. Zoro frowned, beads of sweat the size of beans overflowing on his face, endured the pain caused by the rupture of the wound, and took Nami and Chopper to avoid the bear's attack. While the others also avoided, Robin hid behind the robot Frankie and used the flower fruit to form an arm barrier on Frankie's body. Blocked the impact. And Luffy was not so lucky. He was blown into the air by the shock wave and kept shouting. Even with the rubber body, there are still gravel cuts on his body, and blood seeps out. Everything is like the end of the world. Under the impact of the bear, everything was baptized by the shock wave and shattered. And the cherry blossoms incarnated by Chiban Sakura were also fluttered around by the impact of the bear, and finally condensed into the appearance of Chiban Sakura. It's really powerful, but the master's mission must be completed no matter what. Chiban Sakura exclaimed, and scarlet blood suddenly dripped down under the mask. The blood was swept away by the shock wave and turned into a faint red blood mist that appeared in the air. Chiban Sakura is injured. He also knew his mission. Even if he couldn't defeat Bartholomew Bear, he had to hold him back so that the bear couldn't blow the Straw Hat Pirates away. At the moment when the impact of the bear passed, he's transformed into Zanpakuto's form. Whoosh! Makes the sound of breaking the sky at a very fast speed. Come again. Chiban Sakura launched an attack directly with her sword body. The bear's expression changed slightly. Is it the sword? Or the sword that ate the devil fruit? His response was not slow at all. He stretched out his hand in front of him, and the soft palm bounced off Chiban Sakura. That is one of the abilities of the flesh ball fruit. The flesh pad in his palm can bounce off the attacker's attacks, slashes, blows, and so on. He thought of the science and technology of Vegapunk, and solved the transmission conditions of the devil fruit ability, so that the object has the ability of devil fruit. Could it be? Is it really a sword with devil fruit abilities? And this time, Admiral Kizaru, who was paddling in the water, seemed to understand something when he saw this scene, but a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes under the sunglasses. Masaka, is this a sword that uses the power of the devil fruit, and then strengthened it? As if thinking of this possibility, his face became horrified. I tested it before, and the devil fruit can't be strengthened. Could it be? After combining the devil fruit with the real thing, can it be strengthened? So this sword might not only have devil fruit abilities, but it might even be enhanced. After Kizaru thought of this possibility, waves of turbulent waves hit his heart in an instant. The result of this kind of thinking is really terrible. The sword in front of me is a good example of how it was able to fight Shichibukai Bartholomew Bear in an inseparable battle. He turned his head to look at the glowing Malong No. 1, with a frightened expression on his face, and the corners of his mouth twitched. This thing. Doesn't it hide the power of a devil fruit? It would be terrifying if that were the case. Huang Yuan instantly felt his scalp numb, and he had goosebumps all over his body. He really couldn't imagine how terrible it would be if Malong No. 1 possessed the power of a devil fruit. The current Malong No. 1 easily defeated Pluto Rayleigh. It takes less than half an hour. Even if the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard Newgate, came, he couldn't do such a thing. This Malong No. 1 is really strong. In Malong No. 1, Hill happily muttered to himself, ha ha ha. Rayleigh can't do my Malong No. 1. When the fighting skills and experience go up, Malong No. 1 can be even stronger. When Malong No. 1's energy is used up, I will come out to fight again. Even if those people's vitality is tenacious, there must be a limit to the health bar. I'm full of blood and blue, and I have a lot of blue to prevent high blood. If I hit a residual blood, I'm not just playing casually. Perfect. After all, although he has the physical characteristics to reduce the pain, he still does not want to be the same as Kaido, pretending to be the most fleshy, face-to-face skills, and receiving the most poisonous beatings. Hill glanced at Rayleigh and warned again, first catch the Straw Hat Boy and give you a chance to escape. If you don't escape, there may be another person on the execution stand. Put down the harsh words. Controlling Malong No. 1, it flew towards Luffy with a swoosh, and blue tail flames erupted from the steel wings behind him. The speed is fast enough to make the sound of breaking the air. Target, Straw Hat Luffy. Chapter 120-Head-On. The Straw Hat Pirates had a chance to breathe due to the impact of Bartholomew Bear's bear. And they know it. Its own strength is simply not enough to compete with the few people who appeared in the Navy. So I chose to escape and went to the Golden Mary to gather. Oops. Sanji's face paled, and he noticed Malong No. 1 who was rushing through the air behind him. A heart instantly sank into the icy sea bottom. Everyone, I'll stop this guy, you all run away first. Zoro stood up with a resolute expression, facing Malong No. 1 who was galloping. Hidaoi, the 21 worker of the big quick knife, was bitten in his mouth, with a black knife, Chu Shui, and 3 generations of ghosts. Zuorin, let's go together. Luffy stopped, stretched out his hand and pressed the straw hat on his head, showing a serious expression. Nami, Robin, Frankie, Chopper, Brooke, you all go back first. Golden Mary, we'll be there in a moment. The 3 heads of the Straw Hat Pirates all faced Malong No. 1. Luffy put his thumb into his mouth, took a deep breath and made a sound like blowing a balloon, 3rd gear. His right arm suddenly swelled up at a very fast speed, and in the blink of an eye the entire arm swelled to a behemoth several meters. Rubber giant pistol. The same moment. Section 111_. Zoro steadied his horse and jumped out. 3 swords. Ghost slash. Devil's foot. Sanji's feet were surrounded by flames. Straw Hat Luffy was in the center, while Zoro and Sanji attacked from left to right. Present a perfect golden triangle. Facing the joint attack of the three, Hill controlled Malong number 1 to continue flying, raising the Hammer of Thor in his hand, although the thunder and lightning could not cause damage to the Nika form. But the power of the hammer really does. The first strike of the Thunderbolt hammer, head-on attack. The simple smashing action caused the atmosphere to fluctuate violently, causing ripples to spread out. Mighty bang! The hammer collided with Luffy's fist, causing Luffy's arm to shrink like a deflated balloon in an instant. The fierce and domineering power directly made Luffy's eyes turn white, and he flew out. The attacks of Zoro and Sanji also fell on Malong number 1. Clang! Sparks fly. Zoro's face sank. Too hard. He is no longer the little swordsman in the East China Sea who can't even breathe, and it is easy for him to cut off steel. However, the Black Sword Chu Shui and the 3 generations of ghosts from the 21st worker of the big fast sword slashed on it, and there was no trace at all. Zoro suffered a bit of a blow. What is this thing made of, with such a strong defense? And Sanji. It was even worse. With a bang, he felt that his foot was affected by this force, and it hurt. Hi! Sanji couldn't help taking a deep breath. His face was shocked. This big guy can't kick. Not even a scratch. Hill ignored Sanji and Zoro at all, ignoring them, and flew towards the place where the Straw Hat Boy flew out. In Malong number 1, Hill grinned, "Let your grandfather take care of you." Suddenly, Hill frowned and said with an unhappy expression, "Again." It was Hades Rayleigh who appeared, and at this moment he looked eagerly at Zoro and Sanji and shouted, "You two, get out of here with the Straw Hat Boy. Quick!" Zoro and Sanji nodded immediately, knowing that they could not compete with this big robot. They immediately ran towards the Straw Hat Boy. Things suddenly changed again. A Bartholomew bear with PX2 printed on his neck appeared in front of Sanji and Zoro. Drop drop. The pacifist scan function is turned on. Pirate Hunter Roronoa Zoro, with a bounty of 120 million Bailey. As for Sanji, it was not scanned, because Sanji's appearance was completely different from that on the reward order. Damn, how can there be 2 bears? Sanji was a little dumbfounded. Exactly the same as Shichibukai Basalami Bear. The powerful strength of Chiwahai is obvious to all. And Sauron has a deep understanding of it. He has played against Shang, and he knows how powerful and terrifying Shang is. He gritted his teeth and said, "What is the situation? Which is the real Chiwahai?" The two were worried. However, the pacifist launched an attack, raised his hand and stretched out his palm, and a dazzling laser beam shot out from its palm. Boom! Zoro stomped, and the laser slammed on the ground. The powerful explosion made him roll around on the ground in a frenzy for several times. And Sanji took advantage of the moment when the pacifist attacked Zoro, and his figure flew out like an arrow from a string. The howling wind sounded. The first meet, shoot. The powerful kick directly kicked the pacifist's neck with a thud. The pacifist turned his head to look at Sanji and opened his mouth. Activate the mouth cannon skill. Laser laser. Sanji is really confused. This kick is even more uncomfortable than kicking on a steel plate alloy. Another tough robot. At the moment when the laser flickered, he used the power on his feet to soar upwards and leap several meters. Boom. The laser caused a violent explosion, like a missile exploding. Sanji was scared out of cold sweat. If he was hit by this laser, 10 lives would not be enough. 2 swords, aye, Rashomon. Exactly at this time, Zoro also launched an attack. The whole person disappeared in place, and the next second appeared behind the pacifist. It's so close that you can't even see how to draw a knife and how to attack. The black knives Chu Shui and Gui Che slowly retracted into their scabbards from left to right. Tear. The clothes on the pacifist suddenly shattered into 7 or 8 pieces and burst open. A body made of silver alloyed metal was exposed. Incredibly smooth, reflecting a metallic sheen. Zoro turned around and looked. His heart sank. I still can't break through this guy's defense. What is the realm of nothingness? He was secretly annoyed at his weakness in the bottom of his heart, and even a robot couldn't cut it open. Zoro glanced at Luffy, who had already fainted on the ground in the distance. A look of determination flashed in his eyes, and said to Sanji with a resolute expression, "Curl your eyebrows, you leave with the captain. Leave this to me. Green algae head, I should do things like being a hero, you take Luffy away." Sanji took a deep breath of the cigarette on his mouth and retorted, standing next to Sauron, "Fuck your brows, take Luffy away." Zoro glared at Sanji viciously, then rushed towards the pacifist. Sanji didn't give Sanji any chance to refute. Chapter 121-1 Blade Row Katakana middle dot The Fall of Hades. Green algae head, you bastard. Sanji scolded angrily, his eyes were very uncomfortable. Such a moment. The guy in green algae head rushed out to be a hero again. He also knew that he could not live up to Soren's intentions and efforts, and bit the cigarette filter on his mouth. I secretly decided in my heart, next time, this kind of thing must not be allowed. With some kind of blessing in Sanji's eyes, he stayed on Zoro for a second. Immediately. Turn around and walk towards Luffy. But a laser blasted in front of him, instantly blasting him out. Section 112_. Sanji's body slammed on the ground several times, and finally patted the dust and stood up. When he saw the person blocking him, the pupils in his eyes shrank suddenly, and he exclaimed in horror, "Why is it a bear again? What a hell!" The absurdity caused his heart to contract suddenly. Dong dong dong. The pacifist ran like a giant bear and saw Sanji's eyelids jumping. This robot is really outrageous. Not to mention that there is no mechanical feeling at all, it can only be said that it is flexible like a rampant, barbaric beast. Sanji hurriedly avoided it, his own kick was useless to this guy. In front of the pacifist approaching Sanji, it raised its steel arm and slapped Sanji. The palm is fierce. Facing the attack of the pacifists, Sanji could only dodge and retreat. Boom. The ground was directly photographed by a pacifist with a huge palm print. The Straw Hat Pirates are once again caught in an unprecedented crisis. Another battlefield. Rayleigh chose to fight instead of frontal attack. And he seems to have discovered the weakness of Malong No. 1, and he specifically picked the back of Malong No. 1 to attack. Avoid encountering the laser and Thor's hammer that Malong No. 1 can't compete with. In Malong No. 1, Hill muttered unhappily, if Chinbenying hadn't stopped the bear, otherwise he would have been able to launch an area attack. Restrict Rayleigh's movements. He understands his own weaknesses, that is, in terms of combat experience and judgment. The opponent was Pluto Rayleigh, who had experienced countless life and death battles. Now, Rayleigh is targeting the weakness of Malong No. 1. This guy doesn't give a positive chance at all. This is the first time Hill has encountered such a situation, and he is constantly thinking in his heart, how to use Malong No. 1 to deal with this guy Rayleigh. Go out by yourself and fight on the body. Wouldn't it be a death sentence if he was struck by Rayleigh's Liu Ying, domineering? Not 100% sure, he did not choose to rush out of the mecha battle. Utilize Malong 1. Rayleigh always appeared in the blind spot of Malong 1's attack, the energy beam cannon could not be shot, and the pig charm could only be used with both eyes. Although Malong No. 1 has a wide line of sight, its small-scale tossing and moving is simply not comparable to that of a human body. That is 10 meters huge giant mobile armor. The battle seems to have formed a stalemate. It can't go on like this. Hill knew he had to change and deal with it, or he would have to stay deadlocked with Rayleigh. He also quickly made a decision, try Thor's hammer. Use Thor's hammer again, pulling the thunder and lightning in the sky to strike the Thor's hammer. Boom. Click. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. The deafening sound was like the roar of the heavens and the earth. Curved and irregular blue lightning was connected to Thor's hammer from the dark clouds in the sky. Electric light shines. Breathtaking. The power of thunder is as unfathomable as the fear of the sky. Rayleigh couldn't help feeling nervous in an instant, his eyes shone terrifyingly, and he said to himself in a bit of surprise, "This guy. What tricks are you going to do?" What made him feel the most heart palpitations in the entire Malong number 1 were the lasers shot from the eyes and the Thor's hammer. Although the power of the energy beam cannon is powerful, it is still within the range of the attack power he can withstand. The Thor's hammer is completely different from the laser beams shot out of those eyes. A mortal threat to him. Rayleigh's figure is always close to the back on both sides of Malong 1-foot's figure, which can perfectly avoid the energy beam cannon and the lasers shot from his eyes. As Thor's hammer became more and more mighty, drops of cold sweat began to flow out of his temples, and they fell down his cheeks. There is always a very bad feeling. Try to stop it first. Rayleigh, who made up his mind, instantly swung down the long sword in his hand, and a dazzling white sword energy suddenly flew out from the sword. The sword chi flew out of the air, facing the thunder and lightning that was slashed by the thunder god's hammer in the air. The dazzling white slash, the blue thunder that descended from the layers of dark clouds in the sky collided with each other. Boom! Lightning suddenly exploded in the sky, turning into countless dense blue arcs that made people tremble in the air. And that dazzling white sword energy also exploded suddenly. But the lightning source in the dark cloud is endless. Suddenly, another fierce and violent thunderbolt rumbled down from the sky and landed on Thor's hammer. Let Thor's hammer emit a stronger light, and the blue light almost illuminates the entire world, forming a white world. Damn! Rayleigh did not expect that his slash could not be stopped at all, and the aura emanating from the opponent's Thor's hammer became stronger and stronger, making him feel a strong sense of unease. Intuition from the depths of the soul. The pupils in his eyes shrank slightly, and then a breathtaking light erupted, and his face became extremely solemn and serious. The overflowing terrifying overlord arrogance made the air around his body tremble. The long white hair and the clothes on his body fluttered automatically without the wind. Rayleigh's eyes narrowed, and black and red lightning appeared on the sharp and bright long sword in his hand, lingering on the body of the long sword. It's scary, but this also gave me the blood that once faced life and death, fought with Captain Roger, and cut through thorns. War. ZZ. It was the sound of lightning formed by the fusion of the power of the domineering and the domineering. This sword. Enough to split a mountain. One knife style. The fall of Hades. Laugh. The moment when the dazzling and sharp sword energy suddenly shot out from the sword. The world of heaven and earth suddenly lost its color. It seems that all the light has been suppressed by this gorgeous slash, and it has become the light of foil. Sword chi tore the atmosphere. It seems that he has really reached the realm where countless swordsmen and swordsmen in the world regard it as a dream. Electric eye is compelling. Chapter 122 _ anyone else intervening. Finally the old man was forced out. Hill in Malong number 1 grinned, and his expression became cold, although he could continue to accumulate the power of thunder. Section 113 _ And the power of thunder and lightning absorbed by Thor's hammer is not saturated. But Rayleigh took the initiative to strike exactly what he wanted. Hill controls Malong number 1, and holds Thor's hammer in both steel hands. The shimmering thunder and lightning are densely packed like thousands of thunder snakes wrapped around Thor's hammer. The black and bright mecha emits the light of thunder and lightning, rendering Malong number 1 like an ancient god of thunder and lightning. It seems that there is an aura that looks down on the world. If I go down with this hammer, you may be hammered to death. I'm serious. Under the rumbling thunder, a hammer slammed down. Thor's hammer, thunderball. The potential is like a landslide, shaking the sky and the earth. The thousands of lightning flashes on this Thor's hammer brought an extremely heart-pounding feeling. Boom. Malong number 1 was like a demon, smashing a hammer on the sword energy wielded by Rayleigh. In an instant, the whole world seemed to have completely stopped. It seemed as if a moment had elapsed for a long time. The dazzling sword light exploded and shattered, forming a shock wave that was terrifying to the naked eye and swayed in all directions. Rayleigh's slash even collapsed at the touch of Thor's hammer. Totally vulnerable. It seems that it is not a level of power at all. Thor's hammer slammed down with thousands of thunderbolts. Boom. The terrifying power made everyone in the entire Chambord Islands feel a violent shaking, and they looked in horror at the direction of the sound. A terrifying mushroom cloud suddenly rose from the place where Thor's hammer fell. Why? Rayleigh stared in disbelief, his black and white eyes filled with countless tiny red bloodshots. PFF'd. Rayleigh's mouth spewed a large amount of blood one after another, and the whole person flew in the air filled with smoke. His body responded, though avoiding the hammer. However, the power of thunder and lightning carried by Thor's hammer and the impact of the smashing made Rayleigh unavoidable. The sizzling blue lightning destroyed Rayleigh's body. No part of the body was spared. Bang! His figure fell from the smoke to the ground, and the chaotic wind raged on the ground with the rubble. Rayleigh. Shachi's figure flashed, and she was about to take Rayleigh away. But the next moment, a hammer stood in front of her and blasted her out with a bang. For Shaki. Hill didn't hold back at all. If you want to save people, there's no way. You were rescued by someone, didn't I fight in vain? Controlling Malong number 1, walking out of the smoke and dust in the sky, the black and bright armor is matched with the strengthening 15 to emit a splendid brilliance. Makes people dare not look directly. The Thor's hammer in the hands of Malong number 1 also shone with astonishing lightning. Hill looked at Zon Taumaru, and immediately urged, Zon Taumaru, put Rayleigh on me and take it back. Then his eyes fell on the confused Rayleigh on the ground. I tell you not to stop me, you must not listen to the advice. Zon Taumaru, people are stupid. Doctor, it's too fierce, this put Rayleigh on the ground. He stared at Pluto Rayleigh, who was completely black on the ground. One word, miserable. The hair exploded directly into an explosive head, and the darkness was still smoking. The only difference in the color of the body is the blood flowing out of the mouth, which is red, and the other places are black. Zon Taumaru immediately took out the Halu stone handcuffs and handcuffed Rayleigh's hands and feet. Looking up at Malong number 1, he said excitedly, Doctor, you have made a great contribution. This is Hades Rayleigh. The deputy captain of the Roger Pirates was caught. It's so arrogant. Hill urged Zon Taumaru, take care of me, don't let this old guy run away. Yes, the golden light in Zon Taumaru's eyes, full of admiration for Hill, said in a passionate tone, Doctor, promise not to let Rayleigh run away. One Piece Roger's right wrist, Pluto Silba's Riley, was captured by the Navy. If this is spread out, it will definitely make the Navy's prestige rise again. With Zon Taumaru's assurance, Hill turned and jumped across several different battlefields, looking at Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy who fell to the ground. Today, don't even try to escape. He immediately controlled Malong number 1. A jump directly spanned a distance of tens of meters and appeared in front of the Straw Hat Boy Luffy, who passed out. Sanji and Zoro were blocked by pacifists and could not protect themselves. Immediately stretched out his steel arm and grabbed it towards Straw Hat Luffy. Just when Malong number 1's steel arm was about to catch Luffy. Mutation Prominence. Dragon's Claw. A small body compared to Malong number 1 appeared under the steel arm, and a pair of hands and 5 fingers showed a strange dragon claw shape. Pressed on the palm of Malong number 1. Wear a top hat to cover your face. Fuck, is he really the protagonist Halo? In Malong number 1, Hill couldn't help but swear in his mind. Although he couldn't see his face, it was a familiar outfit and move. Isn't that the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo? Hill's anger suddenly rose. That's okay, just finished cleaning up a Rayleigh, and now there's a second in command Sabo in the Revolutionary Army. An angry Hill manipulated the Malong number 1 to make an angry mechanical sound. Sabo, right. I also left you here today. No one wants to run away today. Malong number 1 withdrew his left hand, and his right hand held the hammer of Thor, and smashed it at Sabo rudely. The momentum is mighty. The power is terrifying. Tears flickered in Sabo's eyes, and his palms instantly completed the hardening of the armed color. Dragon Hook Claw. He didn't choose to dodge, and directly met Hill's attack. Because Luffy is right behind him, he must face the hammer head-on. And at the moment Hill and Sabo shot, a large group of black crows flew to Luffy's side, condensing into a bald man with a beak-shaped mask. His skin was exceptionally white as a dead man, wearing a black feather coat. And the person who appeared was the commander of the Northern Army of the Revolutionary Army, Crow. Bounty, 400 million Bailey. The Crow directly picked up Luffy on the ground and said, "Sabo, we can't fight for a long time, we must retreat." Section 114_. After saying that, he hugged Luffy and left. The moment he saw the Crow, Zantaomaru shouted in shock, "It's the Crow, the commander of the Northern Army of the Revolutionary Army. Doctor, he is a zoology, bird fruit, phantom species, Yatagarasu form." Chapter 123_Pig Charm, Judgment Sky Eye. Boom. Thor's hammer and Sabo's dragon claw collided violently. When he felt the majestic and incomparable power on Thor's hammer, Sabo's face changed greatly and he secretly said, "Damn." He was about to withdraw immediately, but the terrifying power carried by Thor's hammer was already hitting his body along his hand. Immediately, his internal organs and blood swelled up. He also decisively chose to withdraw his hand and dodge his figure. What a domineering power! Sabo, who flew back more than 10 meters, looked extremely dignified, and his dragon claw fist was known for its strong and domineering power. However, under the hammer of the giant robot in front of him, it is far from the difference. Sabo stared at the luminous robot and sighed with a heavy expression. What a terrible technology, such an invention is simply amazing. There was a tingling feeling on his arm, and just a short collision made his arm shake and go numb with electricity. It's not the usual tingling pleasure. This is the feeling of going from numb to out of control. Once he loses control of his arm, his combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced directly. Don't want to run. Hill immediately controlled the Malong number 1, and the firepower was directly open to the maximum, and the surging blue arrogance erupted directly from the wings. No engine roar. Only the sound of arrogance erupting. Malong number 1 does not have the power technology as low as the engine. The speed of the huge mech is faster than the speed of the plane after takeoff. Hill snorted coldly in his heart and said, "HMPH, is the Crow, the commander of the Revolutionary Army, in the form of a phantom beast. But, I want to save Straw Hat Luffy, but there's no way." At the same time, he was also a little curious in his heart. What abilities does this phantom beast, Yatagarasu form have? Just a breath or two. Crow and Straw Hat Luffy appeared in Hill's sight. Judgment Heaven's Eye. He didn't hesitate to use the power of the pig charm, and he didn't know if it was because Malong number 1 was large and had many strengthening functions. The same is to strengthen 15, the power of the energy beam cannon is far from the power of the pig charm. Malong number 1's eyes shone with dazzling light. A sharp laser shot out from both eyes at the same time. Damn, how could that robot be so fast? The Crow held the Straw Hat Luffy in his hands, his expression solemn. Facing this laser, he reacted instantly. A large number of black crows suddenly flew out of the black feather coat on the back, flocking to the lasers fired by Malong 1. The black crow met the laser. Just the moment of touch. The crows that touch the laser are instantly melted. The laser was like a no man's land, but it penetrated the entire crows in an instant. The Revolutionary Army Commander Crow's complexion changed drastically in an instant, cold sweat overflowed, and he decisively threw Luffy out of his hand. Immediately, it turned into countless crows. It caused some crows to disintegrate instantly, as if they were evaporated. What a terrifying laser! Why is the power so terrifying? Sabo, who was chasing Malong number 1 behind him, saw this terrifying scene. The pupils in his eyes widened suddenly, full of shock. But he didn't hesitate, holding the steel water pipe and shouting, "Robot, my brother will be guarded by me. I won't let you hurt Luffy." The steel water pipe is domineering with an armed color. Carrying a strong wind, it smashed the wings of Malong No. 1 with a sound of breaking through the air. As long as the robot's wings are destroyed, it will never fly. Facing Sabo's ferocious blow, Hill didn't ignore him at all, and continued to kill the crow. Like a madman, "I like to save, let you save. Let the Lord catch you all." The thunder hammer smashed towards the crow with a shimmering thunder light. And almost the moment Hill hit the hammer, Sabo's domineering steel water pipe knocked on the wings of the Malong No. 1 mecha. Bang! A deafening loud noise came out, and under the influence of Sabo's fierce blow, Malong No. 1's body fell instantly. The thunder hammer in his hand was smashed to the ground. Boom! A sound like an explosion sounded. The shock wave kicked the crow and Straw Hat Luffy out. Bang! The huge Malong No. 1 was hit by Sabo and slammed to the ground. Smoke and dust filled the air. But it was the cold mechanical voice of Malong No. 1. "I didn't expect so many people to save Straw Hat Luffy, but no matter how many people came to save him, it can't change the ending." Perhaps because of his appearance in this world, many things have had a butterfly effect. Hill did not expect that the action to capture the Straw Hat Boy would be so difficult. Of course, the main reason is that there is a big play ape who is fishing in the water. If it was replaced by Admiral Akainu, the Straw Hat Boy would have been caught long ago. Sure enough, the biggest enemy is not the enemy, but teammates. The majestic robot stood up from the ground, causing Sabo's pupils to shrink, full of shock. "How is that possible? The place I attacked just now clearly knocked out a big hole. Why is there no more now? Does this robot even have super recovery ability?" Shocked, this robot has no weaknesses in speed, strength, destructive power, and defense. Now there is even a super powerful self-healing ability. Simply the perfect war machine. The other side. The yellow monkey who fought against the fishman Haku was still paying attention to the battle of Malong No. 1 inch, and saw the restored Malong No. 1. The same trembling inwardly, "It's getting more and more terrifying. How could Hill come up with such a perverted thing?" Then he seemed to think of something, and he felt relieved. "That's fine. After that, wouldn't my job be a lot easier?" It seems that there is something to be said about early retirement. While fighting Haku, he continued to follow Hill's battle with interest. At this time, the two previous pacifists were also killed. The Revolutionary Army Commander Crow and the Revolutionary Army Chief of Staff Sabako were all rewarded. Crow's with a bounty of 400 million and Sabako with a bounty of 602 million Baileys are both targets of pacifists. Drop drop. Drop drop. Sounds like an alarm. The pacifist's mouth shot a laser cannon at Sabo, forcing Sabo to jump to avoid it. Section 115_. The tragic Straw Hat Luffy was once again blown away by the aftermath of the explosion. No mouth. And Hill also took this opportunity to attack the crow. Energy beam cannon. Blue energy lasers were continuously shot from the chest of Malong No. 1, like a machine gun. Call out. Call out. Call out. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. This time, Hill did not skimp on the energy in Malong No. 1. Through constant battles, his fighting awareness and skills were also continuously improved. Every enemy is a battle-hardened strongman, and Hill has learned a lot from them. Hill's own potential is unlimited, with a strong physique, and his brain nerves are far more active than ordinary people. He seldom fights at all, and he has no idea how to use these things effectively. And through constant battles, he is like a sponge constantly absorbing all kinds of combat knowledge and skills. His strength is increasing at an extraordinary rate. Chapter 124_. Abilities of Eudemons and Yatagara. Boom. Boom. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Rumbling and huge explosions continued one after another, and small mushroom clouds rose up one by one. The earth kept shaking. The trees that were hit were all blown into sawdust, and the green grass had long been renovated into potholes. The crow galloped wildly, going around in circles. The laser kept exploding behind him, so he didn't dare to stop at all. The crow's pale and bloodless complexion is very solemn, and the bald head reflects the light of the energy beam cannon. Isn't even Sabo's attack unable to do anything to this robot? Then you can only use the power of the devil fruit to try it. Out of the corner of his eyes, he looked at Malong number 1, and at the same time glanced at the straw hat boy who had passed out and was covered in mud. He said firmly in his heart, "No matter what, we must find a way to save Long's son, not to mention that he is Sabo's younger brother." Blindly dodging let him know that it was useless, and he had to find a way to defeat the glowing steel giant. Reproach, Kianyadu. All of a sudden, a pair of eyes in the crow's eye sockets became extremely scarlet, illuminating a shocking red light, which looked extremely coquettish. And a crow with scarlet eyes flew out of his eyes, which was different from the black crow before. These crows look like nothingness and transparency. Like the ghost of Perona's devil fruit. Illusory. There is no entity. But those eyes that radiated red light made people understand at a glance that there was an ominous sign. There are thousands of them, almost covering the sight of Malong number 1, galloping towards them. What kind of move is this? Hilton was a little surprised, but thought of the phantom beasts that the crows possessed, the 8 Tatar crows. Also relieved. He immediately controlled Thor's hammer and smashed it towards the crow in front of him. But these countless crows fluttered their wings and immediately dispersed, and Hill smashed down and destroyed thousands of strange crows. There are still overwhelming crows flying towards Malong number 1. Thousands of crows covered the body of Malong number 1 mecha. And an even more bizarre scene happened. Those crows without entities actually passed through the armor of Malong number 1. Entered the inside of the Malong number 1 mecha. Damn it, what's this holding? Hill's expression changed, and these crows were all coming towards him. Naturally, he noticed that these crows carried a strong resentment. Could it be Wraith? In the next instant, Hill in the Malong number 1 mecha burst into a dazzling golden light that could almost instantly blind people's eyes. Golden Light Curse. Directly omitting the spell, his current golden light spell has already reached the realm of doing whatever he wants. Casting the golden light mantra is only one thought. Intense golden light emerged from his body, forming a surging golden flame covering the surface of his body. Quack, quack, underscore. Ga, ga, underscore. Countless crows screamed and screamed at the moment when the golden light bloomed. Disappeared without a trace in the light. Fortunately, I have the golden light curse. This crow's ability is really strange, and it can actually control the resentful spirit. Hill breathed a sigh of relief. Learn more about the abilities of the Revolutionary Army Commander Crow's Phantom Beast, the Yatagarara form. As expected of the commander of the Revolutionary Army, his strength cannot be underestimated. The red light in the crow's eyes subsided, his pupils widened, his eyes were full of shock, and he murmured in horror, "That's... what ability is that? To be able to destroy all the resentful spirits I have accumulated." His resentful spirit is an existence that is extremely difficult to destroy. They are all the souls in the corpses he collected from the battlefield using the form of the Phantom Beast, the Yatagarasu. Ordinary power cannot destroy these resentful spirits at all. The opponent's thunder hammer and the mysterious golden light can easily destroy their own resentful spirits. Drops of cold sweat dripped from his pale face, his eyes dimmed. This guy. Why is so scary? How does it feel to be more monster than the Admiral? The move just now not only consumed a lot, but the loss of the resentful spirit made him suffer a lot. Hill didn't hesitate. His fighting consciousness and skills are evolving. Malong number 1 was tightly held by the steel palm of Thor's hammer, and the black and bright alloy wings erupted with flames. Whoosh! In a flash, he appeared in front of the crow, holding the Thor's hammer high in his hand. The power of thunder, the sky is fearful. No matter what your abilities are, the Lord will smash you all with a hammer. The thunder hammer that slammed down quickly made the air roar, and the huge thunder hammer and terrifying thunder and lightning made the Revolutionary Army commander Crow feel the breath of death. Yagatarawu, dark sky. The crow hysterically shouted the name of the move from his mouth, and his voice became a little sad through the beak-shaped megaphone on his beak. His arms and hands turned into countless black crows, flapping their wings to form an airtight black barrier in front of him. Densely packed, countless crows kept making a panic-stricken cry, as if they could hook people's souls away from their bodies. Boom! Thor's hammer suddenly smashed into the crow's defensive wall, instantly smashing a large pit that sunk into it. There is a sense of sight that will be smashed through in an instant. The crow was horrified, cold sweat poured down his cheeks, and he was upset. Why does such a monster appear in the Navy? Crows are still flying out of his body, reinforcing the defense. I have seen your end. No one can save the Straw Hat Boy from my hands, not even if Drago comes. Hill suddenly increased his strength. An even more terrifying power of thunder and lightning burst out from the thunder hammer. Section 116_. Cut through the crow's defenses. A hammer slammed on the crow's body, and the sound of cracking bones came from the crow's body. The blood in his mouth was like a spring, and the violent force flew him out. Crow. Seeing this scene, Sabo's expression was horrified, and Yinglang's face was filled with extreme worry, and he couldn't help roaring loudly. Distracted, he was suddenly slapped by the pacifist and flew out. But this injury was nothing to him. Instead, he quickly appeared beside the crow with the help of the power of being knocked into the air. Looking at the crow who was vomiting blood, Sabo gritted his teeth and said, "Crow, I'm sorry, my brother should be guarded by me. Leave this big machine to me." He faced Malong number 1, leaving a back to the crow behind him. Sabo clenched the steel water pipe in his hand, his fingers made a clicking sound, and his eyes were firmly looking at Malong number 1. He reached out and pressed the hat on his head, like Luffy and Ace. As an older brother, I will definitely protect my younger brother. Chapter 125_ Sabo got caught too. Brotherhood. Malong number 1 quietly looked at Sabo and said disdainfully, "But confidence is completely vulnerable in the face of absolute strength. With your strength, coupled with your loneliness, you want to save Zuo Fei's dream. But this is a chance to reunite the three of you. Fire Fist Ace has been caught, and the Straw Hat Boy has also passed out, and now there is only Sabo in front of him. Do you want to send these three brothers to reunite?" Ace. Seeing the Straw Hat Boy recovering his memory, Sabo suddenly turned pale, raised his head and asked Malong number 1 sternly, "Ace. What happened to Ace?" A heart in his throat was instantly raised, and a bad intuition emerged in his heart. It was full of fear, worry, panic and other emotions intertwined, which made him feel numb. "It's okay to tell you." The huge Malong 1 looked down at Sabo and said in a cold voice, "Fire Fist Ace has been captured by the Navy. His fate is already doomed." There was a constant roar of explosions from the side. It was the explosion caused by the lasers fired by the pacifists to stop the two pacifists. The entire Chambord 13 area has now been completely reduced to ruins. Hill's answer caused Sabo's brain to be struck by lightning. Thousands of thunders rang in his mind, his heart suddenly stopped, his face paled instantly, and he murmured absently, "Impossible. Impossible. How did he get caught by the Navy?" He raised his head. His eyes were full of extremely terrifying bloodshots, densely packed as if pulling his eyeballs, and roared hoarsely, "You must be lying to me and want to hit my heart. I won't let you succeed." The fingers of Sabo's right hand are bent, the index finger and the middle finger are together, and the ring finger and the little finger are together, as if forming a three-fingered dragon claw. Armament color domineering makes the black gloves on his hands become like steel, reflecting the luster of metal. Dragon hook claw. Call out. He jumped into the air, and in an instant, the whole person was at the same height as the 10-meter-high Malong No. 1. The curved dragon claws grabbed towards Malong No. 1's head. Be sure to destroy the robot in front of you, save Luffy, and check the whereabouts of Ace. Sabo's face held a resolute confidence. In the face of Sabo's attack this time, Hill secretly rejoiced. What's wrong with the attack? Do you have to slap the face? Isn't this asking for trouble? Sabo's attack hit Hill's arms. The fury of the canopy. The eyes of Malong No. 1 burst into an amazing light, and the ability to strengthen the +1/5 pig spell was activated. Terrifying scorching lasers shot out of his eyes. At least 100 times thicker than Cyclops in the Marvel world. Boom. Sabo's dragon hook claw is completely vulnerable in the face of the 15 enhanced pig charm. The unparalleled power of the laser scorching ray instantly defeated Sabo's domineering armament, and the dazzling light enveloped his body. Ah! Sabo let out an extremely shrill scream, and the tyrannical energy wanted to destroy the powerful and inhuman body. Knocked him out violently. The laser took his body through the torso of the trees. For a brief moment, the whole person was blasted out a distance of thousands of meters. So terrifying. You like to slap your face with dragon claws, right? You should thank me for reuniting the three of you this time. Controlling Malong No. 1, he walked to the Straw Hat Boy Luffy and reached out to pick him up. Then he threw him to Zontaowen, and said, cuff him with Halu Stone and watch it carefully. I want to see who else can save him. Luffy's body fell in front of Zontaomaru with a bang, causing Zontaomaru to take a breath. The doctor is really cruel. This time it's really going to be a big mess. He also neatly chained Straw Hat Luffy with a sea-floor stone. Malong No. 1's eyes were on Sabo. Now it's your turn. Then he flew towards Sabo without saying a word. At this time, Sabo stood up from the ground staggeringly. His body was scorched black with wisps of blue smoke, and he used a steel water pipe to forcibly support his body without falling down. The hazy vision didn't fall on Malong No. 1 at all, but on the Straw Hat Boy. As if a phantom had appeared, Luffy was blurred in his vision. I am sorry. Sabo's mouth made a broken sound that seemed to carry a strong sense of guilt. When he finished saying this, he fell to the ground with a thud. Facing Luffy's direction, scarlet blood was still pouring out of his mouth. In a daze, Sabo felt his body being lifted up, and a mechanical voice sounded in his ears. I'll take you to see Ace. Then completely fainted. Seeing this scene, the crow looked horrified, and shouted in pain and despair, Sabo. Put Sob down. He turned into a black crow in the sky and flew over. But his attack was no threat to Hill at all. A hammer slammed out. A bang sounded. A large group of crows smashed into pieces without a trace. Sabo was clenched into a fist by Malong No. 1's other hand to form a closed cell. Wait until Sabo is handcuffed, and then I'll clean you up. Hill did not entangle with the Revolutionary Army Commander Crow, and turned around with Sabo and walked towards Zontaomaru. Seeing Luffy and the Revolutionary Army Chief of Staff Sabo, Admiral Kizaru had a feeling of extreme daze. Section 117_. What's the situation? Why did Pluto Rayleigh, Straw Hat Luffy, and the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army all get caught? Malong 1 is outrageous. Stronger than the rank of Admiral. The old man is helpless. Huang Yuan said with emotion. It is really terrible that Malong No. 1 is too scary. His opponent Haku also changed his face greatly, his expression was terrified, and he immediately got rid of Admiral Kizaru. Go straight to the crow. In a few vertical leaps, he appeared beside the crow, pressed his shoulders, and stopped him in a very heavy tone. Karaz. We are not opponents of this robot at all, this matter can only be done as soon as possible. Tell Drago. He felt a throbbing pain in his heart, but he had to remain calm and rational. This robot is too strong. Desperately powerful. With a flick of the crow's shoulder, he got rid of Haku's hand, and squeezed out a sentence from his teeth with a painful expression, How can I let the Navy take Sabo away? Even if I exchange my life for Sabo's life, I must save him. Chapter 126_Akainu, Good catch. Next second. The crow felt that his waist was being hugged, and Haku roared in his ear, Karas, calm down. You will only give your life in vain. Retreat first and find a way to rescue Sabo with Drago. Haku's roar shook the crow's eardrums, making his mind go blank. Seeing this, Haku hurriedly started to retreat with the crow in his arms. His tears welled up. Karas, Sabo is the oldest child I've seen since I was a child. I suffer more than you, but I understand better. We must do everything we can to save him. Instead of doing pointless moves here, let Mr. Dorig worry about us. Haku retreats with the crow. At the moment when Sabo was defeated, Shang attacked Shinbin Sakura furiously, trying to get rid of Shinbin Sakura. But the Zanpakuto with A+15 strengthening is not something that the bear can defeat quickly. Everything has come to an end. The tide is gone. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Holy Land Mary Joa. When the warring states heard the news, the whole person stood on the spot for an instant, shocked to the point of incomparable. With a dull expression, he murmured to himself, Rayleigh. Sabo. Straw Hat. Finally, the voice suddenly increased. All caught by Hill. He instantly felt that his worldview began to collapse, and he was dizzy. No, I have to go back to the Navy headquarters immediately. The warring states marshal immediately left the Holy Land Mary Joa and went to the Navy headquarters. At this time, the port of Crescent Bay, the headquarters of the Navy. The huge port is crowded with tens of thousands of naval soldiers. Hey, I heard that Dr. Hill captured the legendary Hades Rayleigh. What is this? Even Lieutenant General Garp's grandson was captured by Dr. Hill, you see. Lieutenant General Garp's face is black. Not only that, even Sabo, the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, has been arrested. Dr. Hill's credit this time is too great. I heard that those supernovas have also been caught several times. What a terrible era. In front of Dr. Hill, they are the clowns who jumped beams. I don't know if Lieutenant General Garp can't bear it. After all, that's his own grandson. It's not. It's a big deal now. Dr. Hill is also too powerful. I have decided that in the future, Dr. Hill will be my idol. Those guys have always been difficult to catch. I didn't expect Dr. Hill to catch them all as soon as he came out. I admire them. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. Many Navy soldiers commented that such a major incident has not occurred in the Navy for a long time. Not to mention that the right wrist of Roger of the pirates, Sirbas Rayleigh, the Revolutionary Army Chief of Staff Sabo, and several pirates with a bounty of over 100 million were captured at the same time. The faces of the elite Navy soldiers were full of excitement, and they looked at the sea with admiration in their eyes. At the same time, there are some worries in my heart. The grandsons of Navy legend Garp's own grandson were captured by Dr. Hill. Many vice admirals of the Navy headquarters also heard the news and rushed to the Crescent Bay port as soon as possible. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel had a solemn expression on his face, and there was a look of worry in his eyes. He whispered to Lieutenant General Huo Shaoshan beside him and asked, "It won't happen, right? What if Lieutenant General Garp takes action on Dr. Hill later?" One is Lieutenant General Garp, a highly respected and legendary naval soldier, and the other is a genius scientist. This time, it is Dr. Hill who has made great achievements. Between the two, if any contradictions and conflicts really break out, Lieutenant Flying Squirrel is also hesitant to help Hu. I hope it's better not to happen. Who would have expected such a situation? Huo Shaoshan was holding a cigar in his mouth, and he also had a helpless expression. If Karp was really angry, the few vice admirals present would probably not be able to stop that guy. Lieutenant Admiral Stoloberg said, "If Lieutenant General Karp makes a move, only the admiral can stop it. General Sakaski and General Kuzan have already come. I hope this matter will not cause trouble, otherwise it will be an unprecedented blow to the Navy's face and morale." Now is the critical time when Fire Fist Ace is about to be executed, and Marin Fando has gathered no less than tens of thousands of naval elites. The mood of the several lieutenant admirals of the Navy headquarters is obviously very heavy. This matter is also extremely difficult, and one can't handle it well. The impact on the Navy could be irreversible and painful. Look at it. The warship has appeared. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. An exclamation suddenly attracted the attention of tens of thousands of people to the sea. A huge warship is rapidly sailing towards the Crescent Bay. Lieutenant General Garp, who had a gloomy face, clenched his fists, his muscles and bones rattled, and the teeth in his mouth were clenched together, and the gurgling sound was creepy. Admiral Iokiji beside him naturally heard it clearly and sighed in his heart, "It's really not good. If Mr. Karp goes wild." Unexpectedly, Hill went to the Chambord Islands together with Zontaomaru this time. And who could have predicted that Hill would be able to capture Hades Rayleigh, the Revolutionary Army Sabo, and Straw Hat Luffy? Even if you do it yourself, it can't be done at all. That guy Hill is amazing. The speed of the warship was very fast, but within a few minutes, it was clearly presented in front of everyone from a small black dot. The ship slowly docked. Some Navy soldiers were responsible for dropping the anchor, and some Navy soldiers immediately lowered the boat ladder. Hill took the lead and walked down, and even Admiral Kizaru deliberately slowed down and followed behind Hill. The pupils in his eyes shrank, and he muttered in his heart, "What are you trying to do with such a big battle?" Looking around, they are all burly and tall naval elites, all wearing naval justice cloaks. No less than tens of thousands of people. Section 118_. There are hundreds of people, all kinds, and thousands of people are boundless. And the leading admirals are wearing justice cloaks, unique epaulets and suits. With the appearance of Hill, Zontaomaru behind him also escorted Pluto Rayleigh, the Revolutionary Army Sabo, and the Straw Hat Boy Luffy, Kid, Apu and others to appear. Simply a feast. Admiral Akainu walked out of the crowd first, his sharp eyes swept across the faces of Rayleigh and the others, and finally stayed on Hill. He laughed with surprise and excitement. "Okay. Ha ha, I should arrest all the evil pirates. Hill, this time you have made an unimaginable contribution. It's a Navy hero." Akainu was so happy in his heart that he wanted to catch these pirates for a long time. Now that Hill has finally been caught, for the Navy, this is a supreme honor and a proud record. Yes, Dr. Hill is a hero of the Navy. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider praised loudly with a terrifying smile on his face. Chapter 127_51 Rush, 4 more. The Ghost Spider's eyes were filled with admiration and awe. He was proud of Hill's achievement from the bottom of his heart. The duty of the Navy is to catch pirates. Of course I can't watch these pirates escape from under my nose. Hill responded. This world. It can be described as distorted, deformed, of course, not only pirates, but also the Navy, country, and world government. Racial discrimination, imperfect systems, and power above everything else are just as numerous. Pirates who preach freedom will only lead to more evil, and those pirates continue to lose themselves on the road of pursuing freedom. Go astray for wealth, power, things, women, survival, and more. Don't work, enjoy looting, the pleasure of getting something for nothing. Isn't this so special that it has the same nature as a pyramid-selling organization or even some cults? Problems can be solved one by one. Hill also didn't want to accept it all, it would be too tiring. Such a person is a great man, and the ideological awareness in his heart has reached a point that ordinary people cannot understand at all. Or an extremely ambitious person who wants to be the master of the world. He is not. Hill also thought about waiting for him to be invincible, and then he began to enjoy the joy of life. He has his own technological navy to deal with pirates who have no 4 emperors. Easy. Admiral Akainu smiled excitedly and said, "Your performance this time surprised all of us. When Ace is executed, let all the pirates in the world see the strength of the navy. Let those pirates be terrified." He has been waiting impatiently for that magnificent war to come. Whitebeard, who has been famous in the sea for many years, must be killed in front of the whole world this time. To strengthen the majesty of the navy. Dr. Hill, you really impressed the entire navy this time. Hades Rayleigh, the Revolutionary Army Sabo, and so many other pirates have been captured by you. Lieutenant General Stoloberg also brought. He looked at Hill with awe. Dr. Hill's first shot made such a proud record. Thousands of pirates were arrested. It made the whole navy excited about it. Not far away, Garp's eyes were on Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy, with crystal tears flashing in his eyes, and a choked voice came out of his mouth. "Luffy. Why don't you listen to Grandpa and become a navy?" The most worrying situation in his heart was still in front of him. Even the most powerful heart is now like 1,000 swords, and there is a heart-piercing pain. Him at the moment. The torn pain and repressed emotions in his heart devoured him. "Grandpa, I have something to tell you. I figured it out, I'm not a pirate anymore. I'm not an ordinary pirate, I want to be a pirate king." Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. Garp's mind kept showing the warm images of himself and Luffy being together when they were young. For him, those once beautiful memories have now become a source of pain in my heart. Aokiji looked at Carp sideways, and had a bad feeling in his heart. "Mr. Carp, you can't really help it. But he can understand. That's his own relatives." At this moment, Luffy also stared blankly at Garp, and murmured in his mouth, "Grandpa." Sabo on the side lowered his head, his face was painful, and he bit his lower lip. "I didn't dare to say anything, I could only blame myself in pain, old man. But this, grandfather," from the Straw Hat Boy Luffy made Garp completely break the defense, and the tears in his eyes instantly burst, and the tears flowed like a spring. "Asshole!" Garp roared, and his figure disappeared instantly. Whoosh! His movements. But it made everyone present tense, and Akainu was instantly tense, ready to stop Vice Admiral Garp at any time. To everyone's surprise. But Garp appeared in front of Luffy, punched Luffy's head with a punch, and knocked Luffy's hammer to the ground with a bang. Garp gritted his teeth and said in a choked voice, "Luffy. You don't want to go to sea in the future. For the rest of my life. This old man will take good care of you in this life." One punch had already stunned the Straw Hat Boy Luffy, and he didn't just let a big bag appear on Luffy's head as before. He said to Luffy in his heart, "Forget about the dreams you once had. Grandpa will never let you die no matter what." Tears welled up in Sabo's eyes, and the pain in his heart tormented his heart. He lowered his head and said with guilt in his heart, "I'm sorry. I am not able to protect my younger brother as a big brother. When I saw Garp, I just made a move on Straw Hat Luffy." The people present also breathed a sigh of relief. If Lieutenant General Garp went crazy, I am afraid that at least half of Marin Fando will be turned into ruins. "I'm going back to the lab first," Hill said to Akainu and walked straight to his lab. He didn't want to stay here long enough to irritate Garp. Although he was not afraid of Garp, he didn't want to cause any trouble at this time. "Let's leave the matter here to Sengoku, Akainu and others." A passage was automatically separated from the crowd, and all the Navy soldiers looked at Hill with a look of admiration and admiration. Hill did what they dreamed of, capturing the legendary great pirate. Admiral Akainu withdrew his gaze from Hill and turned his head to focus on Rayleigh, Sabo and others. His eyes also became cold. Rayleigh, I finally caught you. You also have a share of the sins that Roger committed. Wait to be executed. Under the eyes of tens of thousands of naval soldiers, Rayleigh showed a bitter smile and remained silent. King and loser. Now he has become a prisoner. The scene quieted down, and the Admiral, Lieutenant Admiral, and Garp did not leave the port. Section 119 _ Garp is also waiting for the appearance of Sengoku. He had to save his grandson's life no matter what. His eyes were on the sea. The white-haired appearance added a bit of vicissitudes to him, and the originally burly body was not as imposing as usual. Aokiji sighed in his heart. The only one who can restrain Mr. Garp is his own justice, Straw Hat Luffy. When the time comes, please also intercede with Marshal of the Warring States period. It is better to imprison him. It may be better that way. He has also fought against the Straw Hat Pirates, and his subordinates have already shown mercy because of Lieutenant General Garp. If Luffy is taken back to the Navy headquarters, there may be a situation that will cause chaos in the Navy. After all, he is the grandson of the legendary naval hero Garp. Everyone knew that the current situation could have serious consequences at any time. They were silent, waiting for the Warring States Marshal to come and deal with them. Wait for Garp. Every minute is a torment. When the naval warship appeared on the sea, it touched the hearts of many people present. Akainu frowned and said to Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, "Send the other pirates back first, and the Straw Hat Boy will wait for the Warring States Marshal to deal with it." Although he really wanted to kill Luffy immediately, this was not a battlefield. As an admiral in the Navy, he knew that if he killed Luffy, the consequences might be beyond his imagination, and this kind of thing had to wait for Garp to make a decision. If Garp wants to take a shot and fly, he will definitely do it without hesitation. Yes. Lieutenant General Ghost Spider immediately sent thousands of pirates away. Only the Straw Hat Boy Luffy, who was stunned to the ground by Garp, is left. Now everyone is waiting. When the warship docked, the Warring States Marshal stepped down from the warship. Get off the boat. He felt the heavy and depressing atmosphere, and saw Garp's complicated face. Sengoku walked in front of Garp. His eyes were extremely complicated. Garp, who had never bowed his head to himself, begged himself for the first time. Warring States. Just let this old man leave with his grandson. In the future, this old man will not let this guy out of my sight. Garp bit his lip, and there was a hint of prayer in his voice. The old man promises not to let this guy appear in the sea again. His hands were clenched tightly, suppressing the ferocious emotions in his heart like a torrent. Warring States glanced at the other navies, and said in a deep voice, "I can't decide this matter alone, I think you should understand. Let's discuss it at the meeting." Here. In front of tens of thousands of navies, he could not open his mouth to agree. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. On the other hand, Hill returned to his laboratory. It's still comfortable to stay in his laboratory. Back to the lab. He had a feeling like coming home. His laboratory is extremely complete, even his living room and bathroom are in the laboratory. Lying carelessly on the sofa, the soft sofa made Hill feel like he didn't want to get up. The battle is still a little exciting. Hill was also a little excited, and it was really cool to fight. Of course, the cool feeling is based on the fact that he is not injured. If injured, it's not fun, it's painful. Hill raised the corner of his mouth. The 15 strengthened Malong No. 1, plus the pig charm, the horse charm, and the Thor's hammer, definitely has the strength comparable to or even surpassed by the 4 emperors. When Whitebeard comes to the Navy headquarters, give him a surprise. Chapter 128 _ Admiral, Malong. Lie down on the sofa and rested for 10 minutes. Hill stood up from the sofa, reminding himself and urging, "Not yet, I have to make the pokeball quickly, and I can also get a lot of points. The strength must be stronger." Although the strength is strong now, he feels that it is not enough. The real power should be invincible in the world, the kind that fights against the world with one's own power. To the test bench. Hill called out to the system in his mind, "System, in exchange for fruit. The payment is successful, and the fruit has been distributed." Close black lens bracket. The 800,000 Bailey in his hand disappeared immediately, followed by a round fruit. This is not fruit. It's the fruit of the tree that makes the Pokeball. Tree fruit does not exist in this world and needs to be exchanged from the system. The production of Pokeballs is not difficult, so let's make a batch first. Hill put the production of Pokeballs on the agenda. After all, it shouldn't be long before the execution of Fire Fist Ace begins. He started to process and upgrade the tree fruit. Hill, who was immersed in the production of the Pokeball, seemed to have lost his sense of time, and the concept of time had disappeared. Hours later. The sky in Malinfando also darkened, but in the conference room of the Navy headquarters, the lights were still bright. The next day. Outside the door of Hill's laboratory, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel was holding a neatly folded naval justice cloak. The cuff placement is a unique black with hand-stitched gold trim. What is even more eye-catching is that on the white justice cloak stacked in a square shape, there are two epaulets with golden tassel. In the factory. Seeing this scene, Ain suddenly widened his ruby-like eyes. That's the Admiral's. Something seems to have come to mind. Her heart suddenly set off a huge wave. Hill, Doctor was appointed Navy Admiral. For the first time in the history of the Navy, will the fourth general appear. Accompanied by the sound of the laboratory doorbell. Hill sleepily opened the door of the laboratory, and he didn't know how long he had been making the Pokeball last night. Anyway, listening to the sound of the system points increase. It was as if he had been beaten with blood. Rubbing his eyes, he greeted with a smile, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel. Dr. Hill. No. General Malong, this is the righteous cloak assigned to you. Flying Squirrel is also not used to it, everything changes too fast. The habitual opening is to call Dr. Hill. I've become an admiral. Hill looked startled, full of surprises. And it's codenamed Malong. He clearly possesses the form of a phantom beast, a white tiger. Could it be because of Malong number 1? The Flying Squirrel smiled and congratulated. Yes, now you are the 4th Admiral of the Navy. Because of the special relationship, your award ceremony may be after the execution of Ace. And the world will not be notified of this for a while. Your code name is Malong. Section 120_. With both hands, he solemnly handed the righteous cloak in front of Hill. Hill took the justice cloak, his head was dazed. Do you want to become an admiral of the Navy? This is a decision jointly made by the Warring States Marshal, Admiral Sakaski and many lieutenants. You will be the 1st and 4th admiral in the history of the Navy. Flying Squirrel said with a smile. Suddenly remembered something, and continued, by the way, he is still the youngest general in the history of the Navy. Then he took out 3 phone bugs from his arms. Flying Squirrel explained the function of these phone bugs to Hill. These phone bugs are all exclusive phone bugs for admirals of the Navy. This golden phone bug must not be pressed indiscriminately. Once pressed, it will trigger the slaughtering order. Also, the phone bug remembers to give it something to eat at intervals, and it can last for a long time. Golden phone bug. Hill took it carefully, afraid that he would press it down accidentally. Directly to the Navy headquarters to a baptism of slaughtering demon orders. He asked Lieutenant General the Flying Squirrel, is there anything else that needs attention? No, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel responded, and then said goodbye to Hill and left the laboratory. Hill closed the door, a little sleepwalking, with a smug smile on the corner of his mouth. From now on, I am also an admiral of the Navy. And the code name Malong is not bad. He immediately returned to the bedroom and began to put the justice cloak on himself. Facing the mirror. It's not a problem to be able to stare in the mirror for hours. Sword eyebrows and star eyes, a tough face like a knife and axe, plus a devil-like muscular body. The kind that makes people want to get started. Exudes strong male hormones. Perfect. Hill grinned, handsome tilde. If you change into a suit, it will be even more handsome. Hill rubbed his chin, and a cloak of justice without a suit was imperfect. What color suit do you get yourself? Black. White. Come to 3, 4 or 5 sets. That's it. Hill clapped. Then, with the Pokeball made last night, I was going to find the Warring States period for research and development funds, production order documents, and so on. What he didn't know was, with the news officially revealed by the Navy this morning, the whole world exploded. Thoroughly boiled. East China Sea. Inside the bar in the windmill village of Goa Kingdom. Hey, did you read today's news? The Navy is going to publicly execute Fire Fist Ace, Hades Rayleigh, and Revolutionary Army Chief of Staff Sabo. This news is probably spread all over the world. The Navy's action this time is really surprising. Do you think the Whitebeard pirates and the Revolutionary Army will move? Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. The chatter of the guests in the bar was very intense. When he heard the words Fire Fist Ace, Makino behind the bar was shocked, and the glass in his hand fell to the ground and shattered. She muttered in her mouth, Ace is going to be executed by the Navy. The sound of the wine glass breaking instantly made the entire bar quiet, and some guests murmured in confusion, what happened to Makino today? Next second. Without paying any attention to the shards of glass on the floor, Makino walked out from behind the bar. She walked in front of the guests, bit her lip and asked, is the Navy going to publicly execute Fire Fist Ace? Is it Portgas D. Ace? The guest who was asked was a little surprised, and immediately replied, don't you know that the Navy will execute Fire Fist Ace, Sabo, and Hades Rayleigh in Marine Vanduo at the Navy headquarters in 7 days? A lot of news birds flew from the sky today, the news should have spread all over the world. Hear the guest's answer. Makino's brain was struck by lightning on the spot, and fell into a sluggish state, as if he had lost his soul. Chapter 129 _ Gotta Save Ace. New World. On the Moby Dick. Dad, Ace is our family, no matter what, we must rescue Ace. The captain of the 6th Division, Bramank, shouted angrily. Foil Bista, the captain of the 5th Division, also said fiercely, Dad, Ace was arrested by the Navy because he was chasing Tiki, we can't watch the Navy kill Ace in front of everyone. Even if I risk my life, I will save brother Ace. Even the always quiet captain of the 3rd Division, Diamond Yoja, spoke firmly at the moment. Be sure to save Ace from the Navy. Captain Ace is so good to our brothers, even if it is the Navy headquarters, we have to rescue him. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. Not only the captains, but all the team members on the ship raised their voices in support of the decision to rescue Ace. The captain of the first team, Marco, had a solemn expression on his face. As the ship doctor on the Whitebeard pirates, of course he knew about his father's physical condition. Marco looked at Dad. At this time, Whitebeard's face was gloomy, and his usual forthright smile had long since disappeared. He said, Children, Ace is my Whitebeard's son. How can I, as a father, sit by and watch the Navy publicly execute my son? With the voice of Whitebeard, the noisy deck suddenly quieted down. He stood up abruptly from his chair and said in a firm voice, It seems that my current reputation is not enough to deter the Navy. Then let them see the strength of my Whitebeard. Immediately, a slightly heavy, arrogant and confident laughter came out of his mouth. Kula-la-la. This old man is a Whitebeard. No one knew the heaviness of his heart. In front of his family, he had to show a surefire, fearless appearance. Whitebeard clenched the Kong Yunchi in his hand. It was a weapon that had been strengthened 12 times by the strengthening stone. He also deeply understood. How terrifying is the Navy with the strengthening stone. Dad. Marco looked like he was hesitating to speak, then changed his mind and said, Dad, this time the Navy will also execute the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. They shouldn't give up on Sabo. With them, we will be able to rescue Ace. He knew in his heart that the decision his father made could not be stopped by himself. And everyone on the boat hoped to rescue Ace. He swallowed the words of dissuasion back into his stomach, and said something that could inspire everyone. Hear the good news. The crew immediately shouted excitedly, and their morale was high. And Whitebeard's heavy mood at the moment has eased a little, as Marco said. If it's just the Whitebeard pirates, I'm afraid there is little hope of rescue this time, but with the Revolutionary Army it's different. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Captain Rayleigh. Shanks held the newspaper tightly in his right hand, wrinkling the newspaper into a ball, gritted his teeth and said, how could Mr. Riley be caught by the Navy? Not even the Admiral will be able to catch Mr. Riley. Section 121_. It's been about 20 years. Unexpectedly, Rayleigh would be caught by the Navy at this time, and he was about to be publicly executed together with the captain of the 2nd Division of Whitebeard, Fire Fist Ace. Shanks. Beckman held the cigar in his mouth with his fingers and said loudly, no matter what decision you make, we will support you. Don't worry about it, just let it go. He knew that the relationship between Captain Shanks and Hades Rayleigh was extremely deep. Reiki Lu had no interest in eating meat at this moment, and he also said, as long as you say rescue, Captain, we will try our best to rescue Rayleigh. What's more, we also like Brother Ace very much, and have always wanted to have another banquet with him. That guy Ace has the same amount of alcohol as the captain. Jesus Bu also recalled the scene where the captain and Ace were drinking together. In the end, they all ended up alone and drunk. Even at the beginning, they had sent Ace an invitation to join the red-haired pirates, but the guy refused. With happiness in his eyes, Shanks looked at his trusted and dependable partners, and said, this matter. I'll think about it again. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. In the Great Passage there is an island of white soil, white symbolizing justice and light. This is the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. White Earth Island, Baldigo. Drago, who was wearing a green coat, smashed the table in front of him with a bang, and the angry voice made the room feel like it was shaking violently. Navy Hill. Contact immediately Betty, commander of the Eastern Army, Lindbergh, commander of the Southern Army, and Maury, commander of the Western Army, and be sure to rescue Luffy and Sabo from the Navy. When he got this news, he couldn't keep calm at all. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Dressrosa. The long sleeping beast of the Navy is finally going to show its fangs again. Doflamingo's face looked full of excitement. And that kind of smile with blood and cruelty. In the whole room, sunlight through the window only illuminates a small part of it. Dover, it's not just Fire Fist Ace who was executed this time, but even Sabo, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, and the great pirate Pluto Rayleigh are among the executioners. Toripal had a shocked expression on his face. This move by the Navy shocked countless people in the world. A monstrous wave swept the whole world. Brother Doflamingo walked to the window, and said in a gloomy tone, time is running out for us, that scumbag Caesar still can't replicate the enhancement stone. His face is generally bathed in sunlight. Usually hidden in the dark. Constitute two completely different faces. Caesar said that as long as he was given time, he would be able to imitate the strengthening stone. Toripal also felt the anger contained in Doflamingo's words. Time. Doflamingo sneered, there's no time left. The Navy has a fortified stone capable of turning decay into a miraculous, powerful enough to break the flat marks on the sea. In the legend, the arrest of the great pirate Pluto Rayleigh and the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army Sabo is a signal. Not to mention, if the Whitebeard pirates are wiped out by the Navy, the power of the pirates will plummet, and the Navy will rise to its peak. That's not what I want. Brother Doflamingo let out an evil laugh and added in his heart, what I want is that this world will be destroyed from now on. I want those human beings to disappear completely so that nothing evil, tragic, will ever happen again. Let everything go to destruction. Then he turned his head to look at Torapal, and ordered, the Navy is very likely to launch the Chiwahai recruitment, and tell them that I will go to the Navy headquarters. Get the family members ready to rally and fight. Yes, Torapal responded, and left the room. After Torapal left, Doflamingo immediately took out a phone bug from his arms. After a while, the call was connected. Dover Kid, any good news? I've been waiting for the strengthening stone every day. Chapter 130_Pokeball appears. Ghost Island. Kaido looked excited, and looked at the phone bug with strong anticipation in his eyes. As long as there are enough strengthening stones, a group of powerful, artificial devil fruit, capable armies can be created. Enhanced artificial devil fruit. Not only is there no chance of failure, but all of the abilities he has acquired are very satisfying to Kaido. No. I want to tell you, if I don't grab a lot of enhancement stones or hill from the Navy this time, pirates will be doomed to destruction, and there will be no space and capital to survive. The serious and heavy voice of Doflamingo came from the phone bug, which instantly made Kaido's face gloomy. And the phone bug. Doflamingo continued, by the way, here's a piece of news for you. The Navy has brought the Golden Emperor Tezolo's men who have the ability to have the Fruit of Luck to the Navy headquarters. It is highly likely that weapons beyond Reinforcement 12 will emerge in the Navy. He didn't go on talking. He knew that Kaido was not just a reckless man, but a fierce beast, who was patient, ambitious and scheming. Kaido's identity is a clever predator. Build troops, plan Wano, build weapons factories, trade. Only a fool would be deceived by Kaido's appearance. You are right, and this execution is indeed an opportunity for us. Kaido's eyes flickered. It was obvious that Doflamingo's words were already in his heart. And a weapon beyond Enhanced 12 is indeed a deadly threat to him. Afterwards, Kaido grinned excitedly. Then let's start the biggest war in the world together. The day I've been waiting for is finally here. The war stirred excitement in Kaido's body. And Doflamingo, who was satisfied with the result, also hung up the phone. Kaido was suddenly excited, took the wine gourd and poured it into his mouth, grinning and showing a crazy smile. That's not enough. Although that old woman Lingling is disgusting, she is strong enough. How could this war be without her? The gigantic eyes burst into light, full of intense excitement, looking forward to the arrival of that day. Look around. Back to Navy headquarters. Hill, this Pokeball can catch Sea Kings. Sengoku looked at the red and white ball in his hand in surprise. The Pokeball was pitifully small for his large palm. Get someone else. He would definitely think that the other party was talking nonsense, but the person in front of him was Hill. An amazing man. Let warring states not dare to question Hill's technological invention. Hill said calmly, this thing is very simple to use. You need a drop of your own blood, and this Pokeball belongs to you completely. No one else can use it. And as long as you stun the beast and put the Pokeball on top of the beast's head, you can successfully capture it. After being caught, no matter the size, it can be included in the Pokeball. Section 122_. Of course, if the beast itself will not resist, it can be recovered without being stunned. He described the role of the Pokeball. Really? Admiral Akainu looked at Hill in shock, and asked excitedly, even a Sea King can fit in this little Pokeball. Can this really be done? The average size of the Sea King can easily reach hundreds of meters. The impact and destructive power possessed by such a Sea King are enough to easily destroy warships. And the leader in the Sea King class, even the Vice Admiral, wants to kill it with a lot of effort. There are even larger creatures in the Sea King class, thousands of meters or even a terrifying volume comparable to an island. It's not that the old man doesn't believe it, it's really a bit. It feels like a fantasy. Kizaru took a Pokeball and looked at it carefully. Huge Sea Kings, people walk on it, and even have to walk for several kilometers. That behemoth. Compared to the Pokeball in front of me, it was probably the difference between humans and sand. The yellow monkey pouted. What's more, if the Sea Kings are subdued, how much food should be fed to the Sea Kings every day? I'm afraid 1 month's salary is gone in one meal. Being able to catch the Sea Kings is certainly cool, but it needs to be kept as pets. Money can't bear it. The question he mentioned made Sengoku also very curious, and asked Hill, Pulsolino is talking about a question, if you use Pokeballs to capture the Sea Kings. Don't this Navy need to keep them? 10 or 100 Navy can still afford it. If you want more, I'm afraid you can't afford this consumption. Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru all set their sights on Hill, and they also wanted to know the answer. Great value in relation to the Pokeball. Hill smiled and said with a relaxed expression, don't worry at all, any creature in the Pokeball will not feel hungry and will not lose energy. And there's a huge bonus to the Pokeball. That is to make the elves grow, and even comprehend some combat skills. Hill's answer instantly made the Warring States happy, and he asked excitedly, Hill, what's up with this combat skill? The power of the Pokeball is beyond his expectations. Not only can he subdue the huge Sea Kings into obedient pets. Battle skills may also appear. In an instant, his heart was filled with excitement. Hill then answered the question from the Warring States period. The so-called combat skills are those that enable elves to have greater lethality and combat effectiveness. As for what skills they can comprehend, it is still unknown for the time being. The species of elves are different, and the combat skills they can comprehend are also different. The creatures in the pirate world are completely different from the creatures in the Pokemon world, and even the Pokeballs are quite different. Ah la la la. It seems that this Pokeball is another magical invention. Shinji couldn't help but sigh, and was full of admiration in his heart. Hill's invention can be said to have broken the conventional imagination. It's simply unrealistic. Akainu looked excited, and the corner of his mouth grinned. We can not only conquer Sea Kings, but also birds, and even some ferocious beasts. In this way, the enemy and pirates can be attacked in all directions, and no one can escape from the pursuit of the Navy. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. The birds, natural flight ability and broad field of vision play a huge role in the Navy's reconnaissance and pursuit at sea. Pirates can't escape even with their wings attached. Chapter 131-make. The more the better. Akainu can already imagine using the talent of birds to chase pirates for the Navy. And Sea Kings. 1 in the air. 1 nautical mile. Excellent cooperation. Pirates simply cannot escape the hands of the Navy. It made his mood surging, and the bright and beautiful prospects made him excited. Admiral Kizaru rubbed his chin with a look of surprise on his face, and suggested, this old man thinks it's necessary to get some air power. It's possible for naval soldiers to ride on birds and use rocket launchers or bursts of muskets to deal with the enemy. And the artillery wants to hit the birds flying in the sky, which is basically impossible. Another terrible invention. I have to praise the power of this Pokeball, the Sea Kings, the giant beasts, and the ferocious birds that can fly. As long as there are enough Pokeballs, it is possible to create a Beast Legion. 10,000. 100,000. Million. Imagine the spectacle of wild beasts ravaging the sky. The yellow monkey has been trembling in his heart. The combat power is even stronger than the elite of the Navy. The Warring States Marshal nodded in approval, and said with a beaming expression, it is indeed possible to get a group of air knights out, and the Sea Kings must also be subdued in large numbers, which can also come in handy when confronting the Whitebeard pirates. As for the beast, it can be used as a stormtrooper. And mobile armor and pacifists can completely deal with those captain-level pirates. As for the domineering, he wasn't worried at all. On the chaotic battlefield, even if Whitebeard used his arrogance, he would stun his pirates. This trick doesn't work at all. What's more, some powerful Sea Kings can withstand the impact of domineering, but they will only be frightened. Sengoku looked at Hill with a burning gaze, and asked with concern, how much Bailey does it take to make one of these Pokeballs? 1,000,000 Baileys. There is some urgency in my heart. After all, there are only 6 days left. The execution of Fire Fist Ace, Sabo and Hades Rayleigh is about to happen. Hill replied, this thing can be made at least 1,000 pieces a day. This is a rough figure he came up with when he made the Pokeball yesterday. Warring States looked at Hill solemnly, and said happily, okay. Now hurry up to make the Pokeball, and the Navy will give the greatest support. Try to make more Pokeballs before execution. The more the better. Quote. A big surprise for Whitebeard and the Revolutionary Army. This matter is of great importance, and Sengoku also hopes that this kind of powerful Pokeball can be produced quickly. 1,000,000 Pokeballs. But it can be exchanged for powerful Sea Kings as combat power. Earn big. It's so cheap. Warring States looked very excited, and then asked a question that he was very concerned about. By the way, is your Malong #1 so powerful because of strengthening? The Chambord Islands thing. Yesterday, he also understood everything one by one, why Hill was able to capture supernovas such as Pluto Rayleigh, Sabo, and Luffy. It is because of the powerful Malong mecha. Not bad. Hill admitted generously, because of the special composition of Malong #1, the strengthening stone cannot be used on the Malong mecha under normal circumstances. It must be processed by special means before it can be strengthened, which is very troublesome and inefficient. In the past few days, send a batch of mobile armor, and I can also strengthen it. Section 123_. Of course he didn't care, because other than him, unbeknownst to everyone, the highest authority of mobile armor is in their own hands. As long as you want, you can immediately make all Malong 1 turn on the self-destruction device. He wasn't worried at all. Hearing the good news, the Warring States Marshal immediately said with a smile, okay. I'll leave this to you, and wait for the war to end. I'll give you a long vacation and have a good rest. Okay, I haven't had a good rest for a while. After the execution is over, I'll have a good rest. Hill said with a smile. Then bid farewell to the Warring States. Return to his laboratory. The Pokeball, Hill has successfully strengthened it to +15 with the strengthening stone and the horse charm. What's the use of this 15 enhanced Pokeball? Hill guessed that it might speed up the growth of the Pokemon, but he didn't know if it would have other functions. It's completely different from a normal Pokeball. This Pokeball shone with an extremely dazzling light. Generally speaking, anything that is strengthened to this level will have some incredible abilities. And these abilities basically have to be explored and discovered on their own. Hill looked at the Pokeball in his hand and said to himself, let's prepare 2 more Pokeballs with 15 enhancements. I don't know what the rules of the human race defined by the system are. You'll know when you try it. In the world of One Piece, there are all kinds of strange races. Such as Murlocs, Furs, Giants, Villains, Three-Eyed, Long-Legged, Long-Handed, Demons, Snakeheads, Moonmen and so on. Subsequently, Hill strengthened 2 15 Pokeballs again, making a total of 3 15 Pokeballs. After strengthening, put the Pokeball into the space ring. Then I started making Pokeballs. At the same time, in an operating room at the Navy Headquarters Hospital, Zon Taomaru was lying flat on the operating chair, all his limbs bound. Around him, there was a large group of doctors in white coats, masks on their faces and gloves on their hands. Zontaomaru's eyes were filled with determination, but there was a look of expectation and excitement under the determined eyes. He said to the doctor, "I'm ready to start the operation." The leading doctor said to the other doctors, "Start the operation immediately." Injection of anesthesia needle. Dose, 200 milliliters. The injection of the anesthesia needle is complete. The surgeon still has pain response, and another injection is needed. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. Zontaowen closed his eyes and let the doctors of traditional Chinese medicine operate on him. The operation was carried out in an orderly manner. The doctor quickly removed a rib from Zontaowen's body. The attending doctor said immediately, "Time is running out, strengthen the bones immediately, whether it is successful or not, put the ribs back immediately." Then he turned his head to another doctor and said, "Prepare the anti-inflammatory medicine immediately." Yes. A doctor immediately picked up the anti-inflammatory medicine for bone setting. And the doctor holding the rib, without hesitation, began to strengthen Zontaomaru's rib with the strengthening stone. The strengthening stone blooms begin to melt into the ribs little by little. Seeing this scene, the doctor was immediately excited and said excitedly, "Success! Reinforcement stones can really strengthen bones." Hearing this voice, Zontaomaru was also a little excited and excited. When the strengthening stone completely disappeared above the ribs, Zontaowen said to the doctor, "Continue strengthening. Don't stop, keep strengthening 12 times. Quick." He didn't want to take out the same rib over and over 12 times. Who knows if it will actually break? Hearing Zontaowen's voice, the doctor did not hesitate, picked up a strengthening stone again and faced Zontaowen's rib to strengthen it again. Has been strengthened to 12 times. The doctor said, "Although this bone has extraordinary research value, for the sake of the patient, we hurriedly put it back on." Then he began to put the rib back in Zontaomaru. What was ushered in was a word from Zontaomaru. "Doctor, how many enhancement stones are left? Let's just strengthen a few more at a time." Chapter 132_pokeball for me. Zontaomaru gritted his teeth and said so. "Since you can strengthen the success, simply do more at a time. It also saves trouble later. There are still 16, and it is recommended to remove one for strengthening." The attending doctor said. His gloves were covered with sticky blood. His face was obviously excited, even a little crazy. He doesn't know what the specific effects will be after the bones are strengthened, but this undoubtedly opens up a new direction in the medical field. Even more than Zontaomaru, he hopes to continue to strengthen. This is a revolution in medicine. Good. Zontaomaru didn't think much about it, and immediately responded. "Prepare for surgery." The attending doctor immediately greeted the other doctors, "First put back the reinforced ribs. At the same time, we have done a good job of data testing and recording in the past few days. I believe this will definitely become a big step in the advancement of medicine." Full of power. And Zontaomaru was naturally very excited, but after the excitement, he began to worry about one more thing. That is how to get a lot of strengthening stones. The operation lasted about 2 to 3 hours. After surgery, Zontaowen was also sent to the nursing room, and a special doctor recorded everything for him. The doctor's eyes were full of expectations, and he asked Zontaowen on the hospital bed, "How do you feel now?" "The feeling is that it seems to be healing very fast, and there is no other feeling for the time being," Zontaomaru answered truthfully. The doctor immediately picked up a pen and wrote in the notebook, "The strengthened bone has an amazing ability to restore and heal. Current speculation may be that the hematopoietic system in the bone is enhanced. Fortified 12 also has the effect of increasing bone density and bone hardness, and the rest needs to be observed." After writing, he said to Zontaomaru, "Maybe you will be able to have the next operation soon. Now that the operation has just been completed, you still need to observe it. In addition, regarding the strengthening stone, the Naval Medical Department will also apply. But this is a big project. I heard that the Navy is also in short supply of strengthening stones, so I want to strengthen the bones of the whole body. This cycle could be very long. You have to be mentally prepared. Zontaomaru nodded, but his expression was still full of joy. As long as there is a strengthening stone, it doesn't matter if you have several surgeries. Section 124_. I have to be the most defensive man in the world. The doctor just nodded lightly. Zontaowen's physical fitness far exceeded that of ordinary people, and he was also a very suitable subject for testing. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. 2 days passed in a flash. Like a weekend off, time flies so fast. Before you know it, it's gone. On the sea, a huge Navy warship is sailing, and their destination is the inaccessible, windless belt. The windless zone is a very special, sea area, on the sea. It's here. There is no wind at all, making it impossible for most wind-powered boats to sail in the calm zone. Besides, the biggest feature of the windless zone is that there are a large number of supergiant sea kings living in it. On a Navy ship, a man in a white vest suit was lying on a chair with a book on his face. The book is a little bigger than the average book. In order to block the face of the 3-meter-tall Aokiji. Admiral Kuzan, a naval officer called his name in his ear. Aokiji opened the book on his face and immediately asked, "Is it time for lunch?" "No, the ship has reached the windless zone," the officer said quickly. After all, this warship is different from other naval warships. It's an old-fashioned naval warship, not Punk's Sea Rock technology. So, once entering the windless zone, there is a great possibility of being attacked by sea kings. And their mission on this trip is naturally to use the pokeball to capture the sea kings. Admiral Kuzan's ability is naturally the most effective way to deal with these sea kings. Ah la la la, are you in the windless zone? Aokiji stood up from his chair and walked to the edge of the ship, with the officers behind him also following him. "Are the pokeballs ready?" he asked. "It's ready, a total of 1,000 pokeballs this time," the officer replied. These 1,000 pokeballs have all completed the state of identifying their masters, and more than 1,000 elite naval soldiers have gathered on board. Each of them is at least at the rank of Navy captain. Ah la la la, then move on and prepare the bait. Leave the sea kings to me. Aokiji yawned lazily. Under his orders, soldiers were soon carrying buckets of cut, bloody animal meat from the cabin. There was a strong smell of blood on the deck. The soldiers immediately threw the fresh animal meat into the sea. The blood carried on the raw meat instantly dyed the sea water a red. The untreated animal viscera exudes a strong stench that permeates the sea. Attracts predators. The green pheasant's ears moved slightly. Ah la la la. The sea kings are here. Next second, there are huge sea kings directly opening their bloody mouths under the sea, and the object turned out to be a naval warship. And the tens of meters of huge naval warships are not even as big as the open mouth of the Sea King. The turbulent seawater caused by the behemoth caused the warship to break away from the sea with the rising waves, and there was a danger of overturning at any time. The Navy soldiers on the ship suddenly panicked. Glacier, age. The white cold air instantly blasted into the sea water from Kuzan's palm, and the sea water instantly froze at an unimaginable speed. It spreads toward the end of the sea and the depths of the seabed. This huge sea king with a body size of thousands of meters was frozen on the spot in an instant, and those sea kings who were vying for food were also frozen. Kuzan said calmly to the soldiers, "Now let's use the pokeball to capture the sea kings." This is a yellow-green, crocodile, sea king, even if it is frozen by the green pheasant's fruit ability. You can still see the sharp tusks of the crocodile through the ice. The soldiers watching were terrified. If it weren't for Admiral Aokiji, I am afraid that the entire ship's naval soldiers would be swallowed by the sea kings in one bite. Saying that, he took the soldiers on the ice, walked to the head of the Sea King, and melted the ice to make a hole. The soldier immediately pressed the button on the Pokeball and placed it on the head of the Sea King behemoth. All of a sudden, a burst of light appeared on the Pokeball and shone on the Sea Kings. This is a process of continuous subjugation. Fortunately, the green pheasant is the power of frozen fruit, and the Sea Kings can't resist the subduing of the Pokeball at all. The whole process took about 3 minutes. When the light of the Pokeball disappeared, Admiral Kuzan, the recovery is successful. The Navy elite shouted in surprise, his face full of joy. Aokiji nodded lightly, "Allah lala. Let everyone back down." He followed the soldiers back to the frozen sea. Looking at the giant crocodile Sea King with a head and a V-shaped mouth in front of him, Aokiji instantly began to lift the ice cubes that were freezing crocodile Sea Kings. The ice cubes disappeared quickly. The crocodile Sea King regained control of its body and climbed directly from the gap in the ice. There was no attack on the Navy soldiers. Instead, he lay directly in front of the crowd. Aokiji smiled slightly. Sure enough, there is no fierceness. It seems that it has been successfully subdued. Chapter 133_Shichibukai descends on the Navy headquarters. Except, the soldier held the elf ball and pressed the switch, and the elf snapped open like a shell. A ray of light shot out from the Pokeball. The light shone on the crocodile, and the crocodile suddenly became smaller in size, and entered the Pokeball along the route of the light. All the Navy's eyes widened uncontrollably at the moment, looking at this scene in shock. Finally, when the crocodile Sea King disappeared in the Pokeball, instantly exploded. Nani, the thousands of Sea Kings are really taken in. Dr. Hill is a bull. This Pokeball is amazing. I'm so happy that I'm going to faint at the thought of having a Sea King pet. God, this is the new invention of the genius scientist Dr. Hill. It's an artifact. Dr. Hill is not only amazing in invention, but also in catching pirates. He is my idol. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. The Navy elites present were all in awe when they saw this miraculous scene. A shocking light flashed in Chingzi's eyes, and his face quickly returned to calm, but he still sighed, "Allah lala. Enhanced stones, mobile armors, Pokeballs, what else is not magical?" What every invention brings to the Navy is a leap forward. Simply astonishing. Hill is definitely the first person in technology in this world. Then Aokiji looked at the soldier with a smile on his face. Hey. Don't be in a daze, hurry up and catch the next Sea King. Section 125_. Oh tilde. Oh. The soldiers suddenly cheered with excitement, resounding through the sky. For them, the utterly unmatched Sea Kings can now be their pets. How can you not be excited and happy? Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. As the Navy informs the world about the execution. Naturally, the Navy also started full-scale operations. Navy headquarters. The port of Marin Van Do. Huge naval warships docked at the port of Crescent Bay. At the same time, the family members of the Navy who originally lived in the naval headquarters are also being transferred. A family member said goodbye in tears. Anyone knows. War means death, death means broken family. But war never stops because of personal will. A Navy hugged his beautiful wife and said firmly, "Don't worry, I will definitely live, for our children." Although his wife threw herself in his arms and wept silently. But as a Navy he didn't cry. Even if he sacrificed, his wife could still live. You can still have food, clothing, and shelter. Such farewells are not uncommon at ports. And this time, a huge naval warship is docked on the coast. The weak cannot even choose their own death. Only the truly strong can decide their own destiny. Doflamingo walked off the warship with a sarcastic smile on his lips. With his arrogant 8-character steps, he went to the place specially responsible for entertaining them under the leadership of the Navy. Observe all the way. Doflamingo's smile gradually subsided, and he said in shock, "It seems that the morale of the Navy soldiers is simply skyrocketing. Should it not only be the arrest of Hades Rayleigh, Firefist Ace and others, but also because of Hill's invention? Looks like there's a good show in this battle." Doflamingo had just walked for more than 10 minutes before another huge naval warship appeared at the port of Crescent Bay. Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel stood on the deck and frowned and said, "Hancock, you have already arrived at the naval headquarters, don't forget that you are Shichibukai. This is the Navy headquarters. Although you are invited to help in the battle, if..." There was an obvious warning in his words, but Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel wasn't finished. It was interrupted by Hancock. "What the concubine wants to do is the freedom of the concubine, and it's not your naval commander's turn. No matter what you do, the concubine will be forgiven. Because the concubine is the most beautiful woman in the world." Hancock fluttered his princess-cut black hair, which immediately attracted a burst of cheers and obsession from the soldiers on the deck. His eyes were filled with red hearts. Seeing such a scene, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel immediately appeared 3 black lines on his forehead, and his face became gloomy. Hancock frowned slightly, and opened his red lips in a very disgusting tone. "I really hate being with these stinky men. Take me to a room without men." She couldn't wait to want a place without any man. The breadth of the place and the figure of the man made her feel disgusted from the bottom of her heart. What's more, the Navy belongs to the world government. Seeing this, Flying Squirrel readily agreed, and immediately arranged for someone to take Hancock, the female emperor of the 7 Wuhai Sea, to a separate room. A recruited Shichibukai appeared at the Navy headquarters. In a spacious and bright room. "Gia ha ha ha, I want delicious cherry pie." On a table, several Shichibukai gathered, and the one who spoke was Marshal D. Teach, the captain of the Blackbeard Pirates. On his right side is Moonlight Mariah, with his hands wrapped around his chest. The sharp teeth clenched together fiercely, looked at Brother Doflamingo, and said viciously, "Brother Ming, why didn't the auction invite me?" To him, it was an insult. Other forces were invited, but he was not invited. Hum hum hum. Brother Doflamingo let out an extremely mocking low laugh. "Shibukai who can be defeated by a pirate rookie. It's really a shame to give the name Chiwahai. I think it's better to give this position to others, so as not to lower the level of Chiwahai." Although the former Moonlight Moria was indeed a world-famous pirate, he even challenged Kaido of the 4 emperors and beasts. It was a year of blood and blood on the sea, and even Brother Ming himself once challenged Kaido. The purpose is naturally to carve up the territory of the New World and become the 4 emperors. Just failed. If it succeeded, maybe the 4 emperors are Doflamingo, and Shichibukai is Kaido. King and loser. Naturally speaking with strength. Only now, Moria's defeat by the little pirates makes Doflamingo very disdain. "I'm going to kill you." Moria suddenly became furious and shouted. "This is the Navy headquarters. Everyone, please pay attention," the crane staff sitting opposite said. It made Moria's teeth ticklish, but there was nothing she could do. But next to the crane's staff, there is still an empty space. To the left of this position, are 2 vice admirals of the Admiralty. Regarding the conflict between Moonlight Moria and Doflamingo, Mihawk looked unmoved, and said to the Navy beside him, "Please bring me a bottle of red wine." "Lieutenant General Crane, which Navy is next to you? Why haven't you come now?" Blackbeard Titch opened his mouth wide, revealing his sparse teeth biting on the cherry pie curiously. His question immediately caught the attention of Doflamingo and Mihawk. They all set their eyes on Lieutenant General Crane. Lieutenant General Crane said calmly, "It's a navy with a high status, and it should be there soon. Say Sao Sao." Sao Sao arrives. A glowing robot entered through the door. Stimulate the eyes of everyone present. It is Malong number 1. Chapter 134 Tear up the Shichibukai agreement. All of a sudden, the eyes of everyone present shrank, and they were startled by the huge robot emitting a strong light in front of them. Such a big guy, this little chair can't sit on it. Doflamingo smiled, but this smile was somewhat heavy. The big guy in front of him is unusual no matter how he looks at it, and it is most likely the secret weapon of the Navy. And the Navy who can sit on the table is all Vice Admiral, and even an important person of the veteran level like Vice Admiral Crane. Section 126_. Blackbeard Titch also put down the food in his hand and grinned. Comrade Crane, who is the person in this big guy? Staring curiously at this huge robot, an extremely dangerous intuition emerged in his heart. Prove the danger of this robot. At the same time, the three vice admirals next to Admiral Crane stood up from their chairs and respectfully raised their hands towards the giant robot. With his head held high, a standard military salute, a look of reverence on his face, and at the same time he shouted, "General Hill." General. As soon as the title of the general came out, everyone present was shocked, and their hearts were suddenly shocked. Doflamingo was struck by lightning, his eyes suddenly widened under the sunglasses, and a huge wave was set off in his heart. What's going on? Scientist Hill, how did you become an admiral? There is actually a fourth general in the Navy, and it's hidden from everyone. This moment. Doflamingo was heartbroken. Blackbeard Titch also found it extremely incredible, and said in surprise, the Navy still hides the fourth general, is it the time to be ready to deal with Whitebeard? It seems that the Navy has made a lot of preparations for this war. From the performance of the three vice admirals, this one is definitely an admiral. So the Navy has a total of 4 admirals. No wonder he chose to execute Fire Fist Ace, Revolutionary Army Chief of Staff Sabo, and Hades Rayleigh at the same time. Still hiding such a trump card. Even Hawkeye, who had been calm all the time, couldn't help but cast a surprised look, and a lot of doubts arose in his heart. The 4th Admiral of the Navy, why has there been no news before? Never caught any omen from the newspapers either. Strange 4th Admiral. Could it be that the world government was specially dispatched for this war? Lieutenant General he also said bluntly, Hill is the 4th General of the Navy, codenamed Malong. This room was designed to accommodate the giant Moonlight Mariah, of course. Accommodating the Malong number 1 is not a problem at all. Hill controlled Malong number 1 to the front of the table, and the voice of the electronic machine sounded, I'm sorry, I announce that you have been arrested, Blackbeard. The icy mechanical sound made Blackbeard Ticky's heart cool in an instant. Gia ha ha ha, we are the Chihuahai recognized by the world government, legal pirates, and will not be arrested by the Navy. Blackbeard Ticky forced a smile on his face. Then he said, now these people around me are all in the 7 Wuhai, not to mention the Whitebeard pirates will soon be dealt with. Does the Navy have to set up more enemies for itself? His words also pulled the other Chihuahai beside him into the water. Not only him, the world's number 1 swordsman Mahawk, Doflamingo Tenyasha, and Moonlight Mori are all Shichibukai. This is a blatant violation of the agreement between the world government and Shichibukai. Even Lieutenant General he looked at Malong number 1 in surprise, and said in a heavy voice, Hill, now is not the time to be joking. They are an important force invited by the Navy to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. Although she wondered why Hill would say such words, she immediately eased the tense atmosphere in the room. Staff Crane, I'm not kidding, Hill's voice sounded, even in a mechanical and electronic voice, but no one could hear the firmness in his words. No kidding. The next moment, Malong number 1 foot's eyes shone with dazzling light, and 2 thick columnar lasers like buckets shot out from Malong number 1 foot's eyes. Laugh. The terrifying laser even ripped and pierced the air. Blackbeard Ticky's complexion changed dramatically, and a layer of black smoke-like substance lingered on his palm. In his mouth, he screamed in horror and anger, damn. Are you planning to tear up the Chihuahai agreement? Black smoke rose up and appeared in front of Titch. The scorching laser rays emitted by the pig charm seemed to be absorbed the moment they touched the black smoke. But Blackbeard's eyes widened suddenly, and drops of cold sweat began to slowly flow down his forehead. General Malong, This matter can't be messed up. Does the Navy want Chihuahua to stand on the opposite side of the Navy? Brother Doflamingo looked gloomy. The eyes under the sunglasses are very bad, staring at Malong number 1 vigilantly, and the words are even more threatening. Moonlight Moria's reaction was also very intense, and he asked sharply, could it be that the Navy also wants to destroy our Shichibukai together? He even stood up and took out a huge pair of scissors from his trouser pocket. And ready for battle. Hawkeye Mahawk looked unhappy, and said coldly, I originally wanted to see the power of Whitebeard, so I chose to participate in this Chihuahua recruitment. Since the Admiral of the Navy took action against Shichibukai, it's fine not to participate in this war. He got up and prepared to leave without the slightest hesitation. The sharp eyes in his eyes and the icy and sharp aura all over his body made the surrounding Navy suddenly feel a cold murderous intent. Bang! I saw a huge figure flying out from the front of Hawkeye. But it didn't stop his steady pace in the slightest, and walked towards the door. Blackbeard Titch's mouth also shouted miserably, it hurts. It hurts. Boom. The huge figure of several meters directly smashed the hard stone wall and flew out. Flames erupted from Malong number 1 foot's wings and rushed out. Humph. Brother Doflamming snorted coldly, his face was extremely gloomy, and he gritted his teeth and said, it seems that there will be no Chihuahua in this sea in the future. If the Navy makes a move, just come. He turned away immediately. Moonlight Moria also knew that the Navy headquarters couldn't stay longer, so he also chose to leave. Lieutenant General Crane's face was also very ugly, and even the wrinkles on his face were deeply squeezed together, and he said angrily, Hill, what are you doing? Don't you know the priorities? Even if you want to do it, it will not be too late to do it until the war is over. She has a headache now, something has happened, and it is unavoidable and salvageable. It is impossible for Chihuahua to exist after today. The Vice Admiral on the side immediately asked the staff officer then what should we do now? Immediately take action against all the Blackbeard pirates, and don't stop the other Shichibukai. Admiral Crane knew that the Admiral himself represented the Navy. Since Hill chose to make a move, he had to make a final decision. Quickly cut through the mess and wiped out all the Blackbeard pirates. Be sure to destroy all members of the Blackbeard pirates. Also, if the other Chihuahua want to leave, don't stop them. If they attack the Navy, then take them together. The sonorous and powerful voice of the Crane staff sounded, and there was no doubt about it. Yes, the three vice admirals responded immediately. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Chapter 135 Look at me. Damn. Malong, you can only make all the pirates unite and break the balance of the sea. The rules and regulations of Shichibukai are set by the world government. Blackbeard Titch removed the stone on his body and roared angrily at Malong number 1. A pair of small black eyes were filled with endless anger. Section 127 He couldn't understand, the number of Chihuahua was present. Why did General Malong only target him, making him feel the urge to vomit blood? Rules. I'm a person who never talks to pirates. Malong number 1 made a ruthless and cold electromechanical sound. Talk to the pirates of the rules. This is not my usual style. Immediately, the steel mechanical fingers clenched into fists. A punch made a sound of breaking through the air. Great momentum. Damn it. Blackbeard Tiki scolded angrily and rolled to the left a few times in embarrassment. Dodging the attack of Malong 1. He knew that the Navy headquarters could not stay, or wait for more navies to come. Only to die. Dark cave. Blackbeard Titch's feet quickly spread out strange black smoke, and the black substance flows like seawater in all directions. And where the black smoke touches, everything is being swallowed up. Inhaling black smoke. Crushed stones, houses, and various things in houses cover a few hundred square meters. What's going on? My body. My body is being sucked in. Run. Don't get contaminated with this stuff. What the hell is this? Why can't I get rid of it? Don't. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. Many navies have been affected by Blackbeard Titch's moves, and all are staying away from Blackbeard. And the surrounding houses seem to be sinking into the sea and start to fall. Unfortunately, what he is facing is a flying, Malong No. 1 inch. It's still a mobile armor with a reinforcement of 15. When the black smoke spread, Hill turned on the airplane mode, without hesitation, and controlled Malong 1 to appear in the sky. Energy beam cannon. The mechanical hole in the chest opened, and blue lasers shot at Blackbeard Titch. Intensive firepower covered Blackbeard Titch. At this time, a black smoke like a tornado suddenly appeared from Blackbeard Titch. The things that were just swallowed by the black smoke, such as gravel, houses and so on, flew out of the black tornado behind Titch. But these things. For Malong No. 1 foot's energy beam cannon, it was broken down in an instant, and it didn't consume much energy. Blackbeard saw it. During the manipulation, black smoke like a stream of water rose from the ground, blocking the laser and forming a black wall. Taking advantage of the gap in the block, Blackbeard Titch turned around and ran. In his heart, he cursed angrily, "Damn General Molong, why are you targeting me, Blackbeard?" He even tore up the agreement of Chihuahai, "I don't know him at all." Blackbeard started scolding his mother directly in his heart. General Molong is simply not a human being. The power of the natural type dark fruit is indeed special, and the energy laser cannon was actually blocked. It's not that easy to run. If I don't kill you today, I won't be called Hill. Hill instantly stimulated the power of the pig charm again. Tien Peng, cubs, look straight at me. Blue and red lasers hit the black smoke. Immediately, the black smoke smashed into pieces. A surging blue flame erupted from the Malong No. 1 wing, and a huge hammer with lightning appeared in its hand. Thor's hammer. Tien Peng, cubs, look straight at me. In Malong No. 1, a laser scorching ray was fired at Blackbeard again. And the figure is quickly approaching Blackbeard. The whistling wind, coupled with the galloping laser, made Blackbeard Titch's complexion change greatly. Damn, I can't stop that guy. What kind of robot is this, and a laser attack with such terrifying power? He didn't expect that his ability would be violently destroyed by the huge robot in just a second or two, disrupting his escape plan. Dark prison. The black smoke on the ground formed black ropes, like a terrifying giant python. Rushed to Malong 1 in the sky. At the same time, Blackbeard Tiki's body, black smoke emerged from behind to form a shield behind him. Defense and attack at the same time. The figure is also constantly running towards the position at the Crescent Bay port. Boom. It was the sound of laser scorching rays hitting the black smoke. With a power that even Hades Rayleigh's strongest slash cannot resist, Blackbeard's ability to use the dark fruit can absorb and devour it. It can't stop the power of strengthening +15 pig charm at all. Tong si wola, hei hu zi dun shi I hao kan jiao shangqi, zhang kai na shi song ya kai de da zui meng de tu chuyi ko xian hong de shuiyi. There was a burning and severe pain in the back. The shortcoming of the dark fruit's double pain made him experience inhuman pain. The figure thumped and rolled on the ground constantly, hitting. And this time, stripes of black giant pythons wrapped around the surface of Malong No. 1 foot's body, which immediately blocked most of the light from Malong No. 1 foot's body. And these rope-like black smoke not only pulled Malong No. 1 towards it. At the same time, these black smokes have extremely strong phagocytic properties, and when they are the sound of cracking ribs was heard, and the Vice Admiral was knocked out. But he was not happy because of this. Instead his face became more solemn, and he gritted his teeth and said angrily, I am the Chihuahai recognized by the world government. Are you going to go against the will of the world government? Two vice admirals stopped in front of him, making his heart sink to the bottom. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. P.S. Come, group. 697-402-207. P.S. Come, group. 697-402-207. Chapter 136 Go to trial. Although I don't know why Admiral Molong shot against you, but Admiral Molong's will is our will, the Vice Admiral with a resolute expression on his face said without any hesitation. Another Vice Admiral also said at this time, General Molong has taken action, there is no room for relaxation, and your identity as Chihuahai has been deprived. Now, you're just a pirate. Accept justice. Whoosh. Whoosh. The two Vice Admirals attacked Blackbeard Tiki from left to right, holding the ambush cloud sword, with a strengthening +1/2. The strong wind resounded. Bastard. My journey will not end, my journey has just begun, no one can stop me. Blackbeard Titch's face gradually turned hideous, and he let out an insolent roar. There was a fierce light in his eyes. Dark world, black dragon. The black smoke floating from his body instantly condensed and turned into a black dragon that appeared behind his body. The giant dragon, which was as pitch black as ink, opened its mouth like a dragon roaring for 9 days. Filled with evil dark breath. Whistling towards the two Vice Admirals killed the past. At this time, Lieutenant General Crane's eyes turned to the huge Molong No. 1, staring intently. I hope this incident will not affect the next plan. It may not be a bad thing to lose the combat power of the digital Chihuahai. For the Navy, Shichibukai has always been a pirate. It is an existence that is not recognized and accepted by naval psychology, and the same is true for pirates. Identify Shichibukai as a lackey of the Navy. Everything is tied together by interests. Hill can stand up and make such a rule-breaking move, so the old man can't just watch it. Lieutenant General he knew that Hill's decision in this step had a great impact. There are good ones, and naturally there are also bad ones. And what she needs to do now is to magnify the good and shrink the bad for a second. Zongjing took out a phone bug from his arms and dialed a number. When the phone worm was connected, a firm and powerful voice sounded in her mouth. Sakaski, Hill has already attacked the Blackbeard pirates and tore up the Shichibukai agreement. Now please dispatch the Navy to arrest him immediately. All members of the Blackbeard pirates. Can't let any pirates go. A Kainu's awe-inspiring murderous voice sounded from the phone bug, and seemed to be excited. Destroying pirates is my favorite thing. Besides, I've been unhappy with seeing this group of Chihuahai for a long time. Pat. The phone bug hangs up, signaling that Admiral Akainu has begun to act. And Lieutenant General Crane immediately dialed the phone number of the Warring States Marshal and told the Warring States about the matter one by one. And on the battlefield, Hill controlled Molong 1 and struggled a few times, but found that he could not break free. Immediately decided to use the golden light spell. With a thought in his mind, a bright and splendid golden light surged out of Hill's body. The energy of the golden light mantra spreads from the inside of Molong No. 1 to the outside, and the golden power is when it touches the dark matter. Immediately, the black smoke made a whistling sound. It began to melt rapidly like ice and snow. It works. Hill's voice carried a strong surprise, and he manipulated the energy of the golden light spell to melt the black rope bound to the Molong No. 1 mecha. The golden light spell is really useful. As the black smoke disappeared, Molong No. 1 also regained its mobility. His eyes instantly fell on Blackbeard Titch, and the three Vice Admirals were fighting with Titch. An eerie black energy stuns the three Vice Admirals. Get out of the way. Molong No. 1 made a sound, and then swung the huge hammer of Thor at Blackbeard. Looking at the glowing, hot and lightning-quick hammer, Blackbeard Titch had a heart palpitation for no reason. General Molong, I have no hatred and no grudge against you, why are you taking action against me? Blackbeard roared. His heart was burning with anxiety. If you can't escape from the Navy headquarters, all is well. What plans, what dreams, what a pile of shit. Facing the giant Thor's hammer, Blackbeard Titch's huge body instantly jumped backwards. He doesn't understand. He is puzzled. Why do you have to be yourself? Boom. The gravel splashed and the earth trembled. Why? Because I am a navy, and you are a pirate. Malong number 1 slammed down Blackbeard again with a huge Thor's hammer. A circle of ripples spread in the air. Having said this, Blackbeard Titch's face turned completely dark, and he roared, "Then I will destroy you, robot." He was embarrassed to avoid the huge hammer. Then you have to have that ability too. Hill replied unceremoniously. With the 15 enhanced Malong mecha and the horse charm, can you destroy it if you want? Laser scorching rays shot out from his eyes. The sharp laser made Blackbeard have to avoid the edge for a while, but he had experienced the power of this laser. Let him die in pain. It was a terrifying laser that could cause a deadly threat. Laugh. The laser sank into the ground, and penetrated 2 large, dark holes of unknown depth. The Blackbeard was so shocked that his face was covered in cold sweat, and he was shocked in anger. What kind of ghost robot is this? Why is its combat power so strong? Not even the power of the natural dark fruit can destroy this robot. My dark fruit has the dark gravitational force that returns everything to nothing. The dark fruit has powerful compressive and crushing power, but when it comes to this robot, the effect is not strong. There was not even a trace of the previous attack on this glowing robot. Hill controlled the Malong number 1 and ordered to several other vice admirals. You step back first, stay by the side, don't let this guy run away. Energy beam cannon. Laser scorching rays. Malong number 1 foot's energy beam cannon and the pig charm were fired together, and Malong number 1 raised its steel arm. Holds Thor's hammer aloft, like the Statue of Liberty. Section 129_. It was only with the raised, Thor's hammer, that dark clouds began to gather in the clear sky, blocking the light from the sun in the sky. The black cloud overwhelms the city and wants to destroy it. Let Marin Fando fall into darkness. The depressing sound of thunder made countless people in the naval headquarters panic. What's the matter? It was fine just now. Why is there a sudden thunder and lightning, a sign of a torrential rain? Does anyone know what's going on here? Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. Many unaware Navy came out of the building one after another, and some people looked through the windows to the dark sky outside. A look of fear appeared on his face. Of course, I also know something, and I can see the extremely dazzling Malong number 1 under the dim sky. It's Malong number 1, there is lightning on the hammer over there. What's the situation? Is the Malong number 1 mecha fighting? What happened? Is Dr. Hill experimenting with new inventions and technologies? Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. In the entire naval headquarters, Malin Fando fell into a panic, an unknown panic. There were also admirals who began to carry out the orders they received. In the face of the attack of the Malong number 1 laser and laser, Blackbeard Tiki shouted with a ferocious expression. Dark Emperor. Chapter 137 Eat a Hammer. The dark matter around Blackbeard Titch surged frantically and gathered in his hands. In the blink of an eye, a black ball of several meters was formed. Malong number 1 foot's laser and laser scorching rays are too fast to allow Blackbeard Titch to continue brewing more violent attacks. He also simply threw the huge, black ball, in his hand. The arrogance fluttered on the black ball, like a flaming flame. Only the color is a weird and frightening black. At the same time, a large amount of black smoke condensed on his body, and the whole person turned into a black monster. The size of the body continues to expand and become huge. Like a black devil from hell. The huge system of more than 10 meters is not inferior to Malong number 1 at all, and even bigger. One bright and one dark. It was in stark contrast to the glowing Malong number 1. Blackbeard Titch's mouth made a negative sound. Navy. I didn't do anything special to the Navy. I won't die until I reach the top of this world. Just let you see the true power of the dark fruit. Seeing the change of Blackbeard Ticky, several vice admirals suddenly had shocked expressions on their faces. What kind of monster is this? Could it be the awakening power of the devil fruit? Blackbeard actually mastered the power of awakening. How strong is this guy? The captain of the 2nd Division of Whitebeard, Fire Fist Ace, was defeated by Blackbeard, but he can't be careless because he doesn't have a bounty. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. Several Navy looked nervous, and clenched the Tiankong Yunjian with +1-2 strengthening in their hands, ready to join the battle again at any time. Such monsters cannot be taken lightly. Boom. Next second. The deafening explosion sounded, and the Dark Emperor, released by Blackbeard, was instantly broken by the energy beam cannon, resulting in a violent explosion. The laser's scorching sight instantly appeared in front of the black and terrifying devil. Puff. The scorching ray pierced through the abdomen of the black monster, causing Blackbeard to let out a shrill scream. Bastard tilde. The huge black monster grimaced in pain. This attack is too powerful, and the dark power covered on the body surface is in front of this terrifying laser. Totally vulnerable. His heart was full of resentment, and the fierce look in the black monster's eyes was as if he wanted to kill Malong number 1 with Hill inside 1,000 times. He couldn't help roaring hysterically in his heart, damn. Why? Why did the plan change like this? Why did the Navy tear up the Shichibukai agreement at such a critical time? Why is he doing this? Blackbeard Tiki, who is crazy in his heart, has the power of dark fruits pouring out of his body. In the blink of an eye, a huge black ball of dozens of meters was formed. And it is still accommodating more power and getting bigger. It is a completely different level of power from the previous, Dark Emperor. And the other side. The hammer of lightning in the hands of Malong number 1 is almost completely wrapped by the power of lightning, forming a hammer completely formed by lightning. Thousands of thunder and lightning formed a scalp-numbing electric snake swimming in Thor's hammer. Under the dazzling electric light. It is the destructive power of thunder. Eat the father with a hammer. The violent power of thunder poured out with the hammer of Thor, which was smashed down by Malong number 1. Under the rumbling thunder. Add a little more, Thor, power. At the same time, Tikito held a huge dark ball and smashed it towards Malong number 1. Dark Emperor. One black, one blue and white light. They collided suddenly in the sky. Boom. This moment. The world seems to be divided into two distinct worlds, dark and light. An earth-shattering sound rang out in the Marine headquarters Marine Fando. Countless people covered their ears subconsciously, but their eardrums were still buzzing. The glass of the window, including the glass in the room, and other things suddenly shattered with a bang. So terrifying. What the hell happened? Who the hell is fighting? Such combat power must be at the level of a general. Could it be that Whitebeard or the Revolutionary Army started early? Whose power is that terrifying thunder and lightning? Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. At this moment, thousands of Navy looked at the scene in the sky with awe, shocking to the depths of their souls. The other side. Wearing a high-slit cheongsam, the proud female Emperor Hancock frowned. And in front of her appeared several Navy soldiers. Section 130_. Pirate Empress Boya Hancock, please leave the Navy headquarters immediately, you have been deprived of the title of Shichibukai. The Navy soldier knew the Empress Hancock seriously. Huh. There was a trace of anger in Hancock's bright eyes, his chin as white as jade raised slightly, and he said angrily, it was the Navy who invited the concubine to help in the battle, and now they have to drive the concubine away. And depriving the concubine of the title of Chiwahai, are you playing tricks on the concubine? Her high chest made the outline of her chest even more majestic, the anger that had built up in her chest. Sorry, this is an order from superiors, we just carry out the order. Cold sweat began to flow from the Navy's temples. The powerful aura emanating from Hancock made the Navy's speech become less agile. A scarlet snake letter stretched out from the mouth of the white-colored giant snake wrapped around Hancock's body, and hissing sound came out of his mouth. He stared at the group of Navy in front of him. And the pirate Queen Boya Hancock's arrogant expression had a look of contempt for everything, and asked coldly, "My concubine does not have the title of Chiwahai. Does it mean that I will return to the identity of a pirate in the future?" The cold eyes made the Navy soldiers feel cold all over. It's not clear at this time, said the Navy soldier shivering. Hancock fluttered his hair coldly and arrogantly, and said to the Navy soldier in a commanding tone, "I don't want to stay in this place full of stinky men." Then let the concubine get out of here. She did not choose to take action. Outside, she had more rhetoric and reasons to prove that the death of the Navy had nothing to do with herself. But this is the Navy headquarters. Alone, she understands that this is not a good place to fight the Navy. At the same time, eagle-eyed Mahawk at the Crescent Bay port looked back at the battle center, and a look of shock flashed in the depths of his sharp eagle-eyed. He said to himself in his heart, "Is this the power of Blackbeard Tichin Admiral? Will Admiral Malong's personal will lead to the failure of this war?" Chapter 138_Doctor, send the strengthening stone. Mahawk, who is Shichibukai, knows that the power of Shichibukai is against the Whitebeard pirates or the Revolutionary Army. Definitely can make a difference. Whether it is reputation, prestige and strength, it can bring a lot of pressure and casualties to the Whitebeard pirates. But all of this was shattered by General Malong's personal will. Make him really a little invisible. The war in 5 days will definitely be an epic war that will shock the whole world. The Navy is pushing itself into the abyss. Doflamingo sneered. He took the crab step leisurely, without any worries. Anyway, the one who came to the naval headquarters this time was just a shadow riding line clone. His evil heart was even more anticipating the arrival of the war in a few days, and he was firm in his thoughts. The Chiwahai amulet is gone. Only by virtue of true strength and planning can stand at the top of this world. The members of the Blackbeard pirates also ushered in a devastating blow. Admiral Akainu and several vice admirals surrounded all the members of the Blackbeard pirates. He was watched by the murderous eyes of countless Navy around him. The members of the Blackbeard pirates are not to mention how heavy their hearts are. Lafitte raised the corners of his blood-red mouth, and said with a wry smile, "Whether we can escape or not depends on our ability. Titch's plan doesn't seem to work, so let's break up." Although he possesses the power of a devil fruit and can fly, whether he can escape from the Navy headquarters is another matter. In front of him are Admiral Akainu and several vice admirals. The key is. Looking at Admiral Akainu's gloves glowing between his hands, Rafet suddenly felt his eyelids jump. Damn Navy, our captain is Shichibukai, a pirate who won't be caught by the Navy. Fighting champion Badgers roared angrily. But none of the Navy looked moved, and none of the Navy laid down their weapons. "You evil pirates, go to hell." Admiral Akainu said not much, and billowing lava appeared directly on his arm. The hot magma emitting a strong red light made everyone in the Blackbeard pirates feel like they were facing a formidable enemy, and their expressions became nervous. Akainu jumped up and attacked with a punch. His attacking action was a signal, and Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel immediately raised the long sword in his hand and shouted, "Justice will win. Kill. Justice shall prevail. Kill." All the Navy immediately swarmed up with swords in hand, and several vice admirals also launched an attack. Shouting loudly. Fighting champion Badgers clenched his fists tightly, and the domineering hardening of his armed color instantly made his arms look like polished metal. One punch. A cracking sound rang out. Bang. The sound of fists hitting lava. Ka 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 tilde. That was the sound of Badger's arm bones breaking. Ah! Badger screamed, banging directly into the ground. His shrill screams instantly made the other members of the Blackbeard pirates tremble and their hearts were cold. One strike. With just one blow, Badgers was directly knocked down by Admiral Akainu. There was a touch of excitement under Akainu's icy face. The 15 strengthened glove really works. Then he turned his head to look at the other Blackbeard members. Under his cold and murderous gaze, the hearts of the members of the Blackbeard pirates couldn't help shaking. He grinned. Pirates, today is the time to pay for the sins you have committed. At the same time, the other side. Blackbeard Titch roared and made a reckless voice. A man's dream will never end. I'm not going to fall here. Some impassioned words, but cannot change any ending. The battle between Malong No. 1 and Blackbeard also came to an end, under thousands of thunder. The huge dark spear exploded like a balloon filled with water. The hammer of Thor, entwined with thunder and lightning, slammed on the head of the huge black monster. There was a loud bang. In an instant, Blackbeard Titch felt that his head was buzzing, a sense of blankness as if he had lost even the pain. The whole person's eyes are black, and the position of heaven and earth is overturned and twisted, which brings a strong sense of dizziness. The way of expression in the game is that a few stars appear on his head and circle quickly. Dizzy, hammer him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, go up the mountain to fight tigers. Bang 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 tilde. One hammer after another, the hammer directly knocked Blackbeard out of consciousness, removing the power of the devil fruit. He lay on the ground with his eyes rolled. And around his figure, a large pit has been clearly formed. There were not many teeth, and now I can't see any of them, and the mouth was unconsciously vomiting blood. Get it done. Section 131_. End of work. Hill in Malong No. 1 directly put away the Thor's hammer, and unceremoniously used the pig charm to hit Blackbeard twice. Just 2 hair, not much. Because Blackbeard has stopped working. Hill controlled Malong No. 1 and walked to Lieutenant General He and said, I think this guy has a conspiracy to join Chihuahai, so it's better to kill him. I'm going back to the lab first, don't disturb me. He didn't want to be questioned by a group of people, so he decided to leave without waiting for Lieutenant General He to speak. Seeing the figure of Hill leaving, Lieutenant General Crane showed a helpless smile on his face. This fellow Hill is still a teenager. That's right, he's not even 20 years old yet. Looking at the dead pirate Blackbeard on the ground, she didn't have any pity, but if it wasn't for the overall situation, I'm afraid she will also choose to keep all the Chihuahai. At present, Kizaru and Aokiji are implementing the Pokeball conquering plan, not in the Navy headquarters. Carp has also successfully resigned, and took his grandson to the East China Sea, ready to take care of the kid. If other generals are there. Probably another situation. Hill returned to the laboratory, walked out of the Malong Mecha, and immediately patted his head. I forgot. I knew earlier that I should use a 15 enhanced Pokeball to try to conquer Blackbeard. Forget it. Forget it. Let's try again next time you have a chance. Taking advantage of the next few days, hurry up to produce technology and get more points. Let's see if we can get some good things before the war on the top, and then improve our strength. It's perfect. He has arranged his time for the next few days clearly. Hill also started to make Pokeballs. A Pokeball brings 10,000 points. The key is that this thing is very convenient and fast to make. Redeem the existing fruit from the system and reprocess it. And he also made some tools to speed up production. In just 2 days, more than 3,000 Pokeballs have been made. Not long after the production started, the phone worm rang. Mosamoxi, I'm Hill. Doctor, send the strengthening stone quickly. This was Zon Taomaru's voice. Chapter 139 _ Can you beat 6-year-old Lingling? The more the better. Quote. Hill heard an unprecedented excitement from Zontaomaru's voice, the kind that was so happy that he could be a father. He seemed to understand, and his face suddenly moved. You really strengthened your bones. Really cruel. My heart couldn't help beating, it was really shocking. Wait, I'll send it to you right away. Hill hung up the phone bug and reached out to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. This guy is really dying, and sure enough. Once a person becomes ruthless, he can do anything. In addition to admiration, there is only admiration. If it was Hill, he would not allow himself to do such an experiment. Hill immediately took out a box from the cabinet under the test bench and began to put reinforcement stones in it. This batch of reinforcement stones has only been made into a few hundred pieces. Just send it to him together. I packed all the hundreds of enhancement stones, and one box could not fit, so I got 2 boxes. He was also curious about what Zhan Daowan, who had strengthened his body's bones, would look like. So far it appears that the operation has been successful. Thinking room. The door of the laboratory has been opened and walked out. After closing the door, I walked directly towards the hospital in the Navy headquarters. It didn't take long for him to come to the hospital in the naval headquarters, after asking the doctor. Hill also quickly arrived at the ward, where Zhan Daowan was staying. The disease may not be a physical disease. He thought so. As soon as he entered the room, Hill saw Zhan Daomaru's fiery gaze on the box in his hand, and said in surprise, Doctor. You are so good. How many strengthening stones are there? The appearance of the 2 boxes made him immediately overjoyed. His eyes moved with the box, and Hill also walked to Zhan Daomaru's side, and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Your body type. Thin quickly. The Zhan Daomaru in front of him looked a lot stronger, and now he can't be described as fat. It should be burly. It is estimated that if this continues, this guy's muscles may become Douglas Barrett's muscles. The body is still quite different. Hee. Doctor, how many enhancement stones did you send this time? Zhan Daomaru had a smile of excitement and anticipation on his face, and he put all his heart on the enhancement stones. Seeing that Zhan Daomaru was so obsessed with strengthening stones to strengthen himself, Hill always felt that he had done something big. With a sigh, Hill said, I hope there will be no problems in the future, otherwise the sin will be big. This time, I brought a total of 680 strengthening stones. Great, this will strengthen 56 bones. Zhan Daomaru smiled brightly. In the past 2 days, he has completed the strengthening of 9 bones back and forth. After strengthening the 2 ribs at the beginning, he first chose the large bones to strengthen the limbs. Hill's face was startled. This guy usually looks silly and silly. Why does it count so well at this time? The only thing I can do is to provide you with strengthening stones. You can do it yourself. Hill said. He really didn't know what to say. I had tried to persuade Zhan Daomaru before, but I didn't expect Zhan Daomaru to reach this point. I can't stop myself. I just hope this is an individual case. If there is a large scale in the future, the world will be in chaos. And this time. There was also a strong question in Hill's mind, the kind with strong curiosity. If Zhan Daowan, whose bones have been strengthened, have offspring, will there be genetic mutations? In the world of pirates, genetic mutations are not uncommon. The most famous is of course Big Mom Charlotte Lingling. Her parents are normal-sized humans, but look at Lingling. To be able to give birth, her mother is still alive, is already extremely incredible. It is estimated to be the same size as a normal baby at birth, but this growth rate. It can only be described as shocking. Freak. Maybe many people have worked hard all their lives to train hard, and it is not as good as Lingling's natural growth to the point of 6 years old. Do not. It should be 99.9% of people cannot achieve. None of Lingling's children are like him, they are all ghosts and ghosts. Thought here. Hill couldn't help shivering, and glanced at Zontalmaru with a strange look in his eyes. "Doctor, you don't know, I feel great after strengthening my bones," Zontalmaru said excitedly. "The blood in my body is much stronger now than before, and the strength I bring has also increased a lot. In addition, the bones have not only become stronger, but basically no sword can cut them." Section 132 And when the attack goes out, the power has improved a lot. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. Excited to talk non-stop, I just want to strengthen all the upper and lower body. Finally, he said, the doctor said that if a system can be formed, there may be a qualitative improvement. The doctor said that if the bones in my entire arm were strengthened, there might be a systemic reaction. Now his bones are only sporadically strengthened. Hearing this sentence, Hill looked at Zontawan in shock, and said in surprise, "You mean, if all the bones in the entire arm are strengthened, there will be a chain reaction?" "It should be like this," Zontalmaru said uncertainly. However, after staying in the hospital for the past 2 days, under the scorching eyes, he still learned a lot about bones. Hill reached out and patted Zontalmaru on the shoulder, comforting, "Don't worry, I will help you with the strengthening stone, and I also want to see what the final result will be. Remember the phone bug to tell me there is good news." He put the 2 boxes of strengthening stones on the table, and left immediately after greeting. He was afraid that he could not bear it. Get away quickly. At the same time, in the Naval Scientific Forces laboratory, his face was haggard, and his hair fell to the ground with a thud like a withered Vegapunk. He didn't faint. Just weak, he lay on the ground and stared at the ceiling of the laboratory. All kinds of flashing lights couldn't make him close his eyes. His eyes were blank, and he muttered to himself, "Why? Why can't it be imitated? Enhanced stone is like this, mobile armor is like this, and now even the Pokeball is like this." Weakened. He had tried thousands of ways, but in any case he couldn't replicate Hill's technology. Even if the strengthening stone he did exactly the same. But without the enhanced function, it is just an ordinary stone. Vegapunk's self-confidence suffered an unprecedented blow. Such technology cannot be created by humans at all. Is he really the god of technology? He had no idea how Hill had invented these things. It's so scary that it can't be replicated at all. The mobile armor was so complicated that it made him mentally break down. Power system, virtual control system, perception transmission system, energy weapon system and so on. Let him be like a boat in the sea, with no direction. Although some things have been learned from the mobile armor, which can be used for the improvement of pacifists, but what is the use? Compared with the mobile armor, it is simply the gap between the firefly and the bright moon. I lost. I'm no longer the most talented scientist. It has really reached the point where the mountains and rivers are exhausted, and he has tried every way he can think of. But still nothing. Vegapunk admitted, but his heart of technology did not lose. Go see Hill tomorrow, I hope he can guide me. Vegapunk was not alone in being tortured. Chapter 140_Dorig's Unsolicited. And Punk Hassad Island. Monet ran out of patience at the beginning and asked Caesar, "Caesar, how long has it been since then? You swore before that you could copy the enhanced stone, but what about now?" Just seeing the consumption of strengthening stones, but not seeing the slightest effect. Do you know what the strengthening stone means to the young master? Each of these enhancement stones is expensive, and the young master doesn't have many enhancement stones at all. You know you. Shut up. Caesar frantically twitched his hair and yelled at Monet impatiently. Looking at the strengthening stone on the test bench, there is a feeling of helplessness. Monet looked at Caesar coldly and said, "There are only a dozen or so strengthening stones left at the end. If you still can't make it, there are no more strengthening stones for you to study." Immediately out of the laboratory. In the laboratory, Caesar stood in front of the test bench with a dejected expression, as if a wooden man had become a walking corpse, and whispered in his mouth, "Enhanced stone can't be replicated at all. Even if it is restored, it is still unable to have the power of strengthening. Could it be that there is divine power in the strengthening stone? Why does something so unscientific appear? How did it come about?" He couldn't think of writing Sister. New World. One Piece's narration. Hive Island, also known as the Paradise of Pirates, it is the birthplace of pirate games for members of each other's pirate group. At the same time, this is also the base camp of the Whitebeard pirates. Today, on this island, pirate ships with strange flag patterns gathered from all directions and docked at the port. But these different pirate ships have one thing in common, that is, the top of the mast that the pirates sweat is a black pirate flag of the Whitebeard pirates. Dozens of pirate ships arrived on the island one after another. The whole island has gathered tens of thousands of pirates who have been in the sea for many years. The location of the center of the island. A captain famous in the New World gathered here. Edward Newgate, the white-bearded man, sat on a huge chair, with a hearty laugh, "Kula lala. Sons, let's have a drink together." He held a huge red wine bowl in his hand. "Daddy. Daddy." Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. Immediately, thousands of people raised their wine glasses, wine bowls, and wine bottles, and shouted loudly at Whitebeard. The scene is quite spectacular. Thousands of people drank together. Just as Whitebeard drank the wine in the bowl, a gust of wind suddenly came. Immediately, a man in a green coat with a red mark on the left side of his face appeared. His appearance. Immediately, the atmosphere on the field became tense. Whitebeard grinned, "See you la la la. It's that bastard from the Garp family. This is the first time I've officially met the most vicious criminal in the world. Monkey D. Drago. Whitebeard, I'm here to seek your cooperation. You want to rescue Ace, and our revolutionary army wants to rescue Sabo." Drago directly explained his purpose. Standing alone in the center of thousands of pirates, he was still facing Whitebeard, one of the four emperors, and his face was still calm. Cooperation. Whitebeard's face became serious, and even his laughter was filled with arrogance deep into his bones. "Kula lala. Young brat, your father is a naval hero. Old man Cap, you are not afraid that I will take you here." The kid sank into the sea. Even if Drago in front of him is the leader of the revolutionary army, he is also known as the most vicious criminal in the world by the world government. But in front of his Whitebeard, still just a junior. Then, what if I said that the revolutionary army is willing to help the Whitebeard pirates save Ace? Drago's eyes always fell on the Whitebeard pirates. Without waiting for Whitebeard to answer, he continued, "You know how magical and powerful the enhanced stones are. How many enhanced stones are in the Navy is still a mystery. Only if we come together and come up with a perfect plan will we be able to rescue them." Section 133_. Mentioning the strengthening stone, Whitebeard's heart sank, and he narrowed his eyes slightly and thought. On the side, the captain of the first team, Marco, the Phoenix, stepped forward and said, "Dad, since we all have the same goal, I think we can choose to unite with the Revolutionary Army. We got Ace, they got Sabo." Foil Bista, the captain of the 5th Division, also agreed, "Yes, Dad, there are quite a few people in the Revolutionary Army. For the sake of this war, the Navy has heard that 100,000 Navy elites have been summoned." Many people in the Whitebeard pirates expressed their approval. The corner of Bybird's mouth raised, and he smiled immediately. "Kula lala. I can agree to act with you, but I need to see the strength of the Revolutionary Army." Immediately, he took out the cut from the cloud, with a strengthening +1/2, and involuntarily slashed towards Monkey D. Drago. And the next second, Drago stretched out his right hand from under the coat, and the 5 fingers of his gloved right hand were bent, which turned out to be exactly the same as Sabo's dragon claw gesture. Same. And the terrifying armed color domineering is attached to Drago's hand. Dragon's Claw. Clang. The sound of Jinji's fighting was extremely harsh, and thousands of pirates covered their ears subconsciously. A strong shock wave was generated at the center of the collision. A terrifying gale swept in all directions. Tables and benches, food and wine bottles, gravel dust, etc. were all swept up by the wind. However, Drago raised his left hand, and all the gusts of wind dissipated without a trace. Bang bang bang. All the items were smashed from the air, and many plates and bottles made a crisp cracking sound. So strong and domineering, he actually blocked the blow of Dad's strengthening +1/2 from the cloud cut. I see that the glove on Drago's hand also seems to have used a strengthening stone. As expected of the most vicious criminal recognized by the world government, I think his strength is similar to that of the red-haired Shanks. Dad's random blow can't be blocked by anyone. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. Many pirates on the field exclaimed, shocked by the strength of the two. Whitebeard put away from Yunchi, looked at Drago solemnly, and said with a smile, Kula Lala. Worthy of being a kid from the carp family. Then, his expression became solemn and serious. Let's discuss how to rescue them next. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. 4 days passed in a flash. There is only 1 day left until the execution time. And in the laboratory, Hill stopped what he was doing because it was no longer necessary. Tomorrow is the time of war. He took off his gloves and said to himself, now, it's time to improve and prepare for tomorrow's battle. Chapter 141_Somersault Cloud. Hill looked at his points panel. More than 86 million points. All are provided by strengthening stones and Pokeballs. At present, there are more than 6,000 Pokeballs in the Navy. It is estimated that there are at least 6,000 Pokeballs that have successfully captured Pokemon. As for what was caught, he could guess. But those are ordinary Pokeballs. As for the enhancement of 15 Pokeballs, what changes will be made, special places. At this point, Hill didn't know it himself. System, open the golden treasure chest for 10 consecutive draws. The value of the points was instantly reduced by 10 million. The golden treasure chest was successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the chicken charm of the 12 charms. Close black lens bracket. It's really cool, so I have the power of fluttering fruit. Hill was overjoyed. The chicken charm is the ability to make the holder levitate and control objects to float. Basically it's like fluttering fruit. The difference from devil fruit is that this thing consumes mind power, while the power consumed by devil fruit is physical strength. In terms of mind power, it should be mental power. In this respect, my mental power is not bad. Hill smiled confidently, because his physique upgrade also includes brain nerves. What's more, there is the blessing of the golden light mantra. Mental strength is extremely powerful. Yes, it's a good start. I will use the strengthening stone to strengthen the ability of the chicken charm later, it should be stronger. Hill suddenly looked forward to strengthening the chicken charm of 15. The pig charm with a strengthening of 15, no one can block the power of the electric eye pressing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Strengthening must be rolled into one sheet. Close black lens bracket. Acquisition. 36,000 attribute points. Close black lens bracket. Acquisition. 35,000 attribute points. Close black lens bracket. Get. Any door. Close black lens bracket. Huh. When he heard this prompt from the system, Hill was stunned. Immediately, the deep childhood memory appeared in my mind. The macho fan in Doraemon, a very cute and magical random door. It's a door that can reach anywhere 10 light years away. The way to use it is to think about the destination in your mind when you open any door. Otherwise it will lead to unpredictable areas. Of course, The arbitrary door also has strong limitations. It is impossible to reach places 10 light years away and places that have not been entered on the arbitrary door map. Even Doraemon himself once said, "Science is not magic, there's always something that can't be done." The system is not a science, and the strengthening stone should be able to do it. And maybe after strengthening, there will be unexpected changes. Hill laughed happily. Although this thing is not helpful in combat. But it's fun. Wherever you want to go wherever you want. Is it as convenient as a point reader? Another good thing in the bag. Hill's heart was filled with joy, and he said happily, "Just after the pirates are resolved, you can travel around the world. There will be any door at that time, and you can go wherever you want. There's no boring boat ride yet. I just don't know if it can lead directly to the final island of Ralph Drew." Acquisition. 35,000 attribute points. Close black lens bracket. Acquisition. 36,000 attribute points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket katakana middle dot 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 close black lens bracket. The 10 consecutive draws of the golden treasure chest will end soon, and this time the 10 consecutive draws are still quite satisfactory to Hill. 2 rare things came out. Chicken charms and random doors. System, continue to open the golden treasure chest for 10 consecutive draws. The golden treasure chest was successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 35,000 attribute points. Close black lens bracket. Acquisition. The ox charm of the zodiac. Close black lens bracket. Ha ha ha. Good stuff, good stuff. With the bull talisman, whoever comes to me will hammer it to death. Hilton laughed happily. Section 134 Cow charm in Chinese zodiac charms. The cow spell is a spell that represents power, which can make people power multiplier. If I hit this punch, you may die. Hill muttered to himself with some pretense, the multiplication of strength is not the key. The key is to be able to strengthen, it's great. After strengthening, it is not awesome. Hill smiled. Hey, with the chicken charm and the cow charm, the white-bearded Newgate, who is known as the strongest man in the world, can't even beat my mecha, right? If you can't beat a robot in front of people all over the world, ha ha ha. Feels so cool. Acquisition. 36,000 attribute points. Close black lens bracket. Get, how to make somersault clouds in Dragon Ball. Close black lens bracket. Damn it. This thing can also be turned into technology by the system. Hill was shocked by the operation of the system. Directly hit the somersault cloud in Dragon Ball. And it is also a production method, which means that this thing can be produced in batches. Somersault cloud is capable of manned flight, and the speed is very fast. In Dragon Ball, the situation of Sun Wukong riding somersault clouds and flying over mountains when he was a child is still clearly in his mind at this moment. Wait, is the size of this thing manageable? Isn't that the equivalent of a plane from another world? Hill thought of the idea of making the somersault cloud bigger, and the somersault cloud in the original book could only carry Sun Wukong. If you put this thing in a huge version, isn't getting a plus version equal to airplane? This seems to be feasible. The sea train or something is simply weak, and maybe it will disappear when it encounters the waves. Is this somersault cloud of mine also able to make a sky train? Hill felt that his idea was very good. After all, there is also a cloud path on the empty island, but that one cannot move and needs to rely on Fengbei to move quickly on it. Huasha's policy is to be good. Wherever there are people, the road will be repaired. I'm doing an aerial road, isn't it too much? Hill believes that with this thing, the connection between the islands all over the world, trade will become more convenient and fast. It will definitely come in handy in the future. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 35,000 attribute points. Close black lens bracket. Acquisition. Strengthening must be rolled into one sheet. Close black lens bracket. Acquisition. 36,000 attribute points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket katakana middle dot 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 close black lens bracket. The second round of golden treasure chests also ended soon. Hill is very happy, and both rounds of draws have harvested rare items. Seems to be really lucky. I don't know if there will be any good things to draw next. Hill's heart began to look forward to it. System, open the 10 consecutive draws of the golden treasure chest again. The golden treasure chest was successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 36,000 attribute points. Close black lens bracket. Acquisition, 35,000 attribute points. Close black lens bracket. Acquisition, 1 level up scroll. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket katakana middle dot 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 close black lens bracket. Have you run out of luck? Hill muttered to himself with a disappointed expression on his face. Next second. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Animal System, Dragon Fruit, Pheasant Form. Close black lens bracket. What? Are you serious about the system? Hill felt very uncomfortable as if he had lost $1 billion. Immediately fall into hell. Next second. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 double devil fruit storage card. Close black lens bracket. In an instant, he returned from hell to heaven again. System, awesome tilde. P.S. Group 697-402-207. P.S. Group 697-402-207. Chapter 142 _ the upper devil fruit of the thread fruit. It seems that chickens are really descended from dinosaurs. Hill remembered a topic that was very popular some time ago. Seems to be the case. But what the hell is a pheasant form, drawn by the system? Are you still strengthening yourself? Hill's eyes lit up and said excitedly, yeah tilde. How could I forget to strengthen the devil fruit? Wouldn't it be better to strengthen the devil fruit in the form of a pheasant later? Then he reacted again, no. First ask if the Navy still has devil fruits. What will happen if they are strengthened with other devil fruits? He pondered to see if there were any devil fruits in the Navy headquarters. The system beeping continues. Get attribute points. 36,000 points. Close black lens bracket. Another round of 10 consecutive draws of golden treasure chests ended. The treasure chest surprise this time made Hill happy. The most important thing is the double devil fruit storage card. As soon as you hear the name, you know that it is a good thing that allows people to have the ability of 2 devil fruits. 2 kinds of devil fruits. Anyway, you have to get one that is comparable to the 4 spirits of the sky in the white tiger form. Hill thought that he would have 2 powerful devil fruits. My heart was excited for a while. The 3 rounds of gold 10 consecutive draws consumed 30 million points, and there were more than 50 million points left. Hill immediately started the next round of golden 10 draws. The golden treasure chest was successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 35,000 attribute points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket katakana middle dot 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 close black lens bracket. Acquisition, 36,000 attribute points. Close black lens bracket. Nothing good. Continue to the next round of 10 consecutive draws from the golden treasure chest. 80 million points were squandered and only a few million points remained, and Hill did not touch them. The lower level silver treasure chest is estimated to be unable to open anything good. System, get the reward chicken charm. In an instant. A small octagonal stone with a yellow chicken statue engraved on the front appeared in Hill's hand. Hill holds the chicken charm in his hand. Under the control of his spiritual power, his body suddenly began to float, and he was suspended 2 meters above the ground. Hill said to himself, the speed is a bit slow, and this little thought power doesn't consume me much. With the chicken charm and Malong No. 1 foot's own flying ability, will it make Malong No. 1 faster? Mind force controlled the body to fall from midair. Let's strengthen it first, and then get familiar with it. When everything is strengthened, and it will come in handy tomorrow. After making the decision, he immediately took out the strengthening stone. I started to strengthen the chicken charm, and after a while, it was directly strengthened to the point of adding 12. Leftover. Section 135_. Hill directly strengthened it to +15 by strengthening the roll. Next. What he strengthened was the bull spell, and soon the bull spell was also strengthened to the point of adding 15. Like the chicken charm, it became a stone that radiated bright light. Put both the chicken charm and the pig charm on the table first. System, get any door. In an instant. A pink door frame appeared in front of Hill, with a door in the door frame. He doesn't have the idea of opening any door yet, so he started to strengthen the random door directly. From a pink door. Turned into a door that glowed pink. Kawaii +999. Hill received the production method of somersault cloud, but this thing appeared in his mind in the form of knowledge. Of course, the system also opened the permissions of many unknown materials at the same time. Proceed to the next one. Fauna, dragon fruit, pheasant form. Sea devil fruits. Hill did not strengthen first, but put the devil fruit on the table. He took out the phone bug from his body, determined that it was not a golden phone bug, and began to dial the phone bug of the Admiral Warring States. The phone bug was quickly connected by Sengoku. Hill asked directly, Marshal of the Warring States period, does the Navy headquarters have devil fruits now? A superhuman type or an Eudemons type will do. I need devil fruits for my experiments, the more precious the better. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. The phone worm was silent for a couple of seconds, and the Warring States also said with a wry smile, how can there be a Eudemons devil fruit in the Navy headquarters? If there were, they would have been distributed long ago. There are superhuman and animal devil fruits. If you want to test it, I will send it to you immediately. Okay, I need it now, send someone to my lab. Hill responded, then hung up. If there is no Eudemons, let's see if the Superman can be strengthened. Then, Hill received the double devil fruit storage card from the system. Dual devil fruit storage card allows a person to have the ability of 2 devil fruits in one's body without conflicting with each other. How to use. Crush the card. Next moment. Hill crushed the card without hesitation, and a hazy blue-white radiance bloomed from the card, shining on him. Even the card became a light pouring into Hill's body. It's like receiving some kind of holy baptism. The light comes and goes quickly. It doesn't seem like there has been any change. There should be no problem with the system. There is a problem. Hill was relatively relieved about the system. Although in the previous life, any mobile phone system, computer system, etc. will go wrong. But this system is different. Hill looked at his panel, and the attribute points at the moment had reached 1.74 million. At this time, the laboratory doorbell rang. Hill opened the door, and a Navy wearing a Navy's cloak of justice appeared outside the door. General Hill, this is the devil fruit that Marshal of the Warring States asked me to bring to you. The Navy said and opened the box, which contained 3 devil fruits of different colors and shapes. This is a superhuman type cotton fruit, a superior devil fruit of the thread fruit. He pointed to a white round devil fruit. Then he pointed to a black and white rubber-like devil fruit and said, this one is in the form of a fauna, dog fruit, Araski sled dog. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. Hearing the name of the devil fruit spoken by the Navy soldier, Hill was speechless for a while. I can't help but think of a stupid and cute pet that demolishes the house. Is this serious? He couldn't help thinking of a novel he had read, and the protagonist was, Erha. There are also some dog novels, but the protagonist of Erha is really rare. The last devil fruit is zoological, snake fruit, ancient species, ancient rift giant serpent. The Navy soldier handed the devil fruit to Hill after the introduction. Hill took the box and said, "I am sorry, go back." After the Navy soldier left, he immediately closed the door of the laboratory. Holding the box, I walked to the test bench, first try to strengthen the ancient devil fruit. I don't know what devil fruit it will turn into. After putting down the box, Hill took out the ancient species of snake fruit. Chapter 143 _ The evolutionary path from the pheasant. The starting point of the ancient species is definitely stronger than that of the ordinary species. What will happen if you strengthen it 20 times? Yinglong. Candle Dragon. Hill was full of anticipation and his blood was boiling. Pick up the strengthening stone in one hand and slap it towards the devil fruit. The strengthening stone burst into a splendid brilliance and shone in this laboratory. Next second. Hill frowned. What's the matter? The enhanced stone didn't merge into the devil fruit. Insight. Although the strengthening stone still bloomed brightly, there was no sign of it being integrated into the devil fruit. Even if Hill increased the power in his hands, the strengthening stone could not be integrated into the devil fruit. Instead, he made a hole in the skin of the devil fruit. He called out to the system in his mind, "System. What's going on? Why can I strengthen the animal type, cat fruit, tiger form before?" He really didn't understand the rules of reinforcement. But the system did not answer and explain. Hill also guessed by himself, is it because it is not drawn from the system, so it cannot be strengthened? Or is it that the outside world's devil fruit does not have a reason for strengthening? Or maybe this devil fruit is the life object that the system says, and the life object extracted from the system can be strengthened. He couldn't get an answer. Somewhat lost, if these devil fruits can be strengthened, it will make a lot of money. Snake and snake fruit evolved into dragon form, and dog fruit. Could it be a roaring dog? Or a fight? Or something else? But it doesn't matter now, it can't be strengthened anyway. It seems that there is only the animal-type pheasant form drawn from the enhancement system. Hill picked up the enhancement stone and began to strengthen the pheasant-shaped devil fruit. After the strengthening stone bloomed, it began to merge into the devil fruit little by little. Devil Fruit Enhancement +1. Section 136 _ +2. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. All the way up to Devil Fruit +5. The system alert sounded. Congratulations on the successful enhancement of the host, obtaining the animal type, dragon fruit, ancient species, Archaeopteryx form. Close black lens bracket. How is this still a dragon fruit? Hill was speechless. Listen to the name, isn't this a bird? Why is the system prompt still a dragon fruit? It can only be said that culture is not enough. Hill did not know that Archaeopteryx was an extinct feathered dinosaur. Of course, it's hard to say whether it's extinct in this world, but it's a creature that's already extinct on Earth. But Hill didn't care too much. Continue to strengthen. I won't use this devil fruit anyway. Not reinforced to the point of satisfaction. He will not stop. Continue to pick up the strengthening stone to start strengthening. Devil Fruit Enhancement +6. +7. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Devil Fruit Enhancement +10. The system beep sounded again. Congratulations on the successful strengthening of the host, obtaining the animal type, dragon fruit, ancient species, egg-stealing dragon form. Close black lens bracket. Strengthen +11. Congratulations to the host for the successful strengthening, and obtaining the animal type, dragon fruit, ancient species, Avalachi dragon form. Close black lens bracket. Strengthen +12. Congratulations to the host for successfully strengthening, and obtaining the animal type, dragon fruit, ancient species, sickle dragon form. Close black lens bracket. After the enhancement was increased by 12, Hill directly used the reinforcement drawn from the system to make a roll. Strengthen plus 13. Congratulations on the successful enhancement of the host, obtaining the animal type, dragon fruit, ancient species, bird-loving dragon form. Close black lens bracket. Strengthen plus 14. Congratulations on the successful enhancement of the host, obtaining the animal type, dragon fruit, ancient species, handraptor form. Close black lens bracket. Strengthen plus 15. Congratulations on the successful enhancement of the host, obtaining the animal type, dragon fruit, magical beast species, and dragon form. Close black lens bracket. Finally, the phantom beast species, the Panlong, I know, is a legendary dragon that squatted on the ground and did not ascend to the sky. It usually appears on various stone pillars, beams, and ceilings. Although Hill was pleasantly surprised, he still felt that it was not enough. Compared with the white tiger form of the four spirits of the sky, this thing is almost 108,000 miles away. He turned and left the test bench, walked to the place where Malong number 1 was placed in front of the laboratory, and took out the horse charm in Malong number 1. Then he received the level up scroll from the system. Raised an enhancement stone to the level of +1. Hill began to use this +1 enhancement stone to strengthen the devil fruit. The enhanced stone bloomed with more dazzling light than the ordinary enhanced stone, and began to integrate into the devil fruit little by little. After a while, with a bang, the devil fruit exploded directly. Did it fail? Sure enough, the enhancement was not 100% successful. Is the difference between this +1 enhancement stone and the normal enhancement stone because there is a difference in the enhancement effect? Hill was not surprised. This was of course what he expected. What he wondered was the difference between the enhancement stone with the level up scroll +1 and the ordinary enhancement stone. Hill also couldn't get an answer to this question for the time being. Continue to pick up a level up scroll to get a normal enhancement stone to the point of +1. Continue to strengthen the devil fruit. Strengthen +16 success. Congratulations to the host for successfully strengthening, and obtaining the animal type, dragon fruit, magical beast species, and golden dragon form. Close black lens bracket. Hill has been doing intensive repetitions. Fail. 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 Strengthen +17 success. Open black lens bracket katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Get the animal type, dragon fruit, phantom beast species, and dragon form. Close black lens bracket. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Consumed 5+1 enhancement stones. Strengthen +18 success. Open black lens bracket katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Get the animal type, dragon fruit, phantom species, mirage form. Close black lens bracket. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Consumed 5+1 enhancement stones and 18 normal enhancement stones. Strengthen +19 success. Open black lens bracket katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Get the animal type, dragon fruit, phantom beast species, golden dragon form. Close black lens bracket. Fuck, I've used up all the level up scrolls, and I've also used up a lot of enhancement stones. It's getting harder and harder the further you go. Hill really couldn't bear the price. Just too cruel. It seems that the last time the reinforcement was successful, it was completely a piece of shit luck. Try to strengthen it one more level. As he spoke, he continued to strengthen the dazzling devil fruit in his hand with strengthening stones. Almost like a small sun. Take it out. Putting it in the sky, it is estimated that it can illuminate the entire Marin Vando at night. 1. 2 pieces. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. A full 150 enhancement stones were consumed. Finally strengthened successfully. Devil Fruit plus 2-0. Congratulations on the successful strengthening of the host, obtaining the animal type, dragon fruit, mythical species, 4 spirits of the sky, the blue dragon form. Close black lens bracket. It's finally done. Hill felt a sense of liberation, and there were only a few dozen strengthening stones left. If you don't strengthen it, your success will be almost gone. Maybe after the next enhancement, the chance of success will fall back again. At that time, it is really worthless. Click. Hill opened his mouth and bit down fiercely. Chapter 144 automatically awakened the domineering. Congratulations to the host's physique level +1, the current physique level is 46. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations to the host's physique level +1, the current physique level is 47. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket katakana middle dot 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 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket katakana middle dot 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 +1, current physique level 52. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations to the host who has automatically awakened the domineering. The current level is LV6. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations to the host for automatically comprehending the law, heaven and earth, the current level is LV1. Currently up to 100 meters. Section 137_. When Hill ate the green dragon fruit, the system automatically popped up numerous information broadcast prompts. It's cool, the domineering arrogance that I haven't been able to win has been awakened directly this time. Ha ha ha. Hill couldn't control the joy in his heart and laughed out loud. Laughter echoed in the huge laboratory. Fortunately, the sound insulation system is strong, otherwise people in the factory outside have to be alerted. Unexpected joy. Unexpectedly, not only the physique has been improved by several levels, but now even the domineering arrogance of the overlord has been awakened. And it was directly upgraded to level 6. It is one level higher than the level of armed domineering and seeing domineering. Hill laughed straightly. Although I don't know how to be tyrannical and domineering, I can just shake it. One looked down. All stunned. He could feel that the power of the blue dragon exists in the left ventricle, and the power of the white tiger exists in the right ventricle. It is simply a realistic version of Zuo Qinglong and Right Baihu. One of the things that made Hill happy was that he automatically understood the skills of Fa Tianxiangdi, and his mind moved. Using the law of heaven and earth, he directly raised his height to a height of more than 3 meters. That's right, it's so cool. It turns out that looking down at others is such a feeling, ha ha ha. Hill laughed happily, and at the same time made his clothes so tight that they felt like they were about to burst. The scene in front of him has not changed, but the perspective has become a bird's eye view, and everything is further away from him and becomes smaller. Had a good time. Hill just started to look at his panel and started adding dots. A total of 1.74 million points. In fact, there are not many skills that can be added. Still too few points. He also thought about when he would be able to open the 10 million point diamond treasure chest, or even the 100 million point colorful treasure chest. A 10 consecutive draw needs to consume 100 million points. A 10 consecutive draw requires 1 billion points. Consumption of attribute points is 800,000, and the level of domineering in the armed color is increased, and the current level is LV6. Close black lens bracket. Consumes 640,000 attribute points, and the level of domineering is increased, the current level is LV6. Close black lens bracket. Just to improve the domineering of the armed color and the domineering of the knowledge color consumes 1.46 million attribute points. There are still 280,000 attribute points left. Hill is too lazy to add iron and shave skills. The improvement to him is minimal, and it has no effect on him. Just don't add it. The panel is as follows. Host, Hill the only one bound. Strength evaluation, Navy combat power ceiling. Close black lens bracket. Physical, LV 52, 114,325 thirds million. Feature 1, pain is reduced by 10%. Feature 2, copper skin. Feature 3, gourmet cell. Feature 4, iron bone. Feature 5, steel bar. Note, the upper limit of physical fitness is 100, and the upper limit of skills is 10. Closing parenthesis. Golden light spell, LV 9, 0 over 1.5 million. 100-step flying sword, LV 5, 0 50 thousandths. Iron block, LV 5, 0 100 thousandths. Open black lens bracket shaved, LV 5, 0 100 thousandths. Close black lens bracket. Armed domineering, LV 6, 0 100 thousandths. Seeing and domineering natural, LV 6, 0 800 thousandths. Domineering, LV 6, 0 over 1.2 million. Fatianxiangdi, LV 1, 0 over 1 million. Turtle School Qigong, LV 5, 0 halves million. Open black lens bracket. One sword in the world, LV 9, 0 300 thousandths. Close black lens bracket. Vajra realm divine power, LV 6, 0 tenths million. Attribute points, 293,977. Close black lens bracket. Points, 6.8 million. Close black lens bracket. Mission progress, Pokeball, 6,780 10 thousandths. Why is the strength evaluation still the Navy ceiling? Is it because there is no clear division of strength in this world? Hill felt that the column of strength evaluation was extremely vague. Estimated to be measured in this world. Hill muttered to himself, so how strong is my strength? Does it hurt that Whitebeard cuts me from the cloud? To be on the safe side, let's use Malong number 1 first. Anyway, Malong number 1 is also very strong now. After making up his mind, he began to install the chicken charm and cow charm on Malong number 1. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. The sky is clear, and the sun is warm. At this time, there are still 6 hours before the execution time. The entire Navy headquarters was a vast expanse of Navy, and a full 100,000 Navy elites were waiting in full force. The oppressive atmosphere of war hangs over everyone. Kirby, I'm a little nervous, Bailumbo said to a boy with pink hair next to him with a trembling voice with sweat on his cheeks. Kirby looked at the scene in shock, gulped down his saliva, and said, I'm also a little nervous, but this time, Hades Rayleigh, Fire Fist Ace, and the Revolutionary Army were executed. Sob. Are you saying that the Whitebeard pirates and the Revolutionary Army will really come? Drums were beating in his heart, and he looked around, the Navy who was also very nervous. When Kebi looked at the 20 figures standing on the Crescent Bay harbor, he felt a sense of relief in his heart. The original position of Chiwahai has now been replaced by 20 Ink Dragon mechas. From Malong 2 to Malong 21. There are 20 Malong mechas, and the black armor reflects bursts of dazzling light, which brings psychological comfort to many navies. Balloon took a deep breath and said, It should come, but there is Dr. Hill's Malong mecha. We should be safe, right? He was still a little uncertain. After all, the other party was the famous Whitebeard pirates, and even the Revolutionary Army that overthrew dozens of kingdoms. He really can't guarantee. There is no safe place on the battlefield. Kirby also replied with some worry, but the mild sunshine made them sweat. Sweat poured out uncontrollably. The distribution of the entire Crescent Bay port formation is very obvious. The forefront of Crescent Bay is the Malong mecha and the fortifications of many artillery buildings. Then there are 100,000 naval elites. The Navy with the Pokeball was assigned to the back of the Malong mecha. After 100,000 naval elites. Lieutenant Admiral of the Giants of the Navy. Huge figures of more than 10 meters surrounded the execution platform. The most convenient execution platform is the Vice Admiral. And above the Vice Admiral, there are 4 chairs at this moment. That is the exclusive seat for the 4 generals of the Navy. And above the heads of these 4 chairs, is the execution platform this time. Section 138_. Admiral Waring states, wearing a seagull hat, can see all the battle lines of the entire Crescent Bay when he looks around. Looking at the sea in the distance. The Waring States Marshal asked himself, Newgate, Drago, I believe you will definitely come. Right. In today's war, no matter what, the victory will be the Navy. Chapter 145_ General appears. Chambord Islands. The huge 3-sided screen was pitch black at the moment. But the surrounding is the water that surrounds the screen. Some newspaper staff shouted, the 16th line inspection has been completed, and there is no problem. 3 fax machines are prepared, ready to spread the news all over the sea at any time. All around. A camera was set up. A famous reporter with a notebook and a quill in his hand looked nervously at the pitch-black screen. Not just journalists. There are also families of nobles, commoners, and even naval soldiers. Thousands of people. The Navy actually chose to execute 3 people at the same time. The key is that these 3 people have deep backgrounds and relationships. This is an unprecedented scene. If the Navy is defeated in this war, then the world will face those vicious pirates. The Navy must win. This is probably the biggest war on the sea for so many years. I wonder how many people will die in this war. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. Countless people were nervous. There are places like this all over the world. This is a war that has attracted the attention of countless people all over the world, even the pirates. If one of the 4 emperors, Edward Newgate the Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, falls in this war, and the Whitebeard pirates are destroyed, I am afraid that other pirates will not be better off. The pirates naturally hope that the Whitebeard pirates can win this victory, then they will be able to start looting unscrupulously. At an altitude of tens of thousands of meters above the sea not far from Malenfin, the headquarters of the Navy, 2 huge pirate ships appeared among the layers of clouds in the sky. One pirate ship is the logo of the Beasts Pirates, and the other is the logo of the big katakana middle dot Momheisen. On the deck of the pirate ship of the 100 Beasts Pirates, Doflamingo looked at Marine Fando, the headquarters of the Navy. He asked Violet beside him, what's the situation in the Navy headquarters now? Navy headquarters. 20 huge black robots appeared in the Navy headquarters. Violet said with a shocked expression, the power of the Navy made her feel real fear. Not only was her voice trembling, but even her body was shaking slightly. The vast sea of people looked around, and they were all navies wearing the cloaks of justice. Every military rank is at least the school level. Black robot. Doflamingo suddenly looked surprised, and asked again nervously, are those black robots glowing? He couldn't help thinking of the Malong No. 1 that he saw at the Navy headquarters that day. Although it is only a shadow writing line, clone, but the vision can also be shared, of course he is impressed. No, Violet responded. Immediately, she looked shocked and hurriedly said, Navy Admiral has appeared, 4. And 1 has never been seen. General Malong. Doflamingo instantly thought of Malong General Hill, but he didn't have the chance to see it. The guy stayed in the mecha. 4 admirals. Besides Iokiji, Akainu, and Kayabu, who else? Diamante asked in shock. Every Navy admiral is the strongest in the Navy, and there is no weakness. It is a walking, natural disaster. Terrible. Originally there were only 3 admirals, but now there are 4. Not only him, but other cadres were also amazed at the 4th admiral. Kaido grinned. Whatever the 4th admiral, Our purpose is the scientific core of the Navy headquarters. Not only do we need to get the strengthening stone, but we also have to kidnap Hill and let him make it for us. A huge mace was carried on his shoulders. Doflamingo looked at the mighty and tall Kaido, and said with a solemn expression, "The fourth admiral is Hill who invented the enhanced stone. The robot he possesses should be enhanced to a very high level. I am afraid that if we do not act this time, once the Navy develops, we will have no resistance." This is not an alarmist at all, it really gives the Navy a year and a half to develop. The entire loose pirates will be destroyed by the Navy with thunder. Mom, I want Hill to strengthen both Napoleon and Zeus, and I want to marry her daughter to him. Charlotte Lingling stuck out her scarlet tongue, her eyes full of excitement and excitement. As a result, her eyes became a little scarlet and terrifying as if they were bloodshot. Beside her, stood a large group of tall Charlotte family members. In addition to the four generals, there are also powerful ministers such as Perospero, Daifuku, Owen and so on. For this action, the Don Quixote family, the Beasts Pirates, and the big Katakana Middle Mom Pirates are all elites. And this moment. Marine Headquarters Marine Fando. General. The general is out. That's General Moron Hill. So tall, so mighty. What a strong sense of oppression, it's almost suffocating. What's going on? Look, how did those people faint on the ground? Quote Katakana Middle. 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 Quote. The entire Malin Fando, more than 100,000 pairs of eyes, looked at the four admirals who were walking towards the bottom of the execution platform. Gollum. Kirby's face was pale, he couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva, and said tremblingly, "Navy Admiral, why does it feel like my body can't move?" He felt like his body was filled with lead, extremely heavy. Kebi, are those people stunned by the aura of the general? Balloon watched in horror as many of the Navy elites under the execution platform thumped to the ground. The inner feeling is extremely shocking, but also the fear is felt from the heart. And under the punishment stand. Kizaru glanced at Hill behind him, with a look of shock on his face, and pouted, "Hill, what a monster, your overlord is domineering." It made many Navy soldiers stunned. In his heart, he labeled Hill as a monster, and he was a head taller than the three of them. Not only that, but it has awakened the domineering arrogance of the overlord, which cannot be perfectly controlled. As a result, the domineering leak stunned many Navy soldiers. Ah la la la, I really didn't expect Hill to awaken the domineering look of the overlord, and it seems to be very strong. Aokiji, who was walking in front, also exclaimed. Hill's whole person seems to have undergone earth-shaking changes. It made him feel extremely dangerous now. Aokiji stepped up the stairs, and the four generals also walked down the stairs to the execution platform. After the four generals were seated. Section 139_. Hades, Rayleigh, Ace, and Sabo also appeared under the execution stand. Chapter 146_. Big Villain's Child. It's just that their treatment is 108,000 miles away from the admirals. Both hands and feet were chained to Halu stone shackles, followed by several execution soldiers armed with spears and swords. And Navy Chief Instructor Zephyr. Zephyr said to the three of them indifferently, "Go up, let's take a look at the world at last. Maybe someone will come to rescue you today, but it's all in vain." Both Ace and Sabo bowed their heads deeply, with sad expressions on their faces. I didn't expect to go to the Navy's execution platform. What was the captain's mind at the moment? Rayleigh whispered to himself, and then raised his footsteps. Climb up the stairs leading to the execution platform. Behind him, Ace and Sabo were also escorted to the execution platform like corpses. The shocking scene came into view. Hades Rayleigh's pupils suddenly enlarged, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "Why? How can there be so many robots?" 20 giant ink dragon mechas of 10 meters stand above the Crescent Bay port. With the shape of Crescent Bay showing an arc, it guards the entire Crescent Bay. To Rayleigh's great surprise, it was a robot that could defeat him, though not comparable to the glowing robot he had encountered on the Chambord Islands. It was enough to shock him. And Sabo on the side is also full of shadows for the robot. Seeing this scene suddenly, the whole person stood on the spot for an instant, biting his lower lip. He murmured in an extremely painful heart, "Mr. Dorag. Don't come to save me, the people who sacrificed the Revolutionary Army for me. Not worth it." Quote. 100,000 Navy elites, ferocious muskets and cannons, and majestic robots. If Drago really chooses to save him, it will definitely be an extremely tragic war. Countless people will die for this. Ace and Sabo were tormented and guilty. When 3 death row prisoners appeared on the execution platform, many screens around the world suddenly appeared the picture of Marine Headquarters, Marin Fando. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. At this moment, countless people were strangely quiet. Immediately after, the hustle and bustle was instantly like a boiling concert scene. What is that? Why are there so many robots? Where's Shichibukai? Didn't the Navy recruit Shichibukai? Hey, look, why is there one more person beside the 3 admirals of the Navy? Hi, that's the 4th admiral in the Navy. His uniform is exactly the same as the other admirals. Who will tell me who this man is? Why have I never seen it? This admiral is too young, isn't he? Is he a secret weapon hidden by the Navy? Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. When the picture of the Navy headquarters is passed to the people all over the world, immediately, it caused an uproar from everyone, and the whole world was boiling. The pot exploded. The quill in the reporter's hand made a rustling sound on the paper and shouted excitedly, "The 4th admiral in the history of the Navy. Write hard, as fast as you can. It is the envy of countless mathematicians. If there is this speed, the homework will be done in minutes." At the same time, Kaka katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. The white flash of the camera did not stop for a moment, frantically shooting the picture on the screen. Countless newspaper offices are all in constant hustle and bustle. In almost minutes, the newspapers came out directly, delivered to the headquarters of their respective newspapers. From all over the world, countless pairs of eyes stared at the screen. Navy headquarters. On the high execution platform, the warring States Marshal and the chief instructor of the Navy were guarding on both sides. And the middle. It is the 3 people who will be executed this time. Warring States took out a phone bug, the entire Crescent Bay was silent, and all the Navy watched the Warring States Marshal nervously. The Warring States Marshal's face was solemn and majestic, and he held the phone bug in the palm of his hand and placed it in front of him. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at Fire Fist Ace, who was kneeling on the execution platform, and asked sharply, "Portgas D. Ace, report your father's name." Geek. Hearing this question, Ace's heart contracted suddenly. My father is Whitebeard," Ace roared in pain and announced to the world. "There is only one father, and that is Whitebeard, Edward Newgate." He buried his head deep in his chest, tears glistening in his eyes. Only Edward Newgate, Whitebeard, was the only father he recognized, and no one else. And Roger. In addition to bringing him a bloodline of sin, and a tragic childhood, even his own mother suffered. What else can you contribute? And the question of the Admiral. Immediately, Hades Rayleigh, who was beside him, had a bad intuition in his heart and turned to look at Ace. Admiral Sengoku wouldn't ask such a nutritious question in front of the whole world, that's just one question. Fire Fist Ace's biological father is not Whitebeard, but someone else. Such an occasion. Could it be? Could it be? Rayleigh seemed to have thought of something, and his face turned pale in an instant. He was able to guess the identity of Fire Fist Ace. But countless people can't guess the answer at all. Countless navies were bewildered and full of questions. And the same goes for people watching live broadcasts all over the world. They all watched the situation on the execution platform nervously. "Your father is One Piece Gold Roger." The voice of the Warring States period spread through the entire Marin Fanduo through the phone bug, and the echoing sound gradually faded away. When this answer came out of the mouth of the Warring States Marshal, the entire Crescent Moon Bay was suddenly silent and silent. The expressions of more than 100,000 Navy elites changed instantly, ranging from shock, fear, complexity, disbelief, and so on. No one can believe that that evil bloodline still exists in this world. In front of the live screen, the whole world fell into silence in an instant. Section 140_. 1 second. 2 seconds. Immediately after, the whole world boiled over, shocked by this amazing news. The big villain Roger even has a child. I'm really relieved that he was caught by the Navy. To be able to witness the death of the most evil bloodline with my own eyes, today is really a good day for everyone to celebrate. The legend of Gul D. Roger still lives on in this sea, but today is the end of the day. It seems that this execution is the best performance in the world. The son of Roger One Piece, and Rayleigh the Hades, let's end the era of great pirates completely. I didn't expect that Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of Whitebeard, turned out to be the child of One Piece Roger. It must be quite brutal. This guy should be executed. The deputy captain of the Roger Pirates was also executed this time. This is fate. The son of the villain who started the great pirate era should be killed. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. The era of the great pirate was a nightmare for countless people, and the news that Fire Fist Ace was Roger's son came out. Let countless people in the whole world be shocked by it, like an earthquake and tsunami, madly sweeping the whole world. Chapter 147_4 Emperors, Whitebeard Pirates. Gore D. Roger. This is a name that countless people can't forget, and a man who brought a dark age to the whole world. 10 years. Only those who lived in those 10 years fully realize the sorrow of that era. Rayleigh stared at Ace, and said in shock, Are you really the captain's son? Captain Roger. Why didn't Captain Roger tell us? As long as Roger is willing to give the child to himself, he will protect the child's growth no matter what. Did it happen in those 2 years? After they disbanded the Roger Pirates. Sadness, pain, remorse and other emotions flooded into Rayleigh's heart. Recognizing the captain's son, I didn't expect it to be in such a scene. Unexpectedly, it was just before death. No, my father only has a white beard. Ace bit his lip, sobbing. He felt as if his heart was torn apart, and from the moment he was born, he felt that his breathing was a mistake. No one wanted him to live. There is only one father he recognizes in his heart. The Warring States Marshal did not care about Ace's rebuttal, but sternly stated the secret in Ace's heart. Every word was like a knife deep in his heart, and his heart was already riddled with holes. Ace lowered his head deeply, his face twisted together in pain, tears dripping from his eye sockets onto the board. Just let me die soon. Dad. I'm sorry. I'm causing you trouble, don't come and save me. His heart was suffering from a lot of pain, and he just wanted the time of execution to come soon, so that he could leave this world. Time passed by minute. The 100,000 naval elites also became more and more nervous. Under the execution stand, Admiral Akainu turned his head to Hill and said, "If the Whitebeard pirates and the Revolutionary Army arrive later, they will leave it to us. Don't worry, they shouldn't be able to attack." Although Hill captured Hades Rayleigh, the Revolutionary Army Chief of Staff Sabo, but it was also with the help of Malong One. Even if he didn't know why he had awakened the domineering arrogance, his real strength should be much worse than his own naval generals. Hill was stunned for a moment, and then responded, I'll see the situation myself. He did not accept Akainu's kindness, and glanced at Admiral Kizaru. This guy is the one with the most paddling on the top. Aokiji also chopped off the arm of the 3rd Division captain, Diamond Yoja. And he was the first to take action against Whitebeard. The captain of the Whitebeard 3rd Division, Diamond Yoja, is a diamond man with shining fruits and a strong defense. It is not bad for Aokiji to cut off his arm in such a short period of time. Admiral Kizaru naturally sensed Hill's gaze and pouted. Hill is so strong, you didn't see it with your own eyes, Sakazuki. The old man was very scared when he saw it. The combat effectiveness of Malong No. 1 is beyond imagination. Hill smiled lightly. Malong No. 1. The voice suddenly stopped abruptly, and his expression changed. Because he sensed movement. Hill, what's the matter? Kizaru, who was sitting beside him, asked in surprise. Aokiji took out a shiny eye patch from his arms. That's right, it's the eye mask that strengthens +15. He immediately put it on his eyes. His face changed instantly, and he said in surprise, not good. The enemy has moved, under the sea. Hearing the news from Aokiji's mouth, the expressions of the 3 generals instantly became serious. Under the sea. No wonder there is no movement on the sea. Akainu's face was grim, with a hint of excitement and high-spirited fighting intent in his eyes. I'd better put on strengthened glasses. Kizaru reached out and took out a pair of dazzling glasses from his clothes. I don't usually wear this thing because the light it carries is a bit dazzling. Striking. After putting on the glasses, he also noticed the movement of the seabed. At the same time, he was quite shocked. Hey, is this guy Hill's knowledge and domineering so strong? It was so long before us that we noticed the movement of the seabed. What a monster. At this time, Hill naturally also heard the inner activities of the yellow monkey, and secretly speculated in his heart, my arrogance is only level 6, how can I feel that I am a lot stronger than them? Could it be that I misunderstood the hierarchy? He didn't understand how the system divided the levels of these skills. Didn't think much about it. Because a large number of blisters gradually appeared on the sea surface in Crescent Moon Bay, the sound of gurgling continued. Is it Whitebeard or the Revolutionary Army? They're coming out of the ocean. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. The navy near Crescent Bay instantly became tense, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead and cheeks. Many navies are holding their weapons tightly, staring intently at the Crescent Bay. Kebi's body trembled slightly, and said very nervously, Will, come. His hands were clenched tightly into fists, and a lot of sweat was pouring out of his palms. It should be. Balloon felt as if his heart was being pinched by someone's hand, and even his breathing began to be a little uncomfortable. The sense of depression and tension before the advent of this kind of war is really too strong. 100,000 naval elites. Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Vice Admiral Giant, Huge Malong Mecha, and even Admiral of the Navy. Such an epic battle. Section 141_. It's not just the two of them who are nervous. Even the elites of the Navy are also very nervous. On the execution stand, the Warring States Marshal's eyes were fixed on the sea, and his expression became solemn. Are you here? Is it Whitebeard or Dorag? At this moment, even brothers Ace and Sabo, who had their heads lowered deeply, could not help but raise their heads, tears flashing in their eyes, full of emotion and anticipation. The heart was again tormented and self-blame. The movement in Crescent Bay is also getting bigger and bigger, and dense water bubbles are floating on the calm sea. Gollum. Bang. A huge whale-shaped pirate ship suddenly jumped out of the water. Bang. 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 A pirate ship appeared one after another from the water. The 4 giant whale-shaped pirate ships carry the Whitebeard Pirates logo. Seeing this scene, Sengoku frowned and whispered to himself, "Is there only the Whitebeard pirates? Where did the Revolutionary Army go? There is a faint feeling of unease in my heart, if the Revolutionary Army appears with the Whitebeard pirates. His heart will be more at ease." And Ace, who was kneeling on the ground, burst into tears and couldn't help choking. Dad. Chapter 148 Actions of the Revolutionary Army. Clang. 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 Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. That was the sound made by the 12 workers of the Supreme Block Knife when it touched the ground from Yunchi. Wearing a white coat with the logo of the Whitebeard Pirates, Whitebeard stepped onto the bow step by step. The shocking scars on Whitebeard's burly body seemed to be an excellent record again and again. The cloak behind him moved with the wind. Instantly became the focus of the world. In the face of 100,000 naval elites, countless admirals and admirals watched. Whitebeard's face is calm, and his straight body stands on the bow of the boat. The white beard that is curved like the moon adds a bit of domineering to Newgate. "Kula la la, my son, Daddy is here to pick you up." Whitebeard raised the corner of his mouth and gave a hearty and confident laugh. The sound instantly spread throughout the entire Crescent Bay court. Let everyone hear clearly. "Dad." With a distorted face, Ace looked up at his father, tears blurring his vision. Rayleigh on the side looked a little complicated. Even more ashamed, he lowered his head, unwilling to face his old friend with this embarrassed appearance. Whitebeard standing at the bow narrowed his eyes, his pupils contracted. "I was shocked, those robots. Are they also specially prepared by the Navy for themselves?" His sight crossed the vast sea of people and landed on the 4 generals of the Navy below the execution platform. Aokiji's eye patch, Kayabu's sunglasses, and Akainu's hat all exude different light, making it hard to ignore. The 4th General of the Navy. Is he the Navy who invented the strengthening stone? He actually shows a domineering look. Whitebeard was very surprised. His face also became solemn. On the deck of the Moby Dick, the captain of the first team, Marco, looked nervous. "Those robots. What are they?" "Whatever he is, I'll smash them all with one hammer anyway." Brahmank, the captain of the 6th Division, said with a smile, carrying a mallet bigger than his own body, "Even if it's steel, I can smash it all." Messy. Compared to these robots, those 4 admirals are our most important enemies this time. Diamond Yoja, who has always been quiet, looked dignified and set his eyes on the 4 admirals exuding a powerful aura. And the luminous objects on the 3 admirals made him feel a sense of danger in his heart. With a bang, the white beard standing on the bow of the ship slammed into the ground from the cloud. With a crazy smile on his face, "Then give the Navy a greeting. Bend your legs and clasp your fingers together." The muscles swelled, and thick blue veins emerged from under the skin. The same as in the original work, using the power of the shaking fruit, the atmosphere was so terrifying that it shattered like a mirror. And this time, the rear of the Navy headquarters. Several ships quietly floated up from the sea, and with a bang, the colorful membrane burst like foam. On the deck, Drago looked at the steep cliff in front of him and asked his men to contact the commander of the Western Army. Soon, a huge hill began to bulge on the cliff wall, opening like a door, revealing a giant holding a trident. It is Mori, the commander of the Western Army of the Revolutionary Army, who possesses the superhuman type, the pushing fruit. Set up the ladder, be fast. This is the road to the victory of the revolution. This time we will not only rescue Saab, but also loot the laboratory of the Naval Science Force. Holding a lady's cigarette, Betty, the commander of the Hot Eastern Army, pointed the flag forward, and the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army on the ship immediately began to act excitedly. The ladder was placed on Murray's cave, and he made the cave very wide, which could accommodate the size of the giant. The laboratory of the Naval Science Force, I've been longing for it for a long time. The speaker was a fur clan flying in the air with an aircraft on his back. He is the Confederate commander with a bounty of 316 million Baileys, Lindbergh. Lindbergh stared at Marin Vando. The strengthening stone that was auctioned from Doflamingo last time was not researched enough at all. It is a miraculous invention. These days, it is completely impossible to understand the strengthening stone. Many materials have never even been used before. Heard it, saw it. Groups of Revolutionary Army soldiers quickly entered the cave along the ladder and began to move forward. Naturally, the leader was the incomparably eager Union Army commander Crow Callis, who was extremely remorseful for the last Chambord incident. This time, they not only have to rescue Ace from the Navy, but also capture various research materials, instruments, strengthening stones, etc. of the scientific force from the Navy. The Navy has gathered all its troops at the Crescent Bay port. They shouldn't have thought that we would start sneaking in from the ground, right? Giant Maury and his Revolutionary Army soldiers continued to advance along the cave. Soon they came to a fork in the road. Lindbergh, Murray, and Bartholomew Bear turned into another passage, where the Naval Science Unit was located in the direction of the Hill Laboratory. Dorag, Betty, Crow, Haku, Clar and others appeared in the towns of the Navy headquarters with a large number of Revolutionary Army soldiers. A large number of soldiers poured out of the cave, and in a short time, thousands of soldiers of the Revolutionary Army had gathered. The tsunami is coming, the Crow whispered. The huge and turbulent tsunami on both sides of the island seemed to devour the entire Marin Vando. The soldiers of the Revolutionary Army thousands of meters behind them looked terrified and sweated out. Anyone who sees this terrifying scene like a natural disaster will be terrified. The face under Dorag's coat was solemn and serious, and he said in a deep voice, "Although our Revolutionary Army launched a sneak attack from the rear, we must not be careless. Compared with the fact that the Whitebeard pirates need to cross many lines of defense, the enemies our Revolutionary Army will face will be all the powerful people at the execution platform. Wait a minute. We will attack again when the fighting over there has fully started." He was not in a hurry to order the soldiers under his command to attack. Only the Whitebeard pirates attracted firepower to make their plan more perfect. Crescent Bay Harbor. In the face of the roaring and overwhelming terrifying tsunami, countless naval soldiers panicked. Below the execution table. Section 142_. With a thud, the green pheasant instantly disappeared from the seat. Next second, his figure appeared in the sky. Ice Age. With his hands open, an ice edge suddenly sprang from the palm of his hand and began to spread rapidly. In an instant, the tsunami was frozen along with the sea in Crescent Bay. At this time, Warring States' eyes lit up on the execution platform, waiting for this moment. As predicted. Next second, the Navy soldiers in Crescent Bay exclaimed, That's the great fleet of the Whitebeard pirates." This exclamation completely made all the Navy elites in the entire Crescent Bay instantly tense. The explosive sound hovered over the entire Marin Vando. The war is coming to an end. On the sea, a huge pirate ship sailed out of the fog. These pirate ships have different shapes, and the pirate group logos with strange shapes on the sails gradually appear in the sight of the Navy. 43 pirate ships. There was a trace of commotion in the Navy, and he used the binoculars to clearly see the groups of pirates with high morale and fierce faces on the deck. A new world-famous pirate captain appeared on the deck. White Widib, the Ice Witch, stood on the deck, overlooking the entire Crescent Bay, her eyes flashing, and she was fixed on Ace. The voice was sonorous and powerful. "Little ones, we must rescue Brother Ace." Another pirate ship. The big vortex spider Squidward stepped on the side of the ship with one foot, stuck out the long tongue in his mouth, and shouted with excitement and determination, "Brother Ace, we are here to save you. We're taking you home." Behind him, all the pirates raised their weapons and roared excitedly. The Ranger Doma also pulled out the long sword from his waist, raised it high, and said excitedly, "Little guys, get ready to fight. Let these navies see the strength of our Whitebeard pirates." More than 40 pirate ships, led by their respective captains, have high morale, and all have a firm determination to rescue Ace. Seeing this scene, Warring States sneered and said to the phone bug, "It's time. Let the Whitebeard pirates experience the power of the Pokeball." Chapter 149 _ The Power of the Pokeball. With the order of the Marshal of the Warring States period, the naval warships on both sides of the Crescent Bay immediately started to move with all their strength. It isolates the inside and outside of Crescent Bay. On the warship, Huo Shaoshan pulled out the +15 golden, Tiankong cloud sword, around his waist and shouted loudly, "Prepare the Pokeball. Attack." Next second, dozens of Navy members on the deck of the naval warship took out the red and white Pokeball, and pressed the switch of the Pokeball. All of a sudden, one by one, the Sea Kings flew out of the Pokeball, and their figures continued to grow in the air. From the rapid expansion of kawaii small animals to huge beasts of hundreds of meters, or even thousands of meters. Bang! 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 Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. The loud noise continued, setting off turbulent and tyrannical waves. It was the loud sound of a giant sea king falling into the water. Seeing such a scene, the pirates of the great fleet of the Whitebeard pirates screamed in shock, their faces filled with shock and fear. "What is that? Why can you release such a huge sea king? Neptune is actually packed in a small ball, this is impossible. What the hell is that? Why does the Navy have such a terrible thing? Hey, this is not a joke, let's fight these sea kings." Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. Under the impact of the violent waves, dozens of huge pirate ships began to shake violently. In an instant, countless pirates panicked and felt an unprecedented fear. On the contrary, the Navy members on the warship were extremely excited, their faces flushed red, and they shouted excitedly, "Crocodile beast, use your sharp teeth to shred these pirate ships. Electric eel, the lightning released from its body will electrocute all those pirates. Octopus monster, use your tentacles to drag all these ships into the sea." Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. The epic picture suddenly appeared in front of countless people. The elves who heard the order immediately launched an attack. A huge crocodile sea king over 1,000 meters, with its big mouth with terrifying bite force, bites directly at a pirate ship. Fire the gun. Shoot. On the pirate ship, a captain wearing a pirate hat shouted in fear. Boom. 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 Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. The musket fires, and one shell after another is fired from the ship's cannon. But for such a huge sea king, it is almost irrelevant. The crocodile sea kings opened their terrifying bloody mouths, like prehistoric creatures, or even beasts in mythology. He swallowed the entire pirate ship in one bite. Other sea kings also acted. The serrated mouths of the eel sea kings, who were covered in electric light, were biting on the pirate ship. There are also octopus-shaped sea kings that stretch out more than 10 meters thick and wrap around the pirate ship, even if a sword is cut on its tentacles. A little wound has no effect on the sea kings. There are also powerful captains who repel the sea kings. The blood-red blood dyed the sea red almost instantly. Extremely brutal and bloody. The mourning and screaming of the pirates continued, and the sawdust and stumps of the ships on the sea were everywhere. There are also pirates struggling to cry for help in the icy waters. Help! How do you fight these sea kings in the sea? Swim over to other pirate ships. Section 143 _ Quick, over there. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. Hundreds of thousands of pirates were struggling to swim towards the nearest ship in the sea, and their faces were full of horror. And more pirates are swallowed by the Sea Kings. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard's face was instantly moved, and his deep voice was full of shock. The Navy. How can the Navy control the Sea Kings? No. If this goes on, they will all die here. The tragic situation of the Whitebeard pirates' fleet immediately made him feel extremely painful. He turned his head to look at Marco and the others, and ordered in a deep voice, "Marco, hurry up and bring someone to rescue them. It is best to grab the ball that can control the Sea Kings. Otherwise this war cannot be fought at all." Whitebeard knows the strength of those Sea Kings, not to mention dozens of Sea Kings. What makes Whitebeard's heart tremble the most is how much power is still hidden in the Navy today. The mysterious robot, and the ball that can control the Sea King. Even the shiny thing on the Admiral, he wouldn't think that the shiny thing was useless. "Yes, Dad." A coquettish blue flame appeared on Marco's body, and his hands instantly turned into a pair of wings. "Spread your wings and fly in the sky." At the same time, the pirates on a Moby Dick jumped off the ship one after another and followed Marco to the Navy behind. Rush. Kill. Snatch the balls, they control Aquaman. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. The sound came and went. At the same time, Whitebeard turned his head to look at the execution platform. His face was extremely gloomy. He raised Kong Yunchi in his hand and pointed to the execution platform from a distance. A loud and deafening voice came out. "Little boys, save Ace." The horn of war began to sound thoroughly. On the Moby Dick, all the pirates rushed out one after another and landed on the ice from the boat. "Brothers, we must rescue Brother Ace. Let the Navy take a good look at the strength of our Whitebeard pirates." Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. The elites of the Whitebeard pirates, armed with swords, muskets and even weapons similar to bazookas, rushed towards Crescent Bay. And this time, Marco quickly supported the Whitebeard pirates' fleet outside Crescent Bay. Laser energy cannon. Call out. A blue laser passed through Marco's body instantly. A Malong mecha flew in the air, immediately blocking Marco's way forward. The Phoenix Marco, captain of the first team of the Whitebeard pirates, has been doomed from the moment you appeared. A cold mechanical sound came from the Malong number 22 mecha. A robot that can fly. Marco looked solemn. The energy laser cannon before was very powerful. It almost exceeded the limit of damage that the Phoenix flames could absorb. Phoenix Seal. Marco raised his feet high, covered in blue flames. The wings flap. It flew out of the air in an instant, and a footprint was placed on the chest of the Malong number 22 mecha. Bang! A loud noise came, and the Malong number 22 mecha suddenly slammed into the sea from the air. Like a cannonball falling into the sea. Splashing high waves. A cold light flashed in Marco's half-drooping eyes, and he said arrogantly and confidently, "A robot can't stop me. Don't try to stop me unless the Admiral." Looking back, looking at the tragic state of the Whitebeard pirates' fleet in the distance, he was suddenly heartbroken. Just as it was about to flap its wings and go to support, a bang came. The pupils in Marco's eyes shrank instantly, and he said incredulously, "Impossible. The robot that was hit by my Phoenix Mark is still intact." Chapter 150, 20 Tyrants Strengthening 12. Marco's eyes suddenly widened, his face full of incredulity. Let alone a robot, even a giant will be seriously injured by this blow. And the robot in front of me was unscathed. How powerful his attack was, he naturally knew that even an admiral could not easily ignore it. HMPH, ignorant pirates, how could you know the power of Dr. Hill's invention? Coming to save Ace this time is the worst decision of your Whitebeard pirates, prepare to stand trial. The cold electromechanical sound made Marco feel a chill. Don't wait for him to react. The Malong number 22 mecha flew quickly and appeared in front of him. A punch made a sound of breaking through the air. Blast towards Marco. The strong wind was blowing, and Marco instantly opened his wings to protect him in front of him, and the blue flame suddenly surged a lot. Bang! The terrifying punch and impact instantly knocked Marco out and slammed into the ice with a bang like a blue meteor. At the same time, the mechanism at the chest of the Malong number 22 mecha opened. Energy beam bullets. Call out. Call out. Call out. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. A burst of blue energy beam with amazing penetrating power, lacing out. Crazy shooting towards the position where Marco fell. It's almost like a Gatling machine gun spray. Crushed ice splattered, blue sparks splattered. In front of the pirates who followed Marco's charge, there was a strong and burly man with a big axe on his shoulders. Wearing a red apron. Pirates, if you want to get past me, who is known as the strongest defense, you don't have a chance. Zantaomaru said with a grim expression and confidence. Behind him stands a 7-meter-tall pacifist, with a strengthening +1-2. The visual impact brought by the 20 tyrants, Bartholomew Bear made the pirates stop in fear. Section 144_. Zantaomaru slammed the huge axe on the ground, exuding a powerful momentum from his body, and ordered, pacifists, smash this group of pirates. PX1 received an order. PX2 received an order. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. The pacifists made their voices heard. It was a cold and unforgiving machine sound. They were originally made, killing machines. Immediately after, Chi-Chi raised his arm, and launched the laser cannon with the best shooting route in the program. Bright golden lasers shot out from the palms of the pacifists. Boom. Boom. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. The explosion sounded continuously, and the organs in the bodies of the pirates with their stumps and arms splashed in the air along with the ice. The scene was bloody. The screams of the pirates continued to sound. This is Shichibukai Tyrant Bartholomew Bear. What the hell is going on? Why are there so many Shichibu sea bears? How much weirdness is there in the Navy? Don't be afraid everyone, kill it with me. As long as this group of Navy is eliminated, the brothers of the fleet will be able to come in. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. All kinds of cries were intertwined, making the scene seem extremely chaotic. Mess up. There are even many pirates who are directly frightened. In Crescent Bay. On the execution platform, Warring States looked at the tragic state of the Whitebeard pirates with cold eyes, and his face could not help but show excitement. Whitebeard. This time, you are doomed to fail. The strength of the Navy right now is beyond your imagination. It took only a few minutes for the war to start, and none of the Navy was injured. However, the Whitebeard pirates had already lost at least thousands of people. Such a remarkable victory made the Admiral Warring very excited. Under the execution stand, Admiral Akainu even said with a sneer, "Isn't Whitebeard unable to break through the defense of Crescent Bay? In that case, that man is really an old-time loser." He put his hands around his chest and looked at the destroyed pirates with intense excitement in his eyes. If it's not your duty, guard the execution platform. Otherwise, he really wanted to rush up and slash the Whitebeard Newgate with a 15 strengthened glove. It's terrifying. I wonder how long the Whitebeard pirates can last. Kizaru's face showed a look of fear, under such terrifying firepower. The defeat of the psychological defense of the Whitebeard pirates is a matter of time. Depends on how long they can hold on. Hill also said, Don't forget the Revolutionary Army, I think they should also have action. His words also made Akainu and Kizaru look dignified. Crescent Bay Harbor. An admiral excitedly and loudly ordered, "Open the gun. Malong Mecha free fire." An order came out. The artillery with strengthening +1-2 fired one after another, and shot towards the Whitebeard pirates who launched the charge in Crescent Bay. The 20 Ink Dragon mechas in the port fired blue laser cannons one after another. Under the automatic aiming of the system, a series of lasers directly penetrated the pirate's body, and fell on the ice with a thud. Even more lethal is the artillery. Boom. The range of the shell explosion is not only wider, but the power of the explosion is far beyond that of ordinary artillery. Boom. Boom. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. The dense shells mercilessly took away the lives of the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates, when the stormtroopers found that their companions were decreasing. Fear naturally began to spread. A pirate held a long knife in his hand and stopped, his face pale and full of fear, and said with a trembling voice, "Why? How can we fight this? Everyone died before they reached the port. Do we have to sacrifice so many of us in order to save Ace?" His original firm belief began to shake at this moment. All around, with the screams of his partner, the corpse kept falling to the ground and could never wake up again. Even more companions were blown up and splattered on the crystal ice. Blood. Organs. Shocking. It was an unimaginable psychological torture. On the Crescent Moon Bay, Dasichi nervously held the knife in his hand, and exclaimed in shock, Is this the combat power of the Navy? Even the 4 Emperor pirates. The Whitebeard pirates are like this. So vulnerable. So shocking. The Navy has yet to report any casualties, but the death toll of the Whitebeard pirates continues to rise. This is a one-sided war. Smokey, who was beside Dusky, held a cigar in his mouth, and said with the same shock, "Yeah. Dr. Hill's invention is truly amazing. I'm afraid there are not many